en
we can
écriture.
play an active
Je
role
cite
in
un
shaping it.
survivant
And I
d'Auschwitz,
quote an
l'écrivain
Auschwitz
italien Primo
survivor, the
Levi.
Italian writer
C'est
Primo
arrivé,
Levi.
cela peut donc
It
arriver
happened.
de nouveau.
Therefore, it could
Tel est
happen
le
again.
noyau de ce que nous avons
This
à
is the
dire.
core
Fin de
of what we
citation.
have to say.
Mais cela ne doit
End
pas
of
se
quote.
reproduire.
But it
Et en
doesn't
fait,
have to
cela
happen
ne doit
again.
pas se
And indeed, it
reproduire.
must
C'est
not
pourquoi les
happen
Nations Unies
again.
ont été
This is
créées
why the
il y a
United
80 ans.
Nations was
C'est
created
pour
80
ça
years
aussi que
ago,
nous sommes
and
là
this is also why we are
C'est à nous de faire
here
en sorte que ce
today.
tournant de
It is up to
l'histoire
us to
dont
ensure
on
that
parle si
this
souvent
turning
aujourd'hui,
point in
comme
history, which is so
aussi il y a
often
80
invoked,
ans, ouvre une
as
nouvelle
was the case
ère
80
pour de
years
temps
ago, for
meilleurs.
this to usher in
Gardons-nous de
a new
l'arrogance
era
et
of
de la
better times. Let us
facilité
guard against
et mettons-nous au
arrogance and
travail,
complacency,
chez
and let us
nous,
get to work
dans notre pays
at home,
et ensemble
in our
aux Nations
countries,
Unies.
and
Je vous
together at the
remercie.
United Nations. Thank you.
Merci. I thank, on behalf of the Assembly, the President of the Swiss Confederation. The Assembly will hear now an address by His Excellency Edgars Rinkēvičs, President of the Republic of Latvia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. First of all, allow me to congratulate Your Excellency, Madam Anna-Lena Baerbock, on assuming the presidency of the General Assembly. You will have Latvia's full cooperation. Latvia believes that we are stronger together, stronger in advancing peace, fostering development, upholding human rights. Standing here on this world stage, I would like to congratulate us on the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. 80 years working together to build a better, more just and peaceful world. This task has never been easy, but it is our duty to persist with determination and give our very best. I want to express Latvia's gratitude for the overwhelming support for our candidacy for the United Nations Security Council. We are beginning our term next year. This is our first term. Latvia will take on this responsibility with a strong sense of duty, a duty to serve with integrity, transparency, and with a clear commitment to the principles of the United Nations. Latvia is honored to serve on the Security Council for the good of people around the world. And we will stand together for peace and resilience. Latvia's three priorities in the Security Council are: first, protect our rules-based international order. Second, advocate for women, peace and security agenda. Also protect the most vulnerable people amongst us. Third, find solutions to emerging security threats. These include climate change, hybrid threats, the challenges related to the safety of artificial intelligence. Excellencies, the world is in disarray. Before our eyes, we see blatant attempts to weaken or even to destroy the rules-based international order, the order that is rooted in the United Nations Charter. In effect, a new world order is emerging, and it is not a better one. There is an attempt to recreate the world where the might makes right. The permanent members of the Security Council undertook to maintain international peace and security, to prevent wars, to prevent devastation and loss of life. But it seems that one permanent member, Russia, doesn't want this. Russia wants a world where brute force prevails over international law. Russia does not want peace. Russia wants to get what it wants. And Russia is willing to inflict destruction and misery on others. Unfortunately, Russia has partners in crime, notably Iran and North Korea. Ukraine is fighting back, bravely, with all it has. Ukraine is facing an existential threat to its people, to its land, to its freedom. Ukraine is fighting for all of us, for the rules-based international order, for independence and sovereignty, for territorial integrity, so that international borders are not changed by force. These actually are the very principles at heart of the United Nations. Latvia stands with Ukraine and will advocate for its sovereignty and territorial integrity at the United Nations Security Council. We are and we will be advocates for Ukrainian children abducted by Russia. They must be returned. We will be advocates for the Ukrainian civilians who have lost their homes and livelihoods. Latvia will use its position on the United Nations Security Council to help achieve a just and lasting peace in Ukraine. I want to express my appreciation to President Trump, President Zelensky, and my European colleagues for their efforts to achieve peace, for trying to stop the unnecessary destruction and the misery we are witnessing in Ukraine. It is our collective duty to uphold the principles of the United Nations Charter, especially when a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council openly violates them. We need no reminding that the United Nations was founded on the ruins of the World War II, to save future generations from the scourge of war, to maintain international peace and security, to protect human life. Distinguished delegates, in war, it is the most innocent that pay the highest price. It is our duty in international cooperation to tackle the escalating crisis in Gaza. The humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza continues to spiral. Urgent action is needed to end civilian suffering. Latvia condemns all terrorist attacks. Nothing can justify terrorism. We recognize Israel's legitimate right to self-defense, but it must be exercised in line with the international law, and particularly international humanitarian law. The law is there to protect every one of us. Latvia calls for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. The terrorist organization Hamas must release all hostages. Hamas must be destroyed, as this organization is responsible for so much human suffering in the region. We need to ensure that the access to humanitarian aid in Gaza is safe and unconditional. The ongoing escalation confirms the need for a sustainable political solution, the need for a two-state solution in accordance with international parameters, the need to break the cycle of violence, to reach a just and lasting peace, a peace that addresses the security concerns and the legitimate aspirations of both the Israelis and Palestinians. Latvia is keenly aware of the ongoing conflicts around the world. We must work together to resolve the dire humanitarian situation in Sudan and Democratic Republic of the Congo. We will not look on helplessly as crises unfold. As a member of the Security Council, we will call on the international community to take collective action and to facilitate humanitarian aid, to try to end unnecessary human suffering. Distinguished delegates, we must do everything in our power to protect the most vulnerable people, especially women and children. Women and girls suffer disproportionately in times of war. We, the global community, have a responsibility to protect the rights of women and girls, to empower them, to ensure their voices are heard in peace processes. The first deportation of Ukrainian children to Russia is beyond disturbing. We call on the United Nations to do more, do much more. We will do all we can to help bring these children home. Madam President, it is not only conventional warfare that threatens peace, security, and stability. Emerging threats like climate change, cyber attacks, hybrid attacks, and the misuse of the artificial intelligence are testing us on a daily basis. Our modern world is connected in ways that most of us can't imagine. Today, many countries are experiencing a growing wave of hybrid attacks, also Latvia. We have to deal with damage to undersea cables, GPS jamming, arson attacks, the Russian shadow fleets. Russia continues and actually invests in new provocations, most recently recklessly violating the airspace of Poland and Estonia. The intensity of Russia's drone attacks against Ukraine has created incidents in Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Romania. This is the new reality. Russia bears full responsibility for these acts and also consequences. This kind of reckless behavior is a direct threat to international peace and security, and we must act to stop it before such acts spiral out of control. We must counter these threats by resilience and increased cooperation with our friends and allies. But hybrid warfare is evolving, as are emerging and disruptive technologies. The challenge is to maximize the benefits these technologies can bring, while remaining vigilant of the potential risk they pose. We share the United Nations view that we need to develop artificial intelligence responsibly, but we should not halt the progress. Artificial intelligence can promote economic growth, drive scientific progress and innovation, even improve healthcare and make education more accessible. Artificial intelligence is already part of our daily lives. We must acknowledge this reality and work to make it safer and more beneficial for the people. The governments should not take years to create regulations. We should act swiftly and do it right. As a responsible United Nations member, a future UN Security Council member, Latvia is ready to work with our partners to address these issues. Ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations has stood the test of time for 80 years. It is the primary architect of international law and protector of rules-based international order. The United Nations is not perfect, but it is the best we have, the only truly global organization. As one of UN Secretary Generals, Dag Hammarskjöld, famously said, the United Nations was not created in order to bring us to heaven, but in order to save us from the hell. But after 80 years, it is time to adjust to new realities. The United Nations must evolve to remain relevant, to be effective and fit for the challenges ahead. That's why we support the UN 80 initiative by the Secretary General. Let us work together for peace and resilience. Let us protect the rules-based international order and the United Nations Charter, because we all are better together. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Latvia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, the President of the 88th session of the UN General Assembly, Madam Annalena Baerbock, Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I congratulate you, Madam President, on your election to preside over the 80th session of the UN General Assembly. Madam President, you can count on Kenya's full support throughout your tenure as you steer the Assembly into the future. Ladies and gentlemen, 8 years ago, in the aftermath of the unprecedented global destruction and devastating war, the international community came together in hope. They created this organization, the United Nations, as a shield against the horrors of war, as a platform for dialogue, and as a bridge to a better, fairer, more secure global community. What is often forgotten or not mentioned today is that the United Nations grew out of the failure of the League of Nations that existed between 1919 and 1945. The League of Nations did not collapse for lack of good intentions or noble objectives. Formed at the end of the First World War and as part of the Treaty of Versailles, it was humanity's first attempt to build a permanent international organization to stop aggression and war and bring nations together. Its ambitions were to achieve collective global security, disarmament, peaceful dispute resolution, and cooperation on humanitarian and social issues. Despite these ideals, the League of Nations failed. The United States never joined, other great powers came and went, and without enforcement authority, its condemnation carried little weight. When Japan invaded Manchuria, when Italy marched into Ethiopia, and when Hitler openly defied its rules, the League stood by, helpless and powerless. By the late 1930s, its credibility had collapsed, and with the outbreak of the World War II, it was rendered irrelevant. Madam President, this history is both a lesson and a warning. Institutions rarely fail because they lack vision or ideals. More often, they drift into irrelevance when they do not adapt, when they hesitate to act, and when they lose legitimacy. To remain relevant, institutions must be reimagined, must be reformed, renewed, and aligned with emerging realities. 8 decades ago, the founders of the UN sought to correct the failures of the League of Nations by creating a stronger, more inclusive organization anchored in the principles of, and I quote, "We the people of the United Nations, determined to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war," end of quote. Today, we are gathered for the UN at 80. The question is unavoidable. Is the United Nations relevant to the demands of our time? Can it continue to serve humanity in the face of current realities? Or has it become a relic of a bygone era? Madam President, Excellencies, we meet against a grim global backdrop. Conflict rages in Eastern Europe, the Middle East, the Sahel, the Horn of Africa, and beyond. Climate disasters grow fiercer by the day. Inequality deepens, pandemics loom, and technological disruptions outpaces governance. Instead of trust, mistrust is spreading. Instead of solidarity, fragmentation is taking root. In place of hope, anxiety fills our global community. We are living, to borrow from the words of the founders of this institution, not in larger freedom, but in growing uncertainty. At this moment of turbulence, when we most need a strong United Nations, the organization faces its deepest crisis in credibility and capacity. Funding cuts have paralyzed its operations. Bureaucracy has slowed its response. The Security Council remains frozen in the post-war structures of 1945, unable to act inclusively, with fairness, and with speed. Ladies and gentlemen, I can, however, state with absolute conviction that the United Nations has been one of humanity's greatest achievements. For 8 decades, it has held back the specter of global war, calmed conflicts from Cambodia to Liberia, and stood guard in some of the world's most dangerous places through the courage of its peacemakers and peacekeepers. Few institutions in humanity's history can claim such a legacy. The United Nations has stood at the front lines of humanitarian crisis, from famine relief in the Horn of Africa to emergency shelter for millions of Syrian and Ukrainian refugees. It was at the forefront in the eradication of smallpox, coordinated global responses to HIV and AIDS, Ebola, and COVID-19, and continues to champion universal vaccination. Its agencies have advanced women's rights, protected children, safeguarded refugees, and set global norms on everything from disarmament to climate action. The UN Sustainable Development Goals remain a shared blueprint for human progress. These are achievements no nation could have achieved alone, however rich, however great, or however powerful. And yet, every institution, no matter how noble its origins or impactful its legacy, must adapt to changing times or slide into irrelevance. Today, the United Nations stands at a crossroads of renewal on one hand or decay on another. Put differently, after 80 years, the rhymes of time are calling on us to reimagine the original promise that inspired the founding of the United Nations, and that is the quest for global peace, development, and human rights. But this call must now be answered in a global context that is profoundly different from the post-war era in which the UN was conceived then. We would be denying the cold, hard truth if we say that the United Nations is delivering as it should. On peace and security, its voice is too often drowned by the rivalries of great powers, while some nations simply ignore its resolutions and do as they please. Too often, the UN's blue helmet, once a symbol of moral authority, no longer commands the same respect. From the conflicts in Gaza to Ukraine, to the crisis in Sudan, DRC Congo, Somalia, and the Sahel, we see actors proceed undeterred by the United Nations calls. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Kenya speaks from the experience of a nation deeply invested in multilateralism. For decades, we have placed our troops and police in harm's way for peacekeeping missions across Africa and beyond, from Somalia to Democratic Republic of Congo, from South Sudan to most recently in our neighborhood here in Haiti. Over the past 15 months, we are proud to have led the multinational security support mission in Haiti, not because it has been easy, but because solidarity is the essence of the United Nations. Madam President, the mandate of the MSS mission is coming to an end in a few days. As the lead nation, allow me to briefly share our experiences, the successes and the challenges, as both a cautionary tale and a living lesson about the strengths and weaknesses of the current global security governance architecture. For far too long, the people of Haiti called out to the world. Too often, their pleas were met with silence, hesitation, or half measures. Haiti became a tragic reminder of what happens when the international community looks away, prevaricates, or offers half-hearted support. When Kenya responded to the quest for the Haitian authorities, it was in the belief that we were joining a genuinely multinational effort. We welcomed and fully embraced Resolution 2699, by which the United Nations Security Council authorized the MSS with Kenya as the lead nation. Drawing on our decades of peace support operations, we stepped forward, stepped up, and deployed our officers to confront the rampant menace of gang violence in Port-au-Prince and its environs. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, the mission has operated in a volatile environment under enormous constraints. It has been underfunded, under-equipped, and operated below 40% of its authorized personnel strength. Our police officers have valiantly shouldered responsibilities without the full logistical support that would accompany any mission sanctioned by the United Nations. Despite these challenges, and against all odds, the MSS has delivered results many thought were impossible. The presidential palace, once under siege from gangs, is today restored as the seat of government. The police headquarters and the police training center, once overrun by gangs, are now secure, with the academy resuming the training of new police officers, over 700 of whom graduated a few months ago. Schools that have been shattered by violence have reopened, with children back in class, learning and progressing. Roads once manned or blocked by gangs have now free-flowing traffic. Cases of kidnapping and extortion have reduced sharply. The airport and the seaport, once surrounded by gangs, are now abuzz with normal operations. Which begs the question, if so much could be achieved with limited resources and stretched personnel within just 15 months, what more could have been accomplished if the United Nations fraternity had truly acted together in solidarity with the people of Haiti? From this podium, I wish to assure all partners and actors that with the right personnel, adequate resources, appropriate equipment, and necessary logistics, Haiti's security can be restored. Gangs can be neutralized and the safety of streets, schools, hospitals, and homes secured. The continued harassment, abductions, and criminal acts undermining the lives of Haitians are unacceptable, unjustifiable, and must be stopped by this organization, the United Nations. Madam President, as the UN Security Council deliberates on the next steps, we must not lose sight of the fact that the situation in Haiti demands sustained, coordinated, and undivided international attention. A careful and orderly transition from MSS is essential to consolidate the hard-won gains so far achieved. I urge the Security Council and all partners to remain steadfast in ensuring that Haiti moves forward on a path of peace, stability, and renewal. Ladies and gentlemen, on human rights, our principle is clear and unwavering. The protection of civilians and respect for humanitarian law cannot be applied selectively. We cannot condemn suffering in one place and turn a blind eye in another. Kenya is gravely concerned by the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza and by the immense suffering of civilians caught in the devastation of disproportionate military operations. At the same time, we call for the unconditional release of Israeli hostages. In line with the African Union and United Nations resolutions, we also call for a permanent ceasefire, for strict adherence to international humanitarian law, and for the launch of a credible political process. Only through such a process can the vision of a two-state solution be realized, where Israel and Palestine live side by side in peace, security, and stability. Kenya is equally deeply troubled by the worsening humanitarian situation in Sudan, where innocent citizens are caught in the crossfire of a needless war. We fully endorse the Quad, comprising Egypt, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and the United States, in affirming that there cannot be a military solution and that only political dialogue offers a viable path forward. We join the Quad in urging all parties, including SAF, RSF, and the external actors, to respect Sudan's sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity, and firmly reject any attempts to divide the country, reaffirming our unwavering support for a unified Sudan for the benefit of all its people. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, those who look to the future with a clear vision know that climate change is not only the single greatest threat of our age, but also one of the greatest transformation opportunities of our time. The global stocktake has made it plain that the world is off track. Current national determined contributions are steering us towards temperature rises far beyond any safe threshold. This is the difference between survival on one hand and devastation for millions across the world on the other. Kenya and Africa are not passive victims of this crisis. We are taking bold steps showing that climate action is not only possible, but can also be the foundation for inclusive growth. We are building a climate-resilient society by embedding adaptation into every sector, from agriculture and energy to infrastructure and livelihoods, to sustainable mining and artificial intelligence. This ambition is visible on the ground. Today, 93% of Kenya's electricity comes from renewable sources: geothermal, wind, solar, and hydro. We are expanding investments in e-mobility, climate-smart agriculture, clean cooking solutions, and green manufacturing. We are also pioneering nature-compatible solutions such as sustainable waste management and circular economy interventions. Africa, too, is uniting its voice. In 2023, in Nairobi, we hosted the inaugural Africa Climate Summit, where the continent adopted the Nairobi Declaration on Climate Action and Call to Action. Just 2 weeks ago, in Addis Ababa, Africa came together once more at the second Africa Climate Summit to reaffirm our commitment and strengthen our ambition for climate-positive growth. We declared Africa not just as a victim of the crisis, but as a source of solutions, with climate action driving economic growth, transformation, and job creation for our communities. Ambition, ladies and gentlemen, cannot stand on willpower alone. Implementing our new NDCs will require $56 billion. That is why we call on the global community to unlock the $300 billion agreed at Baku, and to accelerate negotiations towards the new $1.3 trillion goal under the Baku-Belém roadmap. Without affordable finance and without reform of the international financial architecture, the promise of climate action in Africa will remain constrained. Madam President, in the aftermath of World War II, the Bretton Woods institutions were created to stabilize the global economy and rebuild war-torn Europe. At that time, their design reflected the power and interest of the victorious nations, who were also their primary shareholders and beneficiaries. The IMF was tasked with upholding the gold standard exchange rate system, while the World Bank was established to finance Europe's reconstruction. Both have since evolved into development finance institutions, but their structures, decision-making, and governance remains dominated by wealthy nations. Today, the global context is vastly different. The global standard collapsed 5 decades ago, and Europe has long since been rebuilt. Yet, The governance of these institutions has not kept pace with needs of a multipolar world, especially the needs of poor and developing nations. The mismatch between shareholders and stakeholders has become starkly visible. For instance, during the IMF's recent allocation of special drawing rights, 64% went to wealthy nations. Just imagine, 64%. With little need for liquidity support. They didn't need the money anyway, but they got 64%. While the poorer countries received just 2.4%. What a disconnect. The imbalance highlights how the very institutions meant to safeguard global finance stability often perpetuate inequality and instability. I have argued, and I say it again, that the current global financial architecture punishes poor countries with high interest rates and enormous conditionalities, while lower interest rates and softer lending rates. Its rules, priorities, and allocation mechanisms consistently favor those already prosperous, while trapping vulnerable economies in cycles of debt, high borrowing costs, and inadequate access to emergency support and concessional funding. It is imperative to transform these institutions into genuinely independent, apolitical global bodies that their operations are aligned with their global mandate. Such a shift would democratize decision-making, restore credibility, and allow the IMF and the World Bank to serve all countries fairly rather than reinforcing old hierarchies. But Africa is not merely waiting for external prescriptions. We are taking bold and deliberate steps to strengthen our financial independence, safeguard our stability, and accelerate our development. Kenya, for instance, fully endorses the establishment of the Alliance of African Multilateral Financial Institutions, launched with the Africa Union in February 2024. This alliance brings together our homegrown banks, Afreximbank, the Africa Finance Corporation, the Trade and Development Bank, Shelter Afrique, Africa Re, Africa Development Bank, Africa Trade and Investment Development Insurance, and ZEPRI, institutions that embody Africa's determination to mobilize resources, finance trade, and build resilience on our own terms. At the same time, the Africa Union is championing 3 transformative institutions: the Africa Central Bank, which will issue a single currency and free our trade from dependence on foreign money; the Africa Monetary Fund, positioned to stabilize our economies and give us true financial sovereignty; and the Africa Investment Bank, designed to mobilize resources for infrastructure, industrialization, and integration that Africa needs to rise. And to complete this vision, the Africa Credit Rating Agency, one that understands our realities, values our uniqueness, and tells our story with fairness and truth, has already been established. Excellencies, as we mark the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, Africa also marks 20 years since the Ezulwini Consensus and the City Declaration, the 2 historic milestones that establishes the common African position on UN Security Council reforms. For 2 decades, Africa has spoken in one voice, demanding justice, equity, and representation in the highest organ of global governance. This demand, however, continues to be ignored, deferred, or endlessly debated to the detriment of both Africa and the legitimacy of the United Nations itself. You cannot claim to be the United Nations while disregarding the voice of 54 nations. It is not possible. Africa is no longer willing to wait on the margins of global governance while decisions about peace, security, and development are made without our understanding, without our perspectives, and without our voice. Africa's exclusion is not only unacceptable, unfair, and grossly unjust, it also undermines the very credibility of the United Nations, this organization. Africa dominates most of the Security Council agenda, provides some of the largest contingents of UN peacekeeping forces, and bears the heaviest costs of instability. Yet we remain the only continent without a permanent seat at the main table where decisions about our destiny are made. Africa deserves, ladies and gentlemen, at the very least, 2 permanent seats with full rights, including the right to veto, and 2 additional non-permanent seats on the United Nations Security Council. The world must understand that reforming the Security Council is not a favor to Africa or to anybody. It is a necessity for the United Nations' own survival. If the United Nations is to remain relevant in this century, it must reflect today's realities, not the post-war power arrangements of 1945. Madam President, despite the stated and evident weaknesses of the United Nations, it still remains humanity's best chance at global solidarity. No other institution has the universal legitimacy or convening power of the UN. From coordinating humanitarian relief in times of war and disaster, to mobilizing the global response to COVID-19, to driving consensus on climate change, through the Paris Agreement, the UN has consistently shown that the world can achieve together what no nation can accomplish on its own, however mighty or great or powerful. As Dag Hammarskjöld, the UN's second Secretary General, once observed, and I quote, "The United Nations was not created to take humanity to heaven, but to save it from hell." End of quote. That mission is as urgent today as it was 8 decades ago. At a time when conflicts are multiplying, when climate change threatens every economy, and when inequality is widening, the need for a functioning, credible, effective, and a multilateral system has never been greater. It is through the UN that nations have pooled resources to vaccinate billions of children, to protect refugees from through the work of the UNHCR, and to keep the peace in more than 70 missions across the world. Without the UN, these achievements, modest though they may sometimes seem, would not have been possible. That is why we must resist the temptation to give up on the UN or abandon it. We must make it fit for purpose, reform its structures, strengthen its mandate, and ensure its decisions reflect today's realities rather than the geopolitical map of a bygone era. As one of the hosts of the UN headquarters and the only one in the Global South, Kenya stands ready to do its part to enable the organization to go through this phase of renewal successfully as envisaged by the Secretary General under UN 80 reforms. In conclusion, Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, the 80th anniversary of the United Nations must be more than a commemoration. It must be a turning point for the organization. Let us seize this moment to reimagine and rebuild the UN into a body that commands legitimacy, responds with speed, and delivers justice for all. I thank you, and God bless you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Santiago Peña Palacios, President of the Republic of Paraguay. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Señora Presidenta de la Asamblea
Madam
General,
President of the General Assembly,
distinguidos jefes de Estado y de
distinguished
Gobierno,
heads of state and
estimados
government,
ministros de Relaciones Exteriores,
distinguished
damas y
ministers
caballeros.
of foreign affairs, ladies and
Esta es
gentlemen.
mi tercera
This
intervención
is
en la
my
Asamblea
third
General
address
de las
to
Naciones
the
Unidas.
United Nations General
Es sin
Assembly.
duda un
It
enorme
is without
privilegio y
doubt an
honor
immense
representar al
privilege and an
Paraguay
honor to
en este
represent
magno
Paraguay
foro.
in this
Un país que
magnificent
quizás
forum,
geográficamente
a
parece
country which
pequeño,
may look small
pero
on
es
the
un
map,
gigante en
but
su espíritu
is a
y sus
giant in its
potencialidades.
spirit and potential.
Por ello, al volar hasta Nueva York desde lejos,
As I flew
pensé en
into New
empezar
York
este
from afar,
discurso
I was thinking
expresando
that I
la
might
alegría que
begin my
siento por
speech by
tener la
sharing the
oportunidad
joy that
de
I feel
contarle
at having the
las grandes
opportunity
cosas que
to
esperan
tell
al
you about
Paraguay.
the great things that lie
Sin
ahead
embargo,
for Paraguay.
Los sucesos
However, the
acaecidos
events
en los
of
últimos
recent
meses y
days
días hacen
and
que esto
months
sea
make
simplemente
this simply
imposible.
impossible.
En su lugar, penosamente debo empezar
Instead,
recordando la anécdota
With regret,
del
I
gran
must
historiador
begin by
alemán
recalling
Theodor
the
Mommsen,
anecdote of the
quien
great
al
German
recibir el premio
historian
Nobel en
Theodor Mommsen,
1903
who, upon receiving the
pidió a
Nobel
su
Prize
público que
in
no aplaudiera
1903,
tras su discurso
asked
de
his audience
aceptación
not to applaud after
los
his
tiempos,
acceptance speech.
dijo
That
los años siguientes confirmarían
the
plenamente
years
su
that
intuición.
followed fully confirmed his
Creo
intuition.
que exactamente lo mismo puede decirse
I
ahora.
believe exactly the same
En
thing can be
efecto,
said today.
en estos días hemos
Indeed,
visto que el
in
mal,
recent times we
la
have witnessed that
ideologización
evil,
radical,
radical
la intolerancia, son
ideologization,
desafortunadamente reales
intolerance
y están
are
enraizados en
unfortunately
ciertos
real and
sectores de
embedded
nuestras
in
sociedades.
certain sectors of our societies.
Todavía estoy conmocionado y
I
también triste y
remain
afligido
shaken,
por las
saddened, and
imágenes chocantes
distressed
de
by
dos
the
cobardes e
shocking images of
incomprensibles
two
atentados
cowardly and
políticos.
incomprehensible
Primero,
political
la
attacks.
intolerancia, el
First,
odio,
intolerance
se llevaron
and
la vida
hatred,
de un
which
gran
took
ser
the
humano,
life of a great
Miguel
human
Uribe,
being,
el
Miguel
precandidato
Uribe, the
presidencial
Colombian
colombiano,
presidential
quien fue asesinado
pre-candidate
en
who was
público durante
assassinated
un
in public
recorrido en
while
una plaza.
touring a square,
Los
while
fantasmas de la
on a national
violencia
tour.
que
Ghosts
pensábamos era
of
cosa del
violence, which we
pasado para
thought were a
nuestros
thing
hermanos
of
de
the
Colombia.
past for our
Segundo,
Colombian brothers and
vimos que un
sisters.
joven soñador, Charlie
Second,
Kirk,
we saw a
era
young dreamer,
miserablemente
Charlie
arrebatado
Kirk,
de
who
su
was
esposa
miserably
y dos
torn
hijos
from his
por
wife
un
and two
único pecado:
children for one sole
defender
sin,
sus convicciones
defending
y
his
los valores con
convictions and
gran
values with
elocuencia y coraje.
eloquence and courage.
Ambos, en lugar de acudir a la violencia para
Both men,
imponer sus ideas,
rather than resorting to
recurrieron al
violence to
método
impose
más
their
cívico y
ideas,
pacífico
chose the most
posible:
civic and peaceful
el debate
method
libre,
possible,
abierto,
free,
franco,
open and frank
sin
debate,
eludir las
without
posiciones
evading controversial
controversiales, pero
positions,
siempre
yet
en el marco del
always
respeto.
within a framework of respect.
La respuesta ominosa, macabra,
The
nos
ominous,
tiene que
macabre
despertar de nuestro
response must
somnoliento
awaken us
estado
from
de
our slumber
complacencia.
of complacency.
Queridos amigos,
Dear
nuestros
friends,
valores, nuestra forma de
our
vida misma
values,
están en peligro.
our very way of life
La idea de
are
la
at risk.
democracia,
The idea of democracy,
venerable y genial creación
that
del
venerable and
genio
brilliant
griego,
creation of
que nos
Greek
permite
genius,
un
which
modus
allows
vivendi
us to have a
pacífico,
peaceful
a
modus
pesar de nuestras
vivendi,
diferencias,
despite our
se
differences,
encuentra hoy en riesgo.
is currently
Por ello, en tiempos en los
jeopardy.
que la oscuridad busca apagar
Therefore,
la
in
luz,
times when
debemos
darkness
tomar
seeks to
posición.
extinguish the light, we must take a
No es
stand.
tiempo para tímidos, señores.
This is
O
no time
estamos
to be
del lado
timid.
correcto de
Either
la
we
paz y
stand
la
on the
razón,
right side
o
of peace and
estamos con la
reason, or
violencia
we
y la
stand with violence
intolerancia.
and intolerance.
Nuestros hijos y nietos no
Our
olvidarán qué
children and
actitud
grandchildren will
hemos
not
tomado
forget
ante el
the
enorme
stance that we
desafío que
took when
enfrentamos.
faced with the immense challenge
Por eso
before
quiero
us.
ser muy claro con ustedes.
That's why I wish to be
La
very clear
violencia
with you.
política es inmoral,
Political violence is
intolerable
immoral,
y
intolerable,
profundamente
and
dañina.
profoundly harmful.
Debemos rechazarla sin
We must
matices.
reject it
Por
without
eso les
equivocation.
pido que digamos alto y
So
fuerte
let's say
no al
loudly
odio,
and clearly,
no a la
to
violencia,
hatred, no to violence,
no al
and no
autoritarismo.
to
No
authoritarianism.
debemos subestimar la gravedad de lo que está
We
ocurriendo.
mustn't underestimate the
Estos no
gravity
son
of what's
casos
happening.
aislados.
These aren't
Son
isolated
patrones.
events. They are
La
patterns.
situación se ha venido agravando ante la mirada
The situation
impasible de
has
los
been
gobiernos
worsening
y de los
in light
movimientos
of
políticos.
political
La
movements.
polarización
There
y el
is
extremismo,
polarization and extremism
antes revelado
that
sutilmente
were
en
once
textos y discursos,
subtly revealed
hoy se
in
están
texts and speeches
materializando
that
en
are now
actos de
today
violencia reales.
materializing in acts
Hay
of
una
real
crisis
violence. There is a
de
crisis
creencia en las
of belief
instituciones.
in
Los
institutions.
ciudadanos simplemente ya no
Citizens
confían.
Simply no
Nuestra
longer
democracia,
have trust.
esa democracia que
Our
por décadas
democracy,
ha
this is
sido
a
garantía
democracy which
de los
for
derechos
decades
más
guaranteed the
fundamentales del
most
ser humano,
basic human rights,
personificados en ese
embodied
magnífico
in that
instrumento que es la
magnificent
Declaración
instrument which is the
Universal
Universal
de los
Declaration
Derechos
of Human
Humanos,
Rights,
imperecedero logro del sistema de
the
Naciones Unidas,
everlasting achievement
está
of the United
sellada por
Nations
todos los
system,
cuarteles y
is under
espectros,
siege from all
tanto por la
quarters,
izquierda
both on the
como
left
por la
and the
derecha.
right.
Y esto, señores,
And this, ladies and
puede ser un
gentlemen,
camino sin retorno.
might be a path of no
Esta
return.
situación de crisis
This
es el
crisis
caldo de cultivo
situation
perfecto
is
para el
the
autoritarismo,
perfect breeding
donde
ground
los
for
valores
authoritarianism,
democráticos se
where
erosionan.
democratic values
El
are eroded.
autoritarismo o su
Authoritarianism
perverso hermano
or its
gemelo,
perverse
el
twin,
populismo,
populism,
toman su lugar.
replaces it.
Paraguay ve con enorme preocupación las
Paraguay
restricciones al
views with great
ejercicio de
concern the
derechos fundamentales,
restrictions on the
como el
exercise of
acceso a la libre
fundamental rights,
información
such as
y la
access to free
libertad de
information
expresión
and
en
freedom of
algunos países
expression in
hermanos,
some sister
que ya son
countries.
demostraciones
These
palpables
are
que la crisis
already
es real
palpable
y es
demonstrations
profunda.
that the crisis is real
Así,
and far-reaching.
lamentablemente, la
Thus,
situación en
regrettably,
Venezuela
the
se ha vuelto
situation in Venezuela
verdaderamente
has become
alarmante.
truly alarming.
A las violaciones sistemáticas de los derechos
Systematic
humanos
violations of
y las
human rights and
libertades
fundamental freedoms are being
fundamentales se
compounded
suman
by
acciones contrarias al
actions that are
derecho
contrary to international
internacional y la
law
persecución a
and the
líderes
persecution
políticos.
of political leaders.
El proceso electoral de julio del
The electoral
2024
process in July
pisoteó la voluntad
2024
del pueblo
trampled the will
venezolano.
of the Venezuelan people.
7 millones de
7
venezolanos
million
han
of
abandonado su
Venezuelans
patria,
have left
la
their
mayor
homeland.
crisis
This is the
migratoria
largest
en la
migratory
historia del
crisis in
hemisferio
the history
occidental.
of the Western Hemisphere.
En Nicaragua,
In
por
Nicaragua,
otro lado,
meanwhile,
la
The
persecución a
persecution
opositores
of political
políticos
opponents
persiste y se
persists
expande
and is
agresivamente.
expanding aggressively.
La situación de los derechos humanos
The
y las garantías
situation of
fundamentales es
human rights
demasiado
and
grave.
fundamental guarantees
Han
is
expulsado a
dire.
órdenes religiosas
Entire
completas,
religious
han
orders have been
despojado de la
expelled.
nacionalidad a cientos de
Hundreds of
nicaragüenses cuyo
Nicaraguans have
único
been stripped
crimen
of their
fue
nationality
disentir.
for the sole
Incluso la
crime of
Iglesia Católica es
dissenting.
perseguida,
Even the Catholic
algo
Church is being
impensable en América
persecuted,
Latina.
something that was once unthinkable
Paraguay
in Latin America.
conoce mejor que nadie la calamidad del
Paraguay
autoritarismo y la
knows better than
dictadura,
most the
pues
calamity of
vivimos el régimen
authoritarianism and
militar más largo
dictatorship,
en el
having lived
continente
through the
del siglo
longest
XX,
military regime on
cuyas
the continent in the
cicatrices
20th
aún
century.
no cerraron del
The
todo.
scars of this have not yet
Por
fully
eso no
healed.
podemos ni debemos
We therefore
permanecer en
cannot
silencio
and
mientras
must not
nuestros
stand
hermanos
silent while our
latinoamericanos
Latin American
sufren
brothers
la
and
misma
sisters
opresión
suffer
que
the
ha
same
marcado a fuego
oppression
nuestro
that
pasado.
marked our own
La
past.
crisis de la democracia, amigos,
The
no
crisis
se
of
resuelve con
democracy,
mano
friends,
dura
will
ni
not be
censura,
resolved with
ni
an iron fist,
autoritarismo,
nor with
ni mucho menos
censorship,
con
nor
violencia.
authoritarianism,
Debemos
much
resistir
less so
a
still
estos
with violence. We
impostores
must
atrayentes.
resist these
La
alluring
crisis de la
imposters.
democracia, como decía el filósofo
As the
italiano
Italian
Norberto
philosopher
Bobbio,
Norberto
se
Bobbio
resuelve de
said,
una
crises
sola
of
manera,
democracy are
con más
resolved in one
democracia.
way only, with more
No
democracy.
con fantoches autoritarios,
Not with
ni con
authoritarian
odio o
charlatans,
intolerancia.
nor with hatred or
Debemos
intolerance.
responder
We
con
must
más
respond with
democracia,
more
más
democracy,
república,
more
más tolerancia,
republicanism, more
más
tolerance, more
diálogo,
dialogue,
más derechos,
more rights,
más libertad.
more freedom.
La razón de ser, la esencia de las Naciones
The
Unidas
raison d'être,
es ser
the
el
essence of the
mantenimiento de
United
la
Nations
paz.
is and shall
Sin embargo,
remain the maintenance of
mientras nos
peace.
reunimos aquí,
Yet,
más de
while we are
120
meeting here,
conflictos
more than
armados nos
120
demuestran
armed
lo
conflicts
grave que puede ser el
show just
fracaso de
how
nuestras
serious the failure of
instituciones.
our institutions
El
can be.
Paraguay extiende su solidaridad
Paraguay
con
extends
todas
its
las
solidarity
víctimas
to
de los
all victims
conflictos
of armed
armados
conflict
y
and
aboga
calls
una
once
vez más
again for
por la
the
resolución
peaceful
pacífica de las
settlement of
controversias.
disputes.
Resalto hoy particularmente la
I stress
dolorosa
today in
situación en
particular the
Haití,
painful situation
el
in
momento de
Haiti,
una acción decidida y coordinada por parte de
the
las
time for
Naciones
decisive
Unidas
and
y en
coordinated action
especial
by
del
the United
Consejo de
Nations and in
Seguridad
particular
es
the
ahora.
Security Council is
El Paraguay
now.
lo sabe y está
Paraguay
listo para
knows this
ayudar
and
al
stands ready
pueblo
to assist the
haitiano
Haitian
que
people
ya no
who
puede
can wait
esperar.
no longer.
Por otro lado, quiero poner de relieve una
Furthermore, I
situación
wish
que
to
va más
highlight
allá de
a
los conflictos
situation that
armados,
goes beyond
pero
armed
que reviste
conflict,
la misma
but
gravedad.
which highlights the same
Enfrentamos una crisis
seriousness. We are
silenciosa
facing
pero
a silent
devastadora,
but devastating
el colapso de
crisis,
las
the
cadenas de
collapse of
suministro
global
globales.
supply chains.
La pandemia nos mostró
The
cuán
pandemic
frágiles
showed us
eran.
just how
La
fragile
guerra
they
en Ucrania
were.
las
The war in
tensó aún
Ukraine
más.
strained them
Y
further.
ahora,
And
la
now,
fragmentación geopolítica
geopolitical
amenaza con
fragmentation threatens
romperlas
to break them
definitivamente.
definitively.
El mundo necesita
The
urgentemente
world
cadenas de
urgently
suministro
needs
más
supply
confiables,
chains that are more
más
reliable, more
diversificadas,
diversified,
más
more
resilientes.
resilient.
No podemos
We
seguir
cannot
dependiendo
continue
de
depending on
sistemas
systems
que colocan la
that place
eficiencia por
efficiency
encima de la
above
seguridad,
security,
el costo
cost
por encima de la
above
confiabilidad.
reliability.
Quiero ser claro,
I want to be clear
no
here.
todas las asociaciones
Not all
comerciales
trade
son
partnerships
iguales.
are the same.
Debemos ser cuidadosos con modelos económicos
We must be
engañosos
cautious about
que vienen
deceptive economic
acompañados
models
de
that
autoritarismo
come along
político,
with political
vigilancia masiva
authoritarianism, mass
y erosión de
surveillance, and
libertades
the erosion of
fundamentales.
fundamental freedoms.
Cuando aceptamos inversiones que
When we
comprometen
agree
nuestra
to investments
soberanía,
that compromise
cuando
our sovereignty,
permitimos que
when we
nuestra
allow our
infraestructura
critical
crítica
infrastructure to
dependa de
depend
regímenes
on
autoritarios,
authoritarian regimes,
estamos simplemente hipotecando no solo nuestra
simply are
economía,
gambling
sino
with not
nuestra
only our
democracia.
economy but also our
Por eso,
democracy.
abogamos por una integración más
Therefore, we
profunda
call
entre
for
nuestros
deeper
países,
integration among
basada
our
no solo
countries,
en el
based not only
comercio,
on trade,
sino
but
en
on
valores
shared
compartidos.
values.
El Estado de
These are
Derecho,
the rule of
las
law,
libertades individuales,
individual freedoms,
una economía de mercado libre,
a free market
la
economy,
defensa de la
the defense
familia
of the
tradicional
traditional family,
y el derecho a la vida
and
desde la
the
concepción
right to
del
life
ser humano.
from conception.
Por eso, la política exterior del
That is
Paraguay
why
no se
Paraguay's
basa en
foreign
puros
policy is not
intereses
based on mere
económicos, sino en esos
economic
valores
interests, but
y
rather
principios
on these
compartidos.
shared values and principles.
Por estas razones, el Paraguay no
For these
puede
reasons,
ni
Paraguay
debe
cannot
esquivar
and
las
must
realidades
not
que desafían
evade
la
the
paz
realities
mundial.
that are challenging
La
world peace.
prudencia diplomática
Silent
es
complicity.
precisamente
It is
en estos
exactly
momentos
at
cuando los
these
principios que
times
nos
that the
definen como
principles
nación
that define us
democrática
as a democratic
deben
nation
traducirse
should be
en
translated
posiciones
into
claras e
clear and
inequívocas
unequivocal
con sus
positions
amigos
with
y
our
aliados.
friends and allies.
Paraguay reafirma aquí
Paraguay
su posición
Reaffirms
sin
here its
ambigüedades.
unambiguous
Israel
position.
tiene el derecho
Israel has the
legítimo a
legitimate right
defenderse.
to defend itself.
Los ataques terroristas del 7
The
de
terrorist
octubre del
attacks on the 7th
2023
of
contra
October
civiles
2023
israelíes
against
fueron
Israeli
actos
civilians
de barbarie
were
grotescos que
grotesque
ninguna
acts of
causa puede
barbarity which
justificar.
no cause can justify.
Rechazamos cualquier
We
intento de
reject
equiparar
any biased
sesgadamente
attempt
la
to equate the
responsabilidad
responsibility
entre las
of
autoridades
Israel's democratically
democráticamente
elected
elegidas de Israel
authorities
y los líderes
with
del
that
grupo
of
terrorista
leaders of
Hamas.
the terrorist group
El
Hamas.
antisemitismo, señores, como
Anti-Semitism,
los
ladies and
hechos diarios lo
gentlemen, as
demuestran,
daily events
no
show us,
es un accidente del siglo
is no
XX.
accident of the
Está
20th
vivo y
century.
está fuerte.
It is alive
Forma
and
parte de
kicking.
ese ciclo de violencia
It forms
irracional
part
y
of that
de odio
irrational
del
cycle
que
of
hablaba al
violence and
inicio de
hatred
mis
that I
palabras.
referred to at the start of my
Debo
statement.
confesar aquí
And I must
que
confess
nunca he
here that I have
entendido
never
cómo tanta
understood
gente ha
how
adoptado esta
so
horrible
many
visión
have
del
adopted
mundo,
this appalling worldview,
dado que el
given how
pueblo
much
judío ha
the
dado
Jewish
tanto
people have
material,
contributed
cultural y
materially,
espiritualmente al
culturally,
mundo.
and spiritually to
Y
the
sin
world.
embargo,
Yet,
lamentablemente esa
lamentably,
perversión
this
sigue
perversion
entre
persists
nosotros.
among us.
La única respuesta
The
es
only
estar
answer
alertos.
is
No al
to remain
odio.
vigilant, to say
Shoah
no to hatred.
nunca más.
Shoah never
Es por
again.
eso que el Paraguay ha
That is
sido
why Paraguay
uno
was
de los
one of the
primeros
first
países
countries
del
in the
mundo en
world to
designar tanto a
designate both
Hezbollah como a
Hezbollah
Hamas
and
como
Hamas as
organizaciones
international
terroristas
terrorist
internacionales
organizations,
y siempre ha censurado
and why it
profundamente
has
sus acciones
consistently
malvadas.
condemned their wicked acts.
Condeno decididamente a estas
I
organizaciones
decisively
criminales
condemn
una vez
these
más
criminal
hoy ante
organizations
todos
before you
ustedes.
all again today.
Mi país seguirá
My country will
oponiéndose a quienes
continue to
nieguen el
oppose
valor
those
sagrado
who
de la
deny
vida
the
humana,
sacred value of
idea
human life,
fundamental en
a
la visión
fundamental
paraguaya
idea
sobre
that
el ser humano.
underpins Paraguay's vision of the
Hacemos
human
también un llamado
person.
urgente para la
We
implementación
also
de una
urgently appeal
solución
for the
que
implementation of
alivie
a
la
solution that
situación
will
humanitaria
alleviate the
en
humanitarian
territorio
situation in
palestino,
the Palestinian
ponga fin a
territories,
la
bringing an
violencia
end to the
y
violence and
garantice la liberación
securing the
inmediata de
immediate
los
release
rehenes,
of the hostages,
promoviendo un diálogo
promoting a
constructivo
constructive
que
dialogue
conduzca
that leads
hacia la
towards
convivencia
peaceful
pacífica entre
coexistence
ambos
between
pueblos
both peoples
y sea
and
fuente de
lays
una
the
paz
foundations
duradera
for a
en la región del
lasting
Medio
peace in the
Oriente.
Middle East.
La diplomacia principista del Paraguay, basada en
Paraguay's
convicción
extremely
y
principled
no en mera
diplomacy based on
conveniencia,
conviction
también
rather than
explica
mere
la firmeza
convenience
moral que
also
tenemos sobre
explains
otra
the
democracia
moral
que
stance
enfrenta
that we have
amenazas
taken with
existenciales.
regard to another democracy facing
La coherencia
existential
en la
threats.
defensa de los valores
Consistency in
democráticos
defending democratic
no admite
values
geografías selectivas
doesn't allow
ni
for
cálculos de
selective geographies
conveniencia.
or
Los
calculations of
principios,
convenience.
cuando son
Principles,
genuinos,
when they are
se
genuine,
sostienen por su valor
stand
intrínseco,
by their
no por su
intrinsic
rentabilidad
worth, not
política.
by their political
Paraguay
profitability.
mantiene con orgullo
Paraguay has
67
proudly
años de relaciones
maintained
diplomáticas
67
con la
years of
República de
diplomatic
China,
relations
Taiwán.
with the Republic of China,
Esta amistad
Taiwan.
forjada en
This
valores
friendship,
democráticos
forged through
compartidos,
shared
ha
democratic
demostrado que la
values, has
cooperación entre
shown that
naciones
cooperation
puede
between
basarse
nations can be
en más
based
que en el
on
mero
more
interés.
than mere interest.
Seguramente esta decisión
Certainly,
nos
this
cuesta mucho
decision
económicamente,
costs us dearly
pero
economically,
créanme,
but believe
el valor
me,
de hacer lo
the
correcto no
value
tiene
of doing
precio.
what is right is
Las
priceless.
crecientes tensiones en el estrecho
The
de
growing
Taiwán nos
tensions in the
preocupan
Taiwan Strait deeply
profundamente.
concern us.
Los ejercicios militares cada vez más
Increasingly
agresivos,
aggressive
las
military
incursiones aéreas
exercises,
constantes,
constant aerial
la retórica
incursions,
belicista,
bellicose
todo
rhetoric.
apunta hacia
All
una
of this
escalada
points towards a
peligrosa que
dangerous
podría
escalation
desestabilizar
that
no
could
solo Asia,
destabilize not only
sino
Asia,
el orden global
but the
entero.
entire global order.
Señoras y señores,
Ladies and
hay que
gentlemen,
decirlo sin ser tibios
let
o
it be said
pusilánimes.
without timidity
Taiwán
or
merece
pusillanimity.
un lugar en este
Taiwan
foro.
deserves
Permítanme
a place
repetirlo.
in this forum.
Taiwán
Allow me to
se
repeat
merece
it.
un lugar
Taiwan
en este foro.
deserves a place
Es
in
una
this
cuestión de
forum.
estricta
This is a
justicia.
matter of strict justice.
Su exclusión del
Its
sistema de las
exclusion
Naciones
from the
Unidas
UN
es
system
una
is an
afrenta que
affront which
debilita la
undermines
legitimidad
the
de nuestras
legitimacy of our
instituciones.
institutions.
23 millones de personas
23 million
decentes, trabajadoras y dignas
hardworking and
no pueden
dignified
seguir
people
siendo
cannot remain
invisibles para el
invisible to
multilateralismo.
multilateralism.
Señores,
Ladies and
como en
gentlemen,
otros casos,
as in other
la
cases,
cuestión de
the
Taiwán y
question
su
of
estatus
Taiwan and its
internacional
international
también debe,
status
de
must
forma ineludible,
inevitably
ser
form
parte de los
part of
debates
the
de esta
discussions
Asamblea
of this
General.
General Assembly.
Es hora de cortar de raíz
It is
este
time
árbol de
to uproot
injusticia
this
que ya
tree of
tiene
injustice
décadas de
which has
crecimiento
grown for
y
decades
dar lugar a
and
China,
to
Taiwán
give
en
a
las
place
Naciones
to
Unidas.
Taiwan, China in
Estas
the
posiciones
United Nations.
principistas, basadas en convicciones y no
These
en
principal positions
conveniencias,
based on
dan
conviction
al
and not
Paraguay algo
convenience
que es
give Paraguay
relativamente escaso
something
en estos
relatively
días:
scarce these days,
genuina
which is
autoridad moral
genuine moral
para
authority
discutir los
to
problemas que
discuss
nos
the
aquejan.
problems that afflict us.
En este contexto de crisis global, Paraguay
Against
se
this
reafirma como
backdrop
una
of global
potencia media,
crisis, Paraguay
con un rol
stands
central en
as
la
a
construcción de consensos
an
y en el
intermediate
fortalecimiento
power
del sistema
with a central role
multilateral.
in building consensus and
Los hechos
strengthening the
respaldan
multilateral
nuestras palabras.
systems.
Paraguay procede
Our words are backed
con
up with
un
facts. Paraguay
característico
has
espíritu
a
constructivo
characteristic
en los debates del
constructive
sistema
spirit in
multilateral.
multilateral debates.
En línea con este
In line
protagonismo
with
activo,
our
actualmente
active
mi país
leading
es
role,
miembro
my
del
country
Consejo
is
Económico y
currently a
Social
member of the
y
Economic and
contamos con
Social
expertos
Council. We
nacionales
have
en el
national
Tribunal del Mar,
experts on
el
the
Comité de
Tribunal
Derechos
for the Law of the
Humanos,
Sea,
el
the
Comité
Human
de
Rights
Derechos Económicos,
Committee, the
Sociales
Committee on
y
Economic,
Culturales
Social and
y la
Cultural
Junta
Rights,
Internacional
and
de
the International
Fiscalización de
Narcotics Control Board,
Estupefacientes y la Comisión
as well as the
Consultiva en
Advisory
Asuntos
Committee on Administrative
Administrativos
and
y
Budgetary
de Presupuesto,
Questions,
entre otros.
among others.
En el periodo 2026-2027
Over the term
aspiramos
2026 to
a la presidencia del
2027, we
Buró de la
aspire to
Sexta
the
Comisión de
presidency
la
of the
Asamblea
Bureau of the
General
Sixth
y
Committee of the General
asumiremos la
Assembly, and
responsabilidad
we shall
de ser
take up
miembros de la
membership
Comisión
in
de
the
Consolidación de la Paz.
PBC.
Queridos amigos, el
Dear
Paraguay
friends,
está de pie y listo para
Paraguay
tomar
stands
su lugar
ready
en el
to take
concierto de
its
las
place in the
naciones,
concert of
no
nations,
como una mera voz
not
periférica,
as
sino como un
a
verdadero
mere voice
actor
on the
protagónico en la
periphery, but
búsqueda
rather
de
as a true
soluciones en los
protagonist
problemas
seeking
globales.
solutions to global
Por eso,
problems.
el Paraguay acepta
Thus,
y se
Paraguay
compromete
accepts
con los
and
objetivos
commits to
propuestos en la
the
iniciativa
objectives set out in the
UN
Secretary
80
General's
del
UN
secretario
80
general,
initiative.
las cuales
These
incluyen la
include
búsqueda de
the
mayor
quest for
eficiencia en
greater
la
efficiency
utilización de
in
los
resource
recursos
use,
existentes, la
simplification of
simplificación de
processes,
los procesos y
and
la
the
revisión de la
review of
implementación de los
mandate
mandatos.
implementation.
Por eso, el Paraguay exige la
We therefore
implementación del
demand the
balance
implementation
geográfico
of
en la
a
designación
geographic
del
balance
próximo
in the
secretario
appointment of the
general
next
para
Secretary
fortalecer
General.
la
This would
legitimidad y
strengthen
la
the legitimacy and
representatividad de esta
representation of this
organización.
organization.
En dicho proceso,
In this
estamos
process, we
convencidos
are
debe
convinced
mirarse a
that we must
nuestra,
pay
a nuestra
that attention
región,
must be paid
que
to our
cuenta con
region.
candidaturas que cumplen
Since
con
we
los
have
más
candidates
altos
meeting the
estándares de
highest standards of
experiencia,
experience,
integridad,
integrity,
visión y
vision,
sobre todo
and above all,
liderazgo para generar puentes que
leadership to
nos
build
ayuden a
bridges,
superar
helping us to
los
overcome
desafíos con
challenges
impacto global
that
y
are
riesgo
global
sistémico.
in nature and that
Por eso,
also pose
Paraguay
systemic risk.
exige la reforma
We
profunda del
therefore
Consejo
call
de
for a
Seguridad
deep reform of the
para
Security
evitar que se
Council
vuelva
to prevent
prescindible
it
dentro de un
becoming
multilateralismo que
dispensable within a
precisa dar
multilateral
soluciones
system
a
that
los
must
numerosos
provide
conflictos
solutions to the
actuales,
numerous current
tanto
conflicts,
aquellos
both
entre estados
those between
como los
states and
causados
those
por
caused
actores no
by
estatales.
non-state actors.
Por eso, pedimos aquí posiciones más
We
flexibles
call,
para que el
therefore, for
Consejo
more
de
flexible
Seguridad
positions so that the
vuelva a ser
Security Council
verdaderamente
can once again
representativo
become
en su
truly
membresía
representative in its
y
membership
recupere la
and regain
eficacia en el
effectiveness
cumplimiento de
as
su
it
misión.
fulfills its mission.
Reclamamos la
We
eliminación
call
del
for the
veto,
elimination of the
lo que
veto,
dará más
which
legitimidad al
would bestow
organismo
greater
y
legitimacy on the
permitirá
body and
que la
would
ONU,
enable
como
the UN
organización
as a
universal,
universal
vuelva a ser
organization
protagonista
to
en
once
la
again play a
determinación de
leading
las
role
soluciones
in
a los grandes
finding
desafíos que
solutions to
enfrenta
the great
nuestro mundo.
challenges facing our world.
Señora Presidenta,
Madam
distinguidos
President,
delegados,
distinguished delegates,
sé que el panorama que he presentado
I
hasta
know
aquí
that the picture
no
I've
es el
painted
mejor,
here is not the
incluso es sombrío,
brightest. Indeed, it
pero he
is
preferido
rather
hablar con la
somber.
verdad, sin rodeos,
But I
para no
prefer to
subestimar
speak
la gravedad de
truthfully
nuestra
so
situación
as to not
actual.
underestimate the gravity
aún
of our
así,
current situation.
Optimista de
And
alma
yet,
como soy,
Optimistic as I
no
am,
puedo evitar
I can't
decirlo.
avoid saying this.
Miro al futuro con una gran esperanza.
I look to the future
Como
with
dijo el
great
gran
hope.
escritor
As the great
William
writer
Faulkner,
William
yo
Faulkner
creo
said,
que la
I
humanidad no
believe that
solo
humanity
perdurará,
will not merely
sino
endure,
prevalecerá.
it will prevail.
Con todos nuestros defectos,
With all of
cuando
our
trabajamos
flaws,
en
when we work
conjunto,
together,
cuando anteponemos la
when we
solidaridad
place
sobre los
solidarity
separatismos,
above
el
division,
diálogo sobre la
dialogue above
violencia,
violence,
la tolerancia sobre el
tolerance
odio,
above hatred,
la humanidad es capaz de
humanity
grandes
is
cosas.
capable of great things.
La construcción del futuro
Building the
no es
future
posible solo
is not
formulando un
possible
deseo.
merely by
La
wishing
construcción del
it.
futuro
Building the
requiere
future
intención,
requires
persistencia,
intention,
constancia
persistence,
y disciplina.
constancy and
Siempre
discipline.
digo y hoy lo
I
repito,
always say, and I'll
no
repeat
hay
it here
atajos
today,
para el
there are no
desarrollo,
shortcuts to
solo
development,
existe el trabajo duro.
just hard work.
Pero las palabras ya no bastan. Nuestros
But
pueblos
words are
están
no longer
hartos
enough.
de las
Our
promesas
peoples
vacías,
are tired of empty
de declaraciones
promises, of
grandilocuentes
grandiose
que no se
declarations that
traducen
don't
en pan
lead to
sobre la
bread on the
mesa,
table,
en seguridad en las
safety in their
calles, en
streets,
educación
or
para sus
education
hijos.
for their children.
Como cualquier relación cuya
Just
confianza
like in
ha
any
sido rota,
relationship where trust
la
is broken
clave para
down,
recobrarla
the key
es mostrar
to
resultados.
recovering it is to show
La democracia
results.
debe demostrar que puede cumplir,
Democracy must
que puede generar
demonstrate that it can
prosperidad,
deliver, that
que
it can
puede
generate
asegurar la
prosperity,
justicia,
and it can
que
secure
puede
justice,
ofrecer
offer
esperanza,
hope, be a
que puede
democracy
ser una
with
democracia con rostro
a
humano,
human face
con contenido
and
social,
with a social
como la que han
heart,
defendido los grandes
as defended
ideólogos
by the
de mi
great
propia
thinkers of my
nucleación
own
política,
political
como
movement,
Ignacio
such as
Apane,
Ignacio
Fulgencio R.
Apane,
Moreno o
Juan
Juan
León
León
Mallorquín, and Fulgencio
Todo
R. Moreno.
esto lo ha venido demostrando mi partido
My party
en
has been
función de
demonstrating
gobierno del
all of
Paraguay
this in
en las
office in
últimas
Paraguay
décadas.
over the last few
De que es
decades.
posible
We have
crecer
been showing that it is
económicamente con
possible to
justicia,
grow
con
economically with
democracia y
justice,
con
with
derechos
democracy,
humanos.
and with human rights.
No lo digo con arrogancia,
I'm
sino
not
con la
saying this
humildad que nos
arrogantly, but
caracteriza a
rather
todos los
with the
paraguayos.
humility that
Humildad
characterizes
que nace de una
Paraguayans.
historia de
This is
grandeza,
a humility
pero
born of a
también de una
history of
historia de
greatness, but
sufrimiento.
also suffering.
Los paraguayos conocemos el
Paraguayans
eterno
know the
ciclo del
eternal
la tragedia.
of
Hemos tenido que
suffering, crisis,
reinventarnos y
tragedy. We
resurgir
have
de
had
las
to
cenizas.
reinvent ourselves
Y en ese
and
noble
rise from the
proceso construimos el
ashes.
Paraguay
And in
de
that
hoy.
noble process, we have
Finalmente
built the
está
Paraguay
siendo
that
reconocido por lo
today
que
is
es,
finally being recognized
un
for what it
gigante
is,
que resurge.
a giant that is
Mientras el
re-emerging.
mundo se tambalea, nosotros
While the
estamos
world is
construyendo
faltering,
algo
we are
diferente,
building something
un modelo que
different.
funciona,
A model that
un
is
modelo que
working,
genera
a model
confianza
that
porque
inspires
genera
confidence because
resultados.
it's delivering
Los
results.
números hablan por sí solos.
The numbers speak
Tuvimos
for
un crecimiento
themselves.
económico
We
del
have seen
5.2%
economic
en
growth
el
of
primer semestre del
5.9% in the
2025,
first
mientras
quarter
que la
of this
región
year,
crecía apenas al 2%.
while at the same time the regional
Nuestra
average
inflación
barely reached
se encuentra
2%.
controlada
Our
en menos
inflation
del
stands
5%,
controlled
por
at
debajo del promedio regional.
4.2%, which is
Avanzamos
below the
firmemente hacia la
regional average.
convergencia fiscal
We are advancing
post-pandemia.
firmly towards
Nuestro déficit
post-pandemic
fiscal
fiscal
vuelve al
convergence. Our fiscal
1,5%
deficit
para el
has
próximo
returned
año.
to
Nuestro
1.5%
desempleo
in the national
se
budget for
encuentra
next
hoy
year.
en los
Our
mínimos
unemployment
históricos.
levels have fallen to
Pero el
historic lows,
crecimiento sin justicia
5.6% in the
social es
first quarter
vacío.
this year.
Por eso
But
implementamos
growth without
programas
social
ambiciosos que
justice
están
is
transformando la
worthless.
vida
That's why we
de
are
las
implementing ambitious
personas más
programs to
vulnerables.
transform lives.
Nuestro programa de hambre cero en
Our
las
Zero
escuelas
Hunger in Schools
alimenta
program
diariamente a más de 1
feeds
millón
more
de
than
niños
1
en
million
7.000
children a
escuelas.
day in
Cheroga
7,000
Porá
schools.
está convirtiendo a miles de
Cheroga
familias
Porá is
trabajadoras
turning
en
thousands of
propietarias
working
de su
families
propia
into
vivienda.
homeowners.
Por primera vez,
For the
el
first
Estado
time,
ofrece
the
créditos
state is
hipotecarios
offering
con cuotas
mortgages
equivalentes
with
a lo que sería un
payments
alquiler.
equivalent to rent,
Transformamos un gasto
transforming
mensual
a
en
monthly
patrimonio
expense
familiar.
into family wealth.
Resalto que 120.000
I stress
personas
that
salieron de la pobreza en solo un año. La
1,000
pobreza extrema
people
cayó
emerged
al
from poverty in a single
4.1,
year.
el nivel más bajo de
Extreme
nuestra
poverty
historia.
fell to 4.1%,
Pero nada
which is the
de
lowest
esto
level in
sería
our modern
posible
history.
sin instituciones
But none of
sólidas.
this would have been
Por eso
possible without
emprendimos
solid
un proceso de
institutions.
reformas
That's why we've
audaces.
undertaken bold
Impulsamos la ley
reforms.
del servicio
We
civil
promoted
para
the Civil
profesionalizar
Service
la
Act to
función pública,
professionalize
terminando
civil
con décadas
service,
de
ending with
clientelismo.
decades of
Con la ley de
clientelism.
integridad y transparencia,
We have
creamos
the
mecanismos reales de
Integrity and
control y
Transparency
rendición de
Act,
cuentas,
creating true
fortaleciendo a la
oversight and
Contraloría General de
accountability
la
mechanisms and
República.
strengthening the office of
Aprobamos la
the
ley del
Controller
Registro
General.
Nacional
We've
Unificado,
adopted a
una ley que
National
propone
Unified
una
Registry
transformación
Act,
estructural
which
y
proposes
ordena,
structural
luego de más de
transformation
100 años,
and, after
la
100
propiedad
years,
inmobiliaria en
orders
Paraguay.
land ownership in Paraguay.
El resultado,
The
en
outcome of
julio del
this
año
is that in
pasado,
July
el Paraguay
last year,
alcanzó el grado de
Paraguay
inversión
achieved
por
investment
primera vez en su
grade for the
historia.
first time in its history.
Distinguidos delegados,
Distinguished delegates,
el modelo de Paraguay
the
no es
Paraguayan
perfecto,
model is
desde
not
luego.
perfect, of
Tenemos
course not.
enormes desafíos
We face
y
huge
falta mucho
challenges and
todavía.
much remains to be
Pero
done.
estamos cambiando la
But we
realidad.
are changing
Estamos
reality.
demostrando
We
hoy
are showing
Paraguay no
today
es solo
that
un
Paraguay
país.
is not merely
Al
a
decir del
country.
presidente de la
As the president
Federación
of the
del
International
Automovilismo,
Automobile
Mohamed Ben
Federation,
Sulayem,
Mohamed
durante
Ben
la
Sulayem
celebración del
said,
Rally Mundial en Paraguay, el Paraguay
Paraguay
es el
is
país.
the country.
Señora Presidenta, distinguidos
Madam
delegados,
President, distinguished
comencé este
delegates,
discurso con algunas advertencias
I began this
bastante
speech with
oscuras
some
sobre el
rather
estado de la
somber warnings
democracia
about the
global
state of
y
global
nuestras
democracy
sociedades.
and our societies.
Los tiempos son graves
The
y hay
times are
mucho de qué
grave and there
preocuparse.
is much to worry
Pero
about.
no quiero terminar con una
But I do
nota
not wish to
pesimista.
end on a
Un
pessimistic
futuro
note.
distinto,
A
mejor,
different,
más
better,
luminoso es
brighter
posible.
future is possible.
Depende solamente de nosotros,
It
de
just
todos
depends
nosotros,
on all of us.
de diagnosticar
It
los
depends on
problemas
our
con
ability
valentía
to
y
diagnose the
enfrentarlos con
problems with
perseverancia y
courage and to
convicción.
confront them with perseverance
El
and
futuro no
conviction.
está predeterminado.
The
El
future
Paraguay
isn't
es prueba viviente de
predetermined.
que
Paraguay is
incluso,
living proof
a pesar
that
del
despite
caos y
the
la
chaos and
desolación de la
desolation
guerra,
of war,
es posible
it is
reconstruir.
possible to rebuild.
Es posible
It
compatibilizar
is
la
possible
prosperidad
to
con justicia,
reconcile
el
prosperity with
crecimiento con
justice, growth with
sostenibilidad, la
sustainability,
apertura con
openness with
soberanía.
sovereignty.
Paraguay está listo, queridos amigos, para ser
Paraguay,
parte
dear
de la
friends, stands
solución.
ready to be part of
El
the
gigante
solution.
dormido de
The
Sudamérica
sleeping giant
ha
of South
despertado y
America has
resurge
awoken
con fuerza.
and is re-emerging with
Estamos
strength.
listos para ser un
We are ready
protagonista
to
central en la
be
lucha
a
por los
central
grandes valores de la
protagonist in the
humanidad,
struggle for
para ser
humanity's
un actor
great values, to
protagónico en
be
el
a
concierto de
leading
las
actor in the
naciones,
concert of nations.
porque creemos en un
Because
futuro
we
donde
believe
la
in a future where
democracia no
democracy
solo sobreviva, sino
does
que
not merely
florezca.
survive, but
Porque
flourishes.
creemos en un futuro en el
Because
que
we
el
believe in a
desarrollo
future in which
llegue a
development
todos y no
reaches
solo a unos
everyone, not
pocos.
just a few.
Porque creemos en
Because
un
we
futuro
believe in a
donde la
future where
cooperación se basa en
cooperation
valores
is based on
compartidos
shared
y
values,
no en meras
not on
conveniencias.
mere convenience.
Porque creemos
Because
en
we
un
believe in
futuro
a
donde la
future
confianza
where
se gane
trust
con
is
resultados,
earned with
no
results,
con retórica.
not with rhetoric.
Porque creemos
Because we believe,
efectivamente
indeed,
que la humanidad
that
no solo
humanity will not
perdurará,
merely
sino
endure,
que
but will
prevalecerá.
prevail.
Ese futuro distinto
That
es
That different
posible.
future
Los
is
paraguayos
possible.
lo estamos
Paraguayans
construyendo
are
todos los
building it
días.
every day.
Los invito a
I invite
construirlo con
you to build
nosotros,
it with
todos
us,
juntos,
together,
para dejar un
to leave
futuro mejor
behind a
a
better
nuestros
world for our
hijos y
children
nietos.
and our
Un
grandchildren.
mundo con más
A world
democracia,
with more
con más
democracy,
libertad,
more
con
freedom,
más tolerancia,
more tolerance,
con más
more
justicia.
justice.
Un mundo en
A
el que la
world
esperanza
in
derrote al
which
pesimismo,
hope defeats
la luz se
pessimism,
imponga sobre
in
la
which
oscuridad
light overcomes
y el bien
darkness and
triunfe
good
victorioso
triumphs
por siempre
forever
y
and
para siempre
always
sobre el mal.
over evil.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Paraguay. The Assembly now will hear an address by His Excellency Alar Karis, President of the Republic of Estonia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. United Nations is an idea of a better world. It is an idea that is not an abstract construction nor an empty declaration, but carefully crafted agreement. The grand agreement that is the basis of a current multilateral world order. An agreement designed to protect international peace and foster prosperity. An agreement to ensure a free and dignified life for everybody. An agreement that is based on the understanding that destruction and horrors of war must not be repeated. Unfortunately, the international law-based multilateral system with the UN and its charter at the core that are supposed to keep us all safe is increasingly under strain. Its fundamental principles are violated in numerous conflicts across the world. Brutality prevails. We simply cannot let this go on. We all should be asking, what kind of future do we want? Will it be a world dominated by barbaric use of force and violence, where might is always right? Or do we want a peaceful and prosperous world, where law and order, justice and universally agreed rules and principles prevail? This question is relevant for everyone in this room, despite the distance of our own homes from front lines in Ukraine, Gaza, Sudan, or DRC. Multilateral world order based on international law and the principles of the UN Charter must be maintained and strengthened. What our peoples are expecting from us as world leaders today is to bring back the San Francisco spirit, to preserve peace and to enforce the principles of the UN Charter. Ladies and gentlemen, Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine constitutes one of the gravest breaches in international law and the UN Charter since its adoption 80 years ago. Despite repeated calls by the General Assembly to stop the aggression and set the course towards peace, Russia continues its savage assault on the Ukrainian state and nation. Russia's war and its war crimes undermining the reputation and credibility both of the Security Council and the entire United Nations. This blatant assault on the principles of Charter is undermining the multilateralism, global peace and security. Regrettably, as we speak, Russia is targeting Ukrainian kindergartens, schools, hospitals, nurseries with missiles, drones, gliding bombs, mines, shells and bullets. The same permanent member has been systematically abducting and deporting Ukrainian children, erasing their identity and forcing them into integration. A human suffering in Ukraine has reached unprecedented levels. Only the Human Rights Monitoring Mission in Ukraine has documented the death of at least 40,000 civilians, including almost 1,000 children, and for about 35,000 civilians injured, including more than 2,000 children. The death toll increases with every year, month, week, and day. In total disregard of President Zelensky agreeing to ceasefire in March and the recent peace efforts by the United States, Russia has significantly intensified its campaign of terror with a barrage of drone and missile strikes on civilian targets. It is evident that Russia has no intention of agreeing to a ceasefire, let alone a lasting peace. Russia's objectives have not changed. They remain of the subjugation of all the Ukraine and the reshaping of Europe's security order to satisfy Russia's own neo-colonial and imperial ambitions. The increasing violations of neighboring countries' airspace by Russian drones and missiles are yet another escalation and a stark reminder of Russia's aggression threatens not only Ukraine, but the security of the entire region. Hereby, I have to regrettably tell you that just weekdays ago, the Russian fighter planes violated Estonian airspace, a hostile act that is part of a pattern of similar recent incidents happening on the European Union's eastern border. Therefore, the only viable way forward towards a ceasefire and just and lasting peace is to increase collective international pressure on Russia to force them to peace in Ukraine and to act in a way that is expected from the permanent member of the Security Council. Let me assure that my own country, Estonia, will continue to do everything possible to reinforce Ukraine's ability to defend itself in full conformity with Article 51 of the United Charter. Doing so, we are defending the sovereign equality of all member states, large and small, one of the core principles of which the United Nations was founded. We are also advocating for making Russia accountable for its crimes in Ukraine, including for the crime of aggression, as we know too well that impunity only leads to new crimes, new suffering, and even greater injustice. Ladies and gentlemen, the international law-based multilateral system has also failed to protect Palestinians and Israelis. Having visited both Israel and Palestine this year, I witnessed firsthand the devastating impact of a long-lasting conflict. Hamas's brutal terrorist attacks on October 7 have been condemned by the whole world. Hamas cannot have any role in the future governance of Gaza and Palestine. It has to be guaranteed that the horrors of a terrorist would never be repeated. However, ordinary people and children in Gaza must not be the ones to pay the price. I am devastated that so many innocent lives, including children's lives, have been lost due to the military action, starvation, and the spread of disease. The promise of international humanitarian law was to ensure that people do not suffer during their armed conflicts. And yet, what has unfolded in Gaza has crossed all red lines. Estonia has supported all efforts for a ceasefire that would end the killing, destruction of lives, and bring all the hostages home. In order to alleviate the unbearable humanitarian situation, Israel must fully respect international humanitarian law and implement its commitments regarding access and delivery of humanitarian aid and security of all workers. In order to truly end the cycle of violence, we need a comprehensive political process with the end goal 2 states, Israel and Palestine, living side by side in peace and security. In command of efforts of France and Saudi Arabia to step up international action to implement the 2-state solution. Dear friends, the United Nations must be capable of fulfilling its core functions. In order to face the multitude of current global challenges, all the pillars of the UN, peace and security, human rights and sustainable development have to be strengthened. Estonia, therefore, supports an ambitious system-wide reform of the United Nations. This is not only an issue of monetary efficiency and financial discipline, it's a structural problem and credibility question for the UN. For this reason, we are fully behind the Secretary General in endeavors in pushing the UN 80 reform vigorously forward. Within this transformation, the reform of the Security Council is of central importance. Estonia supports the expansion of the Security Council membership so that it would include countries that have, inter alia, demonstrated their unwavering commitment to the international law and the principle of UN Charter, and have consistently acted in accordance with these principles. Furthermore, if we want to have functional and respected Council, we also need to restrict the use, or rather abuse, of the veto, increase the transparency of the Council's work and its accountability. Last but not least, we also need to ensure transparency when it comes to the selection of the next Secretary General of the United Nations. After 80 years of men-only leadership, we are very supportive to the idea that based on a fair process seeking the most qualified candidate, it is high time for a woman to be chosen as a UN Secretary General. We need to put forward ambitious selection criteria, clear timeline, and assure greater role of a General Assembly in this process. Given the current credibility crisis of the UN, we cannot afford to fall short in the selection process. Dear ladies and gentlemen, sustainable development with clearly defined goals remains a central focus of the UN. We have to redouble our united efforts to address global challenges, like the effects of ongoing climate change, which are getting worse in all parts of the world. The upcoming COP30 in Brazil should be a turning point. Countries should submit strong climate plans. These plans should cover all parts of the economy and follow a 1.3 degree goal of the Paris Agreement. Substantial progress during this decade is crucial. We must work together to triple renewable energy production by 2030, because this is the most effective way to reduce emissions. Estonia shows that this is possible. We used to rely on oil shale, a local fossil fuel, for our energy production, but today nearly 40% of our electricity comes from renewable sources. This change happened because of political will and private investments. Let us now raise our ambition together, like we did when we agreed on a World Cleanup Day to be acted upon on 20th September at Estonia's initiative and example worldwide. Not to celebrate it, but to do it. Dear colleagues, in myriad of challenges we face, accessible education is a prerequisite of understanding the current problems, learning from the mistakes of the past, and crafting a better world. Estonian educational system ranks high in many international rankings. We see how this has had an impact to many other fields where Estonia has been doing well, including digital governance, media freedom, and innovation. Our goal is to share with our partners, including through UNICEF board, our diverse experience in innovation, in education, developing educational policies, reforming education, and improving the availability of high-quality education. Every situation, every culture, every context is unique and requires specifically developed solutions. However, allow me to draw your attention to one of specific experience of ours. In 1991, at the start of the Internet revolution, we decided to radically integrate computers and Internet into our educational system. The program Tiger Leap, which had the aim of opening a computer class in every Estonian school within a year, was a cornerstone of Estonia becoming one of the most digital societies in the world today. The world today looks different from the one 34 years ago. But new technology is there again and waiting to put it into the best use. Therefore, Estonia is making a new leap, the artificial intelligence leap. We are again providing the best technological tools available to our students and teachers so that we keep comparative edge in education for years to come. Equipping citizens with the skills to use AI wisely and responsibly is essential. AI must serve dignity, development, and human rights, not the other way around. In Estonia, we believe in innovation, and we are most ready to develop new tailor-made solutions with our good partners all around the globe. In collaboration with the International Telecommunication Union and Germany, Estonia co-founded the CovStack initiative. This innovative platform provides governments with digital public infrastructure toolbox aimed at modernizing digital services by creating modular, open source, and scalable framework for governments worldwide. Dear Member States, whichever global problem we approach, we have to build human rights and basic freedom. Yet today, human rights and fundamental freedoms are increasingly under pressure worldwide. This is a deeply worrying trend that demands our collective response. This is the idea that guides us also on the way to becoming a member of a Human Rights Council for a period of 2026-2028. And I would ask your support at the election next month. Our priorities during our membership are the promotion and protection of children's rights, safeguarding digital rights and reducing the digital divide, and advancing media reform. All three are critical for advancing democracy and protecting international law-based multilateral world order. We are capable of learning as human beings and as a mankind. We learn from mistakes. We get up and will do better. Let us do it. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Estonia. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Javier Gerardo Milei, President of Argentina Republic. I request the protocol to exhort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
A las autoridades de las Naciones Unidas, a los
United
representantes de los
Nations,
países
nations
miembros,
authorities,
y a todos los
representatives
ciudadanos
of
del mundo que
member
sigan
states,
atentamente esta
all
cumbre,
citizens
buenos días.
closely following this summit, good
El año
morning to
pasado me
you
paré ante
all.
ustedes
Last
en
year
esta
I
misma
stood here
asamblea
before you at
y
this very
presenté
same
una nueva
assembly
orientación en
and
política
I
exterior para la
outlined
Argentina.
a new direction that
Sostuvimos que era
Argentina's foreign
imperativo un
policy
retorno a las ideas de la libertad,
going to take.
a los principios
We asserted
inmortales
that
que
it was
sostienen la
imperative to
dignidad de la
return to
vida,
the
la
ideas of
libertad
freedom, the
y
immortal
la propiedad de
principles
todos
that
los
underpin the
individuos bajo
dignity
la
of
ley.
life, freedom and
La necesidad de
property.
que la
These are
cooperación
rights that all
internacional
individuals
tenga
should
como fin
enjoy under the
precisamente
law. We
asegurarlas.
asserted that there was a need
Sin
for
embargo,
international
advertí
cooperation
que la
to
ONU
aim
se
to
había
guarantee
alejado de
those
su norte
rights.
en las
However, I
últimas
also
décadas.
warned that the UN had
El
cast
exitoso
aside
modelo
what
de
has been
Naciones Unidas
had
que
been its
hablaba de la
lodestar in
necesidad de
recent
paz y
decades.
victoria
The successful
y que
model
se
of the
fundaba en la
United Nations
cooperación de los
spoke of the need for
Estados-nación
peace without
se vio
victory.
reemplazado
It was
por un
grounded in
modelo de
cooperation
gobierno
between
supranacional de
nation
burócratas
states. It was, however,
internacionales
replaced
que
by a
buscan imponerle a los
supranational
ciudadanos del
model
mundo
of government
un modo de
comprising
vivir
international
determinado.
bureaucrats that sought to impose on
Así es como
citizens
pasamos de
across
una
the world a
organización que
specific way of
pretendía
life.
mediar la paz entre
The
pares
United Nations
a una
has moved from an
organización que pretende
organization that
decidir
sought to
no
mediate peace
solo qué
between
debe hacer
peers to
cada
an organization
Estado-nación,
that claimed
sino
not
también
only
cada
to
uno de los
decide
individuos
what
en las
every
distintas
nation
latitudes
state
del
does, but
planeta.
also what all individuals, wherever they may
Nosotros
be in the
creemos en
world,
el
must
fin
do. We
original de
believe
este
in the
organismo.
original
Creemos
aim
que
and purpose of this
existen problemas
organization.
globales
We
que
believe that there
requieren del
are
diálogo y
global
la
problems
cooperación
which require
internacional
dialogue and
para ser
international
resueltos.
cooperation if they are to be resolved.
Pero para eso
However, for
debemos
that
rechazar
reason, and
estas
to achieve that goal,
extralimitaciones
we
que a
must
menudo
reject
acompañan
these
a las
abuses of
agendas
authority
nobles.
that often go
Como
hand in hand
sostuvimos
with
el año
noble
pasado,
agendas. As we
no
maintained
acompañaremos
last year,
nunca el
we will never
cercenamiento de
support the
libertades individuales,
amputation of
comerciales
individual
ni la
or
violación de los
commercial
derechos
freedoms,
naturales
nor
de
will we
los ciudadanos de
support
los
the
Estados miembros.
violation of natural
Y
rights of
durante el
citizens
último
of
año y
member
medio
states. In the
hemos
last year
votado
and
en
a half, we
consecuencia.
have voted in accordance with
Esto
that
lo digo a
principle.
sabiendas de que
I'm
muchos no
saying this
comparten
to
mis
you, well
palabras,
aware
porque
that
como
many of you
siempre
don't
dije,
share
es
my
preferible
views.
decir una verdad
But
incómoda que
as
una
I've
mentira
always said, it's
confortable.
preferable to say an uncomfortable
En
truth
esta
than to speak
línea,
a comforting
hoy
lie.
quiero
In
hablarles
that vein,
acerca
today
de
I
un
want to
problema
talk to you about a
específico que
specific
enfrentan todos
problem
los países
facing all
modernos.
modern countries. As
Actualmente,
things
en
stand,
todo el mundo
the
se está
world
planteando una contradicción
is
entre el
seeming
presente y el
to
futuro.
pit
Un
the
problema
present
de
against the
índole
future and
política,
seeing it as a
económica y
contradiction. This
filosófica,
is a
en
political,
cuya
economic
respuesta
and
se juega el
philosophical
destino de la humanidad toda.
problem. And the response to that
Si lo llevamos a los términos de
problem and that
comodidad e
opposition will
incomodidad que he
determine the course
planteado,
of humankind.
el mundo
If
entero
we
parece estar
push to the
estancado en el
end
confort
this
del
idea of
presente,
comfort versus
haciendo caso
discomfort,
omiso a las
the entire
consecuencias que
world,
esto pueda traer en el
I would
futuro.
say that now the entire
Como
world
la
seems
incomodidad le
stagnating
resta
in the
voto y
comfort at the
poder a
present,
quien lo asume,
overlooking the
los
consequences
dirigentes
that will have
prefieren
for the
hacer
future.
todo lo que está a su
Given that
alcance para
doing what
mantener
is
el statu
uncomfortable
quo
seems to
heredado,
strip votes and power from
aunque
those
sea a
that take
costa de
it
las
on.
consecuencias
Leaders
futuras.
prefer to do
Incendian
everything
el
in their
futuro
power
para
to
mantener
protect the
caliente el
status quo that
presente.
they inherited, and
Así,
they do
los
so
estados
disregarding
contemporáneos
future
han entrado en una
consequences. They
dinámica
light
muy
a
compleja
fire
de
to
revertir,
heat
en
the
la que los
future and
incentivos tanto de la
heat the present
población
and
como de los
disregard the
políticos
future.
apuntan
Modern
a
states have
privilegiar
thus entered
el
into a very
repartir la
complex
riqueza de
dynamic
hoy
from which
por
they
sobre
cannot
generar la
return.
riqueza de mañana.
Incentives both for
En todo
the
momento,
people and
los tomadores
politicians
de
mean that we
decisiones
tend
tienen
to
frente a
talk
sí
about
la
the
decisión
distribution
de
of wealth
o bien
today,
preservar el legado
overlooking
que
the
les
need
fue
to compile
encomendado
wealth for
o
tomorrow.
bien destruirlo.
Currently,
Este
decision
legado puede
makers
ser
are facing
riqueza
the decision.
acumulada, capacidad
Either they
productiva,
preserve the
leyes
legacy that was
o
entrusted
cualquier
to
cosa
them,
que
or they
haga al bien
destroy
común.
this legacy
Por
can
lo
be
general,
accumulated wealth, productive
si
capacity,
incineran su
laws, or
legado,
any other
si optan por la
thing that serves
comodidad,
the common
tendrán
good.
grandes
In
beneficios
general, they tend to
presentes, pero sufriendo
they,
costos futuros aún
if they burn
mayores.
their legacy, if they
Si
opt
yo
to continue
dispongo de
with
un
what's
ahorro hoy,
comfortable, they'll
lo
have
pierdo
a
para
lot
mañana.
of profit
Si
and
lo
benefit in
mantienen
the
por el
future,
otro
but there
lado,
will be great
preservan el
future
crecimiento y la
costs.
prosperidad
What you
tanto de
put
sí
aside
mismos
today, you
como de
lose
las
for
generaciones
tomorrow.
futuras.
They seem
Es
to be
decir,
preserving growth
es
and
necesario
prosperity in the
encontrar un
present
equilibrio
and
para
casting
que el
aside
pan
the
de hoy
well-being
no
of future
signifique hambre para
generations.
mañana
We
y
need to
así
find a
poder
balance,
garantizar un
meaning
incremento
that
sostenido
eating
del
bread
bienestar,
today doesn't mean we'll
algo
go
que los
hungry
economistas
tomorrow. We
llamamos
need to
crecimiento
guarantee
económico.
sustained growth and well-being.
Dicho
That's
crecimiento a
something
veces se podrá sentir
economists
lento
call
y a veces
economic
podrá verse
growth.
frenado
That growth can
momentáneamente
sometimes
porque
seem
el
slow and
progreso
sometimes
nunca es
halt
lineal.
briefly because
Pero es
progress is never
precisamente
linear,
con
but
su
it's
consistencia a
precisely
largo plazo
long-term,
lo que ha
consistent
revolucionado
growth that
sistemáticamente el
systematically
mundo y ha sacado a miles de
revolutionized the
millones
world
de la
and
pobreza.
has wrenched
La
thousands of
diferencia entre
millions of
crecer
people
0
from
y crecer
poverty. The
2%
difference
a largo
between zero
plazo
growth and
es la
2%
diferencia
growth in
entre
the
el
long term is
estancamiento
the
y la
difference
prosperidad.
between stagnation and
Los
prosperity.
argentinos
The
sabemos mucho
Argentinian
del tema,
people know a great
siendo el
deal
único
about this
país de la
issue because
región
we're
que
the
no
only
creció en
country
los
in the
últimos
region
15
that
años.
hasn't experienced
En el
growth in the
plano
last
legal,
15 years.
la condición del
Or
crecimiento es
in
la
the
sacralidad
legal-
de la
in
propiedad y
legal
del libre
terms,
mercado,
growth, the
que no es
condition
otra
for
cosa
growth
que
is
la libre
respecting the
cooperación
sanctity
entre
of property
pares.
and the free
Porque
market.
sin derecho
And
de
that
propiedad
means
no hay
nothing other
ahorro,
than
sin
ensuring free
ahorro
trade
y
between
capacidad de
peers
intercambiarlo
and free
libremente no hay
cooperation
inversión,
between peers.
y
Without
sin
the
inversión
right
no hay
to ownership, there
crecimiento
can be no
posible.
savings, and without savings, there
Pero
and
no
or free
está
trade,
en el
there is
interés
no
individual
investment.
del
If there's no
político
investment, there
respetar
can be
estos
no
principios,
growth.
porque es precisamente en el agrandamiento del Estado a
It's
costa de las
not
libertades de ciudadanos
in
donde el
anyone's
político
individual
gana
political
poder.
interest, apparently, to respect these
Es
principles,
así
because
que para
it
el
is
político siempre
precisely
será redituable
when we
sacrificar el futuro en el
expand the
altar del
state that
presente,
individual
porque consumir
freedoms
el
of
capital
the citizen
acumulado
of
genera
citizens
bienestar
are
momentáneo
eroded.
y ese bienestar momentáneo genera
And
votos.
we simply seek to protect
Pero a cambio está
ephemeral
sacrificando un
present
futuro de
well-being
mayor
to
crecimiento,
earn votes, and
haciendo
that's
que la
what our
riqueza
politicians
acumulada
do.
sea cada vez menor en el
Accumulated
tiempo.
wealth
La mayor
decreases over
manifestación
time
de ello
with this way
es
of,
aquellos países que
moving
muestran
forward. And so
una
what we're
orgía
seeing
de aumento
now
de gasto
is
público,
public
ya que
countries
el
are
Estado no crea
increasing public
riqueza,
expenditure,
sino que
but
la
that
roba,
doesn't
sino que la
ultimately create
destruye.
wealth, it rather
En
destroys
este
wealth.
esquema, el
With that
político
in
gana poder
mind,
por vía doble. Se
politics
legitima
gains
democráticamente
power
y
on two
obtiene más
fronts.
recursos
They
para
get
gastar.
democratic
Es
legitimacy
decir,
and they
el
obtain
político tiene
resources
un
that
doble
they can
incentivo
spend.
para
So
fomentar esta
politics has
traición
a double
intergeneracional.
incentive to foster that
Porque aunque en el futuro
intergenerational
todos pierden, en el
betrayal,
presente él
because despite
más
the
que
fact that
nadie
people
gana.
lose in the future
En
if
este
this course is
sentido,
followed,
si un hombre grande es aquel que
there's
siembra
short-term
árboles cuya
gain.
sombra sabe que nunca disfrutará,
a great man may
aquel
be
que tala
that
los
who
árboles
sows
que otros
trees
sembraron
that
para
whose
así
shade he will
construir
never
su silla de
enjoy.
poder, es un
The
hombre
great man might be
miserable,
the
en
one
definitiva,
who
es un
cuts
hombre
down the trees that
despreciable.
others sowed.
Este es el gran mal y la
But
gran
this
trampa a la que
cannot
casi todas las
continue.
naciones están de a
This is the
poco
major
sucumbiendo.
trap that all
Porque
nations
cuando
are
este
succumbing
proceso se
to.
lleva
When this
adelante,
process
el crecimiento se estanca. Cuando
continued,
el
growth
crecimiento se
stagnates.
estanca, la
When
demanda
growth
de
stagnates, the
redistribución se
demand for
recrudece.
redistribution of wealth
Entonces el
grows
político
ever
populista
louder.
grita con
So
más fuerza,
populist
apelando a la
policies
envidia y
become,
al
and the calls for
resentimiento.
them, become
El final
stronger
de
and
este proceso es
stronger.
ver
These
jóvenes
policies appeal to
desamparados,
envy and
sofocados por el
resentment,
despecho de
and
un
the
Estado que
ultimate
saben que
end
solo está
conclusion of
allí
this
para
process is
explotarlos.
vulnerable young people suffocated under the
Lamentablemente,
weight of a
las
state that
medidas de
they know is
expansión
only there to
fiscal, la
exploit
expansión
them.
monetaria y la expansión del poder
Fiscal
estatal por
expansion,
sobre el de los
monetary expansion,
individuos
and the expansion of
conforman un
state power,
patrón que se está repitiendo en
is
todos los
suffocating
países, sobre
individuals,
todo en
and that's all
aquellos
part
que
of a
componen
pattern
el
which we're
mundo
seeing
libre.
across all countries, particularly those who
Pero
claim
el
to make
problema
up
no
the
es
free
solo de
world. But the
política
problem is
económica.
not only one of
Lo
economic
vemos
policies.
también
We
cuando se
also
viola la
see it when
igualdad ante la
there are
ley o
violations
se
of
abren las
equality before
puertas
the
de
law,
forma
or
indiscriminada a la
when we
inmigración
indiscriminately
por
open the
razones
doors to
políticas.
immigration for political
Contrariamente a lo
reasons.
que es la inmigración, en este
Contrary-
caso se trataría de
On the
invasión.
contrary to what we
Y los
don't see there is
organismos de
immigration, we
cooperación
see
internacional,
invasion.
de los cuales
International
esta organización
cooperation
forma parte,
bodies
tampoco son
has
ajenos
this
a
one
este problema.
among its number. And such
Con el correr de
international
los años,
organizations are
esta
not alien
organización
to this
ha ido
problem.
adquiriendo
With,
funciones
as the years
ajenas
have
a
passed,
su
this
espíritu
organization
fundacional.
has acquired responsibilities
Ha
that
ido
run
creando
counter to its
capa sobre
founding
capa de
spirit. It has
organismos,
created layer
agencias y
upon layer of
programas hasta
organizations,
alcanzar una
agencies and programs
hipertrofia de
until it
administraciones que
achieved this
son poco
hypertrophy of
efectivas a la hora de
administrations that
resolver los
are barely
problemas
effective
para los
when it
cuales
comes
fueron
to resolving
creados.
the problems for which they were
Así
created.
se engrosan las responsabilidades de la ONU,
Responsibilities
se
that the UN has
engrosan los
taken on have
aportes
swelled and
recibidos
swelled,
por
and
parte
in
de las
step
naciones
with that, the
miembros y
contributions
se
made by member
redujeron los
states have
resultados
swelled, and
palpables
in
que esta
turn,
organización
the
tenía para
palpable
ofrecerle
results
al
that this
mundo.
organization has achieved have
A este cóctel de incentivos
greatly
cruzados
reduced.
se
They
le
can't
suma que, a
offer the world
diferencia
what they could.
de los
There's this
primeros
cocktail of
mandatarios nacionales, las
incentives, and
organizaciones
in addition,
internacionales nadie rinde
you
verdaderamente
have
cuentas
in this
por fallar
organization,
en la
unlike how it
resolución de un
was,
problema.
international
Esta
organizations now see
contradicción
a
entre grandes
situation whereby no
objetivos y
one's really held
resultados magros
accountable for
ha
their
generado
failures
una
to resolve
erosión del
problems.
prestigio de esta
This
casa y
contradiction
de
between
otras.
lofty goals and scant
Sin ir más
results has
lejos,
created
los
the
malos
erosion
resultados de
of
la
the
Agenda
prestige of this House.
2030
Without going
dan
further,
testimonio de
the
esto
poor
que
results of Agenda
describo.
2030
Lo que
bear witness
persiste en
to
la
what I've
práctica es
outlined
un
above.
ciclo de
What
estructuras que
continues
se
to be seen in
reciclan,
practice is a
recursos que se
cycle
multiplican
of
y
is a
metas que se
cycle whereby we
reprograman.
recycle
Por esta
structures.
razón,
There
Argentina
is more and more
decidió en
being
su
spent
momento
and more
apartarse de este
targets being
proceso,
set for this region.
porque veíamos en
Argentina
esta
decided
agenda
to
un
step
mal
aside
gasto de
from this
recursos
process because
escasos,
we saw in
con
Agenda
fines que no
2030 the
compartíamos
improper
y
expenditure
con
of
el
scant
efecto de distraer la
resources, for
atención de las
purposes that we
dificultades
don't share
reales
in
de un
order to
mundo
distract
encaminado al
attention from the
estancamiento.
real global difficulties.
Es
The
mi
world
deber
is on course
advertir
for
contra este
stagnation,
mal
and that's
porque
why
en
we stood
Argentina lo
apart.
vivimos
I need
hasta
to
su
raise the alarm
consecuencia
here because
natural.
in Argentina
Llegamos al
we've
fin
seen
del
the
cómodo
natural
camino al que
consequences of
conduce
proceeding in this
desentenderse
way.
el futuro.
You
O
keep
sea que
doing what's
venimos de un
comfortable,
futuro
but
que
then you
para
end up out
ustedes
of step
aún no ha
with
terminado de
the
llegar.
future. In other terms,
Y
what
quiero
I'm saying
decirles
to
que
you is
están a
that
tiempo
we're
de
speaking to you
evitarlo,
from a future that
porque
hasn't
ninguna
arrived to
sociedad
you
puede
yet.
sobrevivir
And you've
si
still got
incendia el
time
futuro
to
para
avoid
calentar
this
el
problem
presente.
because no society
En mi país
will survive
hemos
if
aprendido
it
por
sets
las
fire
malas
to the future
una
to
lección
simply
muy
heat the
valiosa.
present. In my
Durante décadas
country,
se
we've
hipotecaron
learned the
flujos
hard way a
futuros
very
en función de
valuable lesson.
repartir
For
stock en el
decades, we
presente.
jeopardized a
En
future
2023
in
llegamos
order to
finalmente al
distribute the
largo
dividends
plazo de
of the
100 años
present. In
consecutivos de hacer las cosas mal,
2030, we
de
finally
pasar la cuenta de mano en
got to
mano
a point
hasta
where
que no
we'd had
quedó quien la
100
pague.
years of doing things
Y todo eso,
improperly.
sumado a
We'd
lo
been
que les
kicking the
conté
can down the road, but there
previamente,
was no one
terminó
left to
quebrando a
kick the
nuestro
can
Estado.
to. And then
Producto
what
de esa
happened was what I
implosión,
outlined
durante el
previously.
último
Our
año y
state
medio
crumbled as a
tuvimos la
result of this
gigante tarea de
implosion.
administrar
For
la
the last year
escasez
and a
extrema.
half, we've
Y hoy
taken on the
estamos por
Herculean
primera vez
task
en
of
décadas
administering
haciendo lo que
and
hay que hacer
managing
para que el
extreme
futuro sea
scarcity. And for
mejor.
the first time in
Para
decades, we're doing what we have
Para
to
lo cual,
do
la
for
única
a better
fórmula
future.
es
So
hacer
the
lo
only way
contrario
to
a lo que
usher
se
in
hizo
that
en el
better future
pasado.
is to do exactly the opposite
A
of
esto
what
se
we
le contrapone
previously
el
did.
resto de la política,
What we're
que
doing
nos
stands in
demanda hacer lo
opposition
mismo
to
que
the
hacían
rest of
ellos y
politics.
que también nos
That
arrastró
politics
hacia
asked
la
us to do what
decadencia,
everyone was
hipotecar
doing
el futuro para
for years and
satisfacer
what has
demandas
pulled us into
presentes.
decline. They're asking us to
Ellos
jeopardize
quieren
our
que
future
apliquemos
to
lo
meet
que
present
hicieron 1000
demands.
veces y
They
nos
want
trajo
us to
hasta
apply
aquí.
the same remedy
Pero
that
quiero
we did
dejarles en
1,000
claro que
times, and that's
Argentina
exactly
hoy
what
tiene un
brought us
gobierno
here.
que
But I'd like
decidió
to say
emprender
clearly
el
that
camino
Argentina has a
correcto,
government
aunque
that
sea el
decided
más
to undertake
difícil,
the right
porque
path,
la
even though it's the
prosperidad y el
thorniest
progreso de
one,
nuestro
because
pueblo
prosperity and
no
progress
puede
for our people
postergarse más.
cannot be delayed one
No
day
somos, sin
longer.
embargo, los
However,
únicos
we
que
are
estamos
not the
tomando las
only ones that are
decisiones
taking
difíciles
difficult
que este
decisions
momento histórico
at this
demanda.
juncture, as history demands
El
that we
presidente
do.
Trump
President
en
Trump
Estados
of the
Unidos también
United
entiende que
States
es el
also
momento de
understands that the
revertir
time has
una
come to
dinámica que
reverse a
estaba
dynamic
llevando a
which
Estados
is
Unidos a una catástrofe.
leading the United
Y
States
sabemos
towards
que
a
una
disaster, and
catástrofe
we
en
know
Estados
that
Unidos
a
es una
disaster in the
catástrofe
United
global.
States is a global
Su férrea y
disaster.
exitosa
His
política en
unflinching and
términos de
successful
ponerle un
policy
freno a la
in terms of
inmigración
halting
ilegal
illegal
lo deja más que
immigration
claro.
makes that
Entiende que debe hacer
conviction
lo
more than
necesario,
clear. He
aunque
knows
muchos
that he
no les
must do what's
guste,
necessary,
antes de
even
que
though
sea
many may
demasiado
not like
tarde.
it.
En otros países, por ejemplo, ya es demasiado tarde para esta decisión. No solo eso, sino que también está llevando adelante una reestructuración sin precedentes de los términos del comercio internacional, una tarea de magnitudes titánicas que hacen al corazón del sistema económico global, porque este sistema estaba depredando el corazón industrial de su país y sumiéndolo en una crisis de deuda sin parangón. Más aún, está llevando adelante una limpieza de la captura institucional del Estado americano, porque en el mismo se habían infiltrado facciones de izquierda que atentaban contra cualquier programa de reforma por más necesario que fuera. Este tipo de desafíos que tanto el presidente Trump como yo estamos abordando tienen un denominador común que todos los países del mundo, incluso las organizaciones supranacionales, deben enfrentar. Deben encontrar la manera de recuperar un interés por el futuro y no sucumbir a la tentación de solo atender el presente. Esto es algo que las grandes naciones de Occidente durante mucho tiempo practicaron. Necesitamos recuperarlo. Hace falta volver a las bases. Debemos recuperar una noción de lo prioritario, acompañado por recuperar una noción de hacer lo difícil y correcto por sobre lo fácil y cómodo. Tal como dije anteriormente, esto también es cierto para los distintos organismos internacionales que han sido incorporando gradualmente este accionar en su ecosistema. Creo que hablo por todos al decir que nos gustaría que la ONU lidere este cambio de paradigma, regresando a las bases que la han convertido en la gran organización que supo ser en el pasado. Por eso, quisiera humildemente poner a disposición de esta Asamblea 4 principios que creemos pueden ser útiles para seguir en pos de este objetivo. 1. Principio del mandato esencial. La misión central de la ONU es preservar la paz y la seguridad internacional. Todo lo demás debe concebirse como complementario a ese fin. La gestión estratégica de los recursos de esta institución requiere, por lo tanto, apegarse a esas prioridades, no a otras. 2. Principio de subsidiariedad internacional. La ONU debería intervenir sobre un tema únicamente cuando sea evidente que el problema excede de manera demostrable las capacidades de acción nacional. En todos los demás casos corresponde devolver la iniciativa a los Estados, que son quienes poseen legitimidad democrática y responden ante sus pueblos. 3. Principio de eficiencia institucional. Así como la Argentina ha iniciado un proceso de optimización del Estado, eliminando estructuras redundantes y devolviendo recursos a los contribuyentes, entendemos que la ONU necesita un camino similar. Ello implica la realización de auditorías confiables, el cierre de programas ineficaces, la consolidación de agencias únicas y un financiamiento condicionado a resultados verificables. 4. Principio de simplificación y racionalización normativa. La paz no es solo ausencia de conflicto, requiere sociedades prósperas. La cooperación internacional no debe transformarse en un obstáculo para el crecimiento económico y la generación de oportunidades. Por ello, solo debemos apoyar iniciativas que no restrinjan la capacidad de los Estados de liberar sus fuerzas productivas, atraer inversión y fomentar el comercio, que son el camino más exitoso para reducir la pobreza. Creemos que estos 4 principios serían grandes valores para reencauzar esta organización, para que así pueda perdurar y traer resultados palpables en el tiempo. Para finalizar, quiero recordar 4 cuestiones sensibles y de vital importancia para la República Argentina. En primer lugar, quiero reiterar nuestro reclamo legítimo e irrenunciable sobre la soberanía de las Islas Malvinas, Georgias del Sur, Sandwich del Sur y los espacios marítimos circundantes que permanecen ocupados ilegalmente. A pesar de los 80 años que pasaron desde la creación de esta organización, situaciones coloniales como esta siguen sin ser resueltas. Por lo que invitamos al Reino Unido a reanudar las negociaciones bilaterales de conformidad con la resolución 2065 de esta misma anteriores que la acompañan. Mi repudio a las expresiones de violencia fundamentalista que aún existen y se propagan por el mundo. En Argentina ya sufrimos este horror con los ataques de la Embajada de Israel y la AMIA en los años 1992 y 1994 respectivamente. Por eso instamos a la comunidad internacional a fortalecer la cooperación jurídica para garantizar que las circulares rojas de Interpol sean respetadas y que los responsables de dichas atrocidades puedan comparecer ante la justicia, ayudando ayudándonos a terminar de cicatrizar esta dolorosa herida en la historia de nuestro país. Tercero, estamos asistiendo a una escalada inadmisible en la violencia política por parte de la izquierda a nivel global. Violencia que en Argentina conocemos muy bien. Es inadmisible recurrir a la fuerza allí donde las razones fallan. Por eso repudiamos enfáticamente estos procedimientos que atentan contra las normas básicas de convivencia democrática. Cuarto, la situación del ciudadano argentino Nahuel Gallo, secuestrado y detenido de manera arbitraria en Venezuela sin imputación, sin asistencia legal ni consular. En palabras simples, una desaparición forzosa. Exigimos al gobierno de Venezuela su inmediata liberación y hacemos un llamado a la comunidad internacional para que acompañe este reclamo legítimo en defensa de los principios más básicos del derecho internacional y de la dignidad humana. Finalmente, reiteramos nuestra exigencia de liberación inmediata de los rehenes que aún permanecen cautivos en Gaza. Finalmente, que Dios bendiga al mundo libre, que las fuerzas del cielo nos acompañen. Muchas gracias a todos.
Thank you very much on behalf of the Assembly, His Excellency, the President of Argentina Republic. The Assembly will now hear the address by His Excellency Alexander Vučić, President of the Republic of Serbia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very honored to address this 80th anniversary session of the General Assembly of the United Nations on behalf of the Republic of Serbia, a founding member of the United Nations and a freedom and peace-loving country proud of its history. This year, we mark 8 decades of the existence of the World Organization, and during that period, the UN has provided a framework for dialogue, cooperation, and solidarity among the nations, short of which it would not be possible to respond to the challenges of our day. Only by joint efforts we can create a future featured by security and dignity. This brings me, ladies and gentlemen, to the 5 essential principles that guide Serbia and its foreign policy vision and constitute pillars in its international actions. Number 1, the United Nations is not a relic of the past. It is a compass for the future. 80 years on, this is a moment for reflection, but also for candor. The UN should not be a stage where giants wrestle while smaller countries hold their breath. It should be a round table where every seat counts. Countries like ours, countries that belong to Global South, are too often treated as chess pieces. It's time to show that we can be conveners, innovators, and guarantors of cooperation. We may not have the loudest voice, but we often have the clearest vision, because we see both East and West at once. Our engagement with all partners does not mean blind agreement. It means respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the belief that dialogue is stronger than division. Serbia is a reliable, predictable partner, but reciprocity matters. We will defend our autonomy as firmly as we defend cooperation. The United Nations Charter was not written to serve one moment in history. It was written to withstand the test of time. In a world facing deep geopolitical fractures, the United Nations Charter remains the only framework capable of holding us together. Serbia is not a buffer zone, it is a bridge, and bridges connect, they do not divide. Therefore, as the President of Serbia, for the first time I would like to offer Belgrade, the capital of Serbia, as a place of dialogue for all the conflicts around the world. I believe that we will offer the best possible hospitality and absolute security for the participants. The world is facing its deadly surge in violence since World War II. In 2024, 61 armed conflicts erupted across 36 countries, the highest number in more than 7 decades. The proliferation of misinformation, particularly via digital platforms, has fueled distrust between countries, targeting elections, trade negotiations, and public sentiment. Serbia believes in pragmatic cooperation, finding common ground even where disagreements persist. People around the world are frustrated with governments and businesses, and they want a better future for themselves and their families. The best way to deliver that is through collaboration across nations. We live in times of the most difficult conflicts and the most difficult divisions within countries, continents, and regions since the foundation of the UN. A particularly worrying thing is a fact that, provoked by different factors, we have the deepest and the most difficult divisions within each society, with, most often, extremely violent consequences of actions of mutual non-understanding, non-communicating, and distancing from what used to be accepted as elementary decency and behavior in both country-to-country and people-to-people relations. The world is divided, believe it or not, less by ideological, but much more by emotional, hate-driven differences caused by undermining of countries, societies, elementary moral values as well. In each village and hamlet worldwide, and particularly with the members of the citizens' alleged elite, at least it used to be the case, no matter who dies of natural causes, and especially if someone dies in an accident or gets killed, the biggest part of the society felt the need to pay their respect to the deceased, even those who didn't think highly of the respective person during his or her lifetime. Today, we are witnessing the unprecedented wonder, a sick expression of joy for the crime committed against an innocent person. The example of Charlie Kirk is the best confirmation of that. He was savagely assassinated just because his killer didn't like his ideas. He was shot, even after death, by the same ones who had prepared political and media grounds for his assassination. And please do not be surprised because I'm speaking about this more than about big world conflicts. It is precisely that such a development devastates in a deepest and the clearest way the world political community much more than conflicts with clear and visible actors. In the era of social networks, in the era of and unambiguous limiting of freedoms of the others, how can it be possible that, let's say, ABC television hosts get bigger media attention in the US than the attempted assassination against, let's say, President Trump? Who are these shadow rulers who impact the key political movements and who want to run the world and each country individually, and almost as a rule without the people's will and legitimacy? They run all the processes, and all of us because they're chosen by God, as they like to put it. The elite and other people who are, I suppose, incapable of choosing their own path. Those are extremely dangerous things, which will lead to further dissolving of our societies and our countries, but also the overall world politics. It was mostly spoken here about Palestine and Israel. Both are our friends. And I cannot easily, because of more likes on social networks, nor I want to take sides and speak about good and bad people just because it brings us another point in daily politics. But speaking of which, let me bring you back to the beginning of this part of my speech. Big pro-Palestinian demonstrations were held in Italy during the past weekend. People were shouting, Gaza, Gaza, but at least in Milan, some of them did not even think of Gaza. The only thing that was on their mind was demolishing and burning down of what the Italian people had created for centuries, just because it is popular to be against the government and take part in some kind of violence. And when otherwise very composed Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni calls such hooligans, rightly so, thugs, we all ask ourselves what the next stage would be like and what awaits us in the future. During the past month, Serbia was facing unrest and attacks against the constitutional order. In spite of the violence exerted by the protesters, we tried to find a significant share of blame in myself, ourselves, and in us running the country. I wanted to listen, and I understood the message of the people in the streets. That is why, just like here at the United Nations, I believe that the dialogue between the nations and countries has no alternative. I offer dialogue and unconditioned discussion on all the topics of significance for our society to people who think differently, and I'm absolutely certain that in the upcoming period we will overcome all the difficulties from the past months. Progress on global challenges is uneven. Financing is dwindling, the UN budget is constrained, and smaller nations often lack access to the tools and support that richer countries enjoyed, particularly in the energy transition. Climate change is not just a statistic for Serbia and the Balkans, it is a lived reality marked by droughts, floods, and energy insecurity. Sustainable economic growth is essential, not optional, for climate resilience and well-being. For us, partnerships are defined by commitment, not hierarchy. We are a place where East and West collaborate on concrete projects from clean energy to infrastructure and digital transformation, when we will continue to build on this foundation. At a time when the UN seeks to inspire trust globally, these practical, results-driven partnerships strengthen confidence at home and abroad. Distinguished colleagues, alongside many other member states, especially those who do not belong among great powers, Serbia is adamant in pointing to the importance of and respect for the fundamental principles and rules of the Charter of the United Nations. Perhaps it is only too proper to repeat today what we committed to 8 decades ago. The principles and rules of the Charter are valid equally for all states, large or small, for all political powers or levels of development. With a feeling of deep pride, my country continues to commit to a consistent implementation of international norms, notwithstanding the fact that it too is facing a lack of fairness and double standards. In words and deeds, and on a number of occasions, Serbia has recommitted to respecting the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all UN member states, the fundamental principles of the Charter. In doing so, my country expects all the states to respect its sovereignty and territorial integrity, which I have the pleasure to note most of them do, and to which I owe my profound gratitude. After all, as I said on many previous occasions, the respect of the Charter of the UN is not a matter of choice. Rather than that, it is a universal and binding obligation of us all. Number two, territorial integrity is not a principle measured by power. It is the measure that restrains power. If the principle of territorial integrity is applied selectively, it ceases to apply at all. Its violation in one place becomes justification for conflict everywhere. Undermining it does not create exceptions. Rather, like in the case of Serbia, it creates precedents, dangerous ones. Serbia is well aware of the price paid in this regard of international law and multilateralism. 26 years ago, my country fell prey to a brutal aggression by NATO. It opened a Pandora box of sorts, whereby the very postulates of international law were unscrupulously undermined and the principle of territorial integrity brought into question. The consequences of such actions of those who consider themselves untouchable at the time are felt today as well. Even though small in respect of global powers, Serbia is not deterred from commitment to the principles of international law. We firmly believe that they should be respected in every situation, without exception and selectivity. As a persistent drop can shape stones over time, so does our perseverance in defending universal norms help assert their durability. Serbia will continue advocating those principles, as the observance of the respective is the only reliable way to peace and stability. This rostrum and this occasion are the best opportunity to reiterate that my country will never forget its history, its people, its sanctities. Kosovo and Metohija is an inseparable part of Serbia, the main pillar of its identity, culture, and spiritual heritage. For us Serbs, it is not only a piece of land, it is the cradle of our spirituality and our existence on that land over centuries. Our concern is not only moral and historical, it is humane too. It is with a heavy heart that I advise of the dramatic circumstances in which the Serbs of Kosovo live today. Day in, day out, they are denied basic human rights, the right to life, freedom of movement, the right to education and health protection, access to workplace and property. They live in isolation. Basic foods and medicines are in short supply, while children grow up in a fear and uncertainty. Their situation is not only local by nature, it touches upon the conscience of the entire international community and is a test of its readiness to fend for the innocent and helpless. We witness ethnic violence suffered by the Serbs almost every day. It is frightening in size and scope. The Serbs are physically attacked, intimidated, arrested unlawfully, their property is confiscated, and their rights to language, education, cultural expression limited. The Serbs are often discriminated against, too. The practice sets the stage to make life in Serbian communities more difficult, as they are denied basic services, taxed exorbitantly, and erected hurdles and obstacles to. This is aimed at creating fear and pressure, and by extension change the demographic picture and force the Serbs to flee Kosovo and Metohija. Serbia, therefore, calls on the international community to take concrete and resolute measures to stop the violence in order to ensure security and rights of all peoples in Kosovo and Metohija. Compassion is not good enough. We need deeds and protection mechanisms. Notwithstanding the continuous, open and obvious violations of UN Security Council Resolution 1244, Serbia continues to believe in dialogue under the European Union auspices. It has no alternative, and if true and committed, it is the only way to a just and sustainable solution in line with international law and with full respect for mutual obligations. Just as in the past, my country will continue to fight for peace, patiently, emphatically, and in good faith. Number 3, the Balkans must not be a stage for the ambitions of others, but a space for shared responsibility. 30 years after the conflict, stability has become our highest value. The nations of the Balkans deserve the right to shape their future free from external patronage through cooperation, mutual respect, and regional ownership. Distinguished colleagues, cooperation, dialogue, and mutual confidence are perceived as main levers of international relations also on the regional level. We consider that our region should look to the future while we continue to work to the benefit of all citizens and economic interlinkage. To paraphrase Indira Gandhi, who once said that one cannot shake hands with a clenched fist, let me say that Serbia will keep its hand extended, the hand reaching over divisions and borders, devoted to stability and prosperity for all those who strive for a positive agenda and a vision of common European future. The stability of our region is of paramount importance for us. As a guarantor of the Dayton Peace Agreement that we signed 30 years ago, we shall always work toward its full implementation and respect for the rights of all 3 constituent peoples in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbs, Bosniaks, and Croats. Unilateral acts and the abuse of authority contrary to the letter of the agreement are not conducive to peace and bring about new tensions. Only by the agreement of Bosnia and Herzegovina's people and entities can the stability and functioning of that country be guaranteed. Absence of dialogue and unilateral initiatives without agreement by all interested sides, in particular the initiatives that take advantage of international organizations, are but a step back to a painful past and create new divisions. Serbia will use all diplomatic means to prevent these activities from taking place as they undermine regional dialogue, the process of reconciliation and understanding. We shall not hesitate in our resolve to promote regional stability in an effort to contribute to global security. For exactly 30 years now, and in this distinguished institution and everywhere else, a false campaign has been ongoing against both the Republic of Serbia and Republika Srpska, the entity within Bosnia and Herzegovina. All over the world, everywhere, countless times, you could hear how, as they used to say, from well-informed sources, they heard that it was only a matter of days before Serbia would attack someone in the region, and that Republika Srpska and its leadership would violate the territorial integrity of Bosnia and Herzegovina. And all this time, it has been a lie, a real smoke screen intended to enable international representatives who are not elected by the people to deal with legitimate representatives of the Serbian people, one of the 3 constituent peoples in Bosnia, imposing sanctions against them, believe it or not, replacing them from the positions the people elected them to, and conducting criminal proceedings and issuing convictions for words spoken for verbal offenses. Thus, all of you are witnesses to a fact that for 3.5 years since the beginning of the conflict in Ukraine, We have been hearing stories that we, as an alleged Russian puppet, will attack someone in the region, which of course did not happen and will not happen. The only thing we have never heard is an apology from those who spread such falsehoods, and it is quite certain that we will never hear one. Let me reiterate, Serbia is a free, independent and sovereign country that makes its own decisions independently. We are committed to our European path. We do not plan to attack anyone, but equally, we will not allow anyone else to threaten our freedom and our country. Number 4, the world is changing and the United Nations must evolve to remain a pillar of global stability. Reforming the United Nations is not simply an institutional task. It is a moral duty to safeguard the future of global peace and justice. We are well aware of the need to reform the UN and revitalize its system in order to increase its credibility and shore up multilateralism so as to make our organization more effective, just and close to the needs of its member states. Also, the SC should become more effective in and better adapted to the pursuit of its primary goal of safeguarding international peace in order to reflect more accurately the reality of the present-day world. Africa in particular, the youngest continent which comprises 54 states, must be better represented. Many countries rely on the UN for technical expertise, development funding, and guidance to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Cuts to funding or reduced access to UN programs risk widening the gap between wealthy and developing nations. As the UN looks for ways to reduce costs, we are happy to offer to host any of UN bodies, institutions, agencies in Serbia with the best possibility to continue being a bridge between developed and developing regions. Serbia is situated at the crossroads of Europe, easily accessible to both East and West. And speaking about cost effectiveness, we are able to offer lower operational costs compared to Geneva, New York, or other big hubs. Belgrade offers modern facilities, reliable connectivity, and proven capacity to host large international events, for example, Expo 2027. Hosting an agency in Belgrade strengthens the UN's presence in southeastern Europe, a region with transitional and developmental experience relevant to global priorities. This would expand the UN's geographic footprint, ensuring agencies are more representative and globally distributed. And number 5, Serbia will remain independent and will overcome internal challenges through the strength of its statehood tradition, focusing steadfastly on building a prosperous future. True sovereignty today is not insulation. It is the dignity to choose, to say yes on our own terms, and to use that choice for cooperation. Serbia's independence is not a privilege granted. It is a sovereign right exercised, and its sovereignty is not situational, it is foundational. Notwithstanding numerous global challenges, Serbia has remained on a steady course. Its macroeconomic situation is stable and its economy continues to grow, which only shows how commitment to reforms and responsible economic policies lead to great results. Investments in infrastructure, energy transition, and digitalization bear out my country's commitment to sustainable development and the 2030 Agenda goals. Let me take a moment, ladies and gentlemen, to inform you that in 2027, Serbia will host the specialized exhibition Expo 2027 with a motto, Play for Humanity, Sport and Music for All. This event will provide an opportunity for my country to show to the world the strength of our culture, sport, and creativity as a universal language that transcends differences. This will be a moment in which, along with its partners, Serbia will build bridges of friendship and togetherness, promote understanding, and open new horizons of cooperation. Serbia's way is the way of development, progress, and prosperity, and it is fully committed to becoming a full-fledged member of the European Union. This commitment, though, makes us no less devoted to promoting and deepening cooperation with countries from other parts of the world, maintaining and cherishing all along our traditional friendships and relations of trust in the East. Strengthening overall bilateral relations with key actors of the international community and with our European partners tops our agenda. Also, Serbia has raised in the past several years the level of cooperation with numerous countries in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, and played in that way a respectable role on the global stage. I trust and believe that we can count on mutual respect and the traditional bonds of friendship with these countries in our future relations. Ladies and gentlemen, closing it and looking to the future and committed to dialogue and understanding, we in Serbia believe that peace is the highest value and the most solid foundation of development. We shall continue to invest our energies, knowledge, and will in building a world more just, secure, and worthy of the coming generations. I thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Serbia. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Hamad al-Shara, President of the Syrian Arab Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the name of God, most
إن
compassionate,
الحكاية
most
السورية
merciful.
حكاية
The
تهيج فيها
Syrian
المشاعر
story is filled with
ويختلط فيها
emotions,
الألم بالأمل.
and it mixes
إن الحكاية
pain
السورية
with hope.
حكاية صراع
The
بين
Syrian
الخير
story
والشر
is a story
وبين
of
الحق
struggle
الضعيف
between
الذي ليس له
good
ناصر
and
إلا
evil,
الله
and between the
والباطل
weak
القوي الذي
right
يملك كل أدوات
cause that
القتل
has
والتدمير.
no supporter except
إن
God.
حكايتنا عبرة من
Our
عبر
story
التاريخ
is one of the lessons
وهي
of
تمثيل
history,
حقيقي
and it
للمعاني
is an
الإنسانية
embodiment
النبيلة
of noble
في
human
هذه المعركة الأزلية بين
meanings
الحق
and
والباطل.
values in this
تروى الحكاية
eternal
السورية
struggle
تحكي
between
فصلاً
good and
جديداً
evil.
من
We
فصول
find
هذا
the
الصراع.
Syrian stories
فصلاً
that tells
مشرقاً
a
وعظيماً
new chapter
بالإبداع
of the struggle,
زاخراً
one filled
بالمواجهة
with
والإصرار
creativity
والصبر
and
والعذاب
determination and
والألم
patience
والتضحية
and
والفداء
torture and pain
والتمسك
and sacrifice
بالقيم النبيلة
and
والأعراف
clinging
الحميدة
on to
والإعداد الجاد
noble
والعمل
customs
الدؤوب
and values
ثم
and hard
الاتكال
work
على الله.
and
كل
relying
ذلك
on God.
أدوات تعين الحق على
All
الباطل.
these are
أما بعد
tools for
السيدة
truth
رئيسة
against
الجمعية العامة
injustice
السيد
and
الأمين العام
falsehood.
أصحاب
Your
الجلالة
Excellencies,
والفخامة
Mr. Secretary
والسمو والمعالي
General,
السيدات
Madam
والسادة
President
المندوبون
of the General
السلام
Assembly,
عليكم
Your
ورحمة الله
Excellencies, may the
وبركاته.
peace of God be upon you.
لقد جئتكم من دمشق
I come to you from
عاصمة
Damascus,
التاريخ ومهد
the
الحضارات.
capital of history and the
تلك
cradle
البلاد
of
الجميلة
civilizations,
التي
a
علمت
beautiful
الدنيا معنى
country that has
الحضارة
taught the world
وقيمة
the meaning
الإنسان
of civilization
والتعايش
and the
السلمي
value of human beings and
لتصبح منارة
coexistence,
يقتدي
to
بها
be
العالم.
a
غير أن
beacon for the
سوريا
world.
ومنذ 60 عاما
Syria,
وقعت تحت
however, for
وطأة
60
نظام ظالم
years
غاشم
fell under
يجهل قيمة
repressive
الأرض
rule
التي حكمها
that
ويقهر الشعب الودود
disregarded
المسالم.
the value of
لقد
the
صبر
territory
شعبنا
it
لسنين
ruled
طويلة
over.
على الظلم
For long
والقهر والحرمان.
years we've suffered
ثم ثار
injustice and
الشعب مناديا
deprivation and
بحريته
oppression.
وكرامته
Then
فقوبل
we
بالقتل
rose
والتنكيل والحرق والاغتصاب والتهجير.
in claiming our
لقد استخدم النظام
dignity.
السابق في حربه على
The
شعبنا
previous
أبشع أدوات
regime
التعذيب
has used the
والقتل
worst
البراميل
kind of
المتفجرة
torture
والأسلحة
against
الكيماوية
our people,
والتصفية
chemical
الميدانية
weapons and
والتعذيب في السجون
bombardment and
والتهجير القسري
torture in
وأثار
prison
الفتن الطائفية والعرقية
and
واستخدم
displacement
المخدرات
and
كسلاح
sectarian
ضد
strife
الشعب
and
والعالم.
used drugs against our
مزق
people and
بلادنا
the world.
طولا
It
وعرضا
has torn
وهدم
our
أهم حواضر
country
التاريخ فيها
apart
واستخدم قوات أجنبية وميليشيات وعصابات من
brought
أصقاع الأرض
forth
شتى وارتهن
fighters
بلادنا
from
الجميلة.
around the world.
لقد قتل النظام السابق نحو
The
مليون
former
إنسان
regime killed
وعذب
around a
مئات
million
الآلاف
innocent
وهجر نحو
people and
14
displaced
مليون إنسان
thousands
وهدم ما
and
يقرب
millions
من مليوني منزل فوق رؤوس
and
ساكنيها.
demolished 2
أيها
million
السيدات والسادة،
homes.
لقد استهدف الشعب
Ladies and
الضعيف بالأسلحة
gentlemen,
الكيماوية بما يزيد عن 200 هجوم موثق.
Unarmed people
نعم،
were
لقد
attacked
استنشق
using
أطفالنا
chemical
ونساؤنا
weapons.
وشبابنا
Our
الغازات
women
السامة.
and children
لقد فعل النظام كل ذلك
inhaled toxic
ليسكت صوت
gases.
الحق.
All this to
ومع كل
silence
هذا
truth.
الإجرام أنهى
And
أي
with
لغة
all this
سياسية للحل
criminality,
رغم
there
ما
was
كان
no
يعرض عليه.
language for solution.
فما كان أمام هذا الشعب
Despite the
سوى أن
office,
ينظم صفوفه
this
وأن يستعد للمواجهة
people had no
التاريخية
means
الكبرى
and choice
في عمل
but to
عسكري
organize
خاطف.
itself and
مواجهة
to organize
أسقطت
militarily
منظومة إجرام
to
استمرت
oust
ل60 عاما مع كل
a
داعمه.
criminal regime.
عمل عسكري كان ملؤه
It was a
الرحمة
military
والخير
operation that was
وتغليب
filled with
العفو
mercy
والتسامح.
and good and
معركة عسكرية لم
that
تتسبب بتهجير
prioritized
إنسان ولا قتل مدني.
tolerance and that
توجهت
did not
بنصر
target
لا
civilians.
ثأر فيه ولا عداوات.
It
واستعاد
targeted
الشعب
justice
فيها حقه
without vengeance.
وانتصر لظلمه.
We
نعم،
restored our
لقد
right
انتصرنا في
and
المعركة
we
المظلومين
became
والمعذبين
victorious for
والمهجرين
sake
قسرا.
of our
لقد انتصرنا
grievances.
لأمهات الشهداء
We
والمفقودين.
were victorious
انتصرنا
for
لكم
the
جميعا
mothers
أيها
of
العالم.
martyrs and for all of
انتصرنا
you, people of the
لمستقبل
world,
أبنائنا
for the
وأبنائكم.
future of our children
ومهدنا
and
الطريق
yours.
لعودة
And we
اللاجئين إلى
paved the way
ديارهم.
for the return of
ودمرنا تجارة المخدرات
refugees.
التي
And
كانت
we
تنتقل من بلادنا إلى
destroyed
بلادكم
the
زمن النظام السابق.
trafficking of
وتحولت سوريا
drugs.
بهذا النص من بلد
Accordingly,
يصدر
Syria
الأزمات
has
إلى
transformed
فرصة
from
تاريخية
an
لإحلال
exporter of
الاستقرار
crisis
والسلام
to
والازدهار
an
لسوريا
opportunity
وللمنطقة
for peace
بأسرها.
for Syria and the
السيدات
region.
والسادة،
Ladies and gentlemen,
إن الإنجاز السوري الفريد
this unique Syrian
والتكاتف الشعبي
achievement
الحاصل
and the
دفع
solidarity
بأطراف
between our
لمحاولة
peoples
إثارة النعرات الطائفية والاقتتالات
led us
البينية
to
سعيا
try to
لمشاريع
uproot
التقسيم وتمزيق
sectarianism
البلاد من
and to
جديد،
fight against
غير أن
attempts
الشعب
to
السوري
divide
كان
our
يملك
country
من
once
الوعي
again. But
ما
the
يمنعه
Syrian
من
people
استمرار
are
حصول الكوارث
aware
والعودة
enough
بسوريا إلى
to
مربعه الأول.
understand and
فعملت الدولة السورية على تشكيل لجان لتقصي
we
الحقائق،
formed
ومنحت الأمم المتحدة
commissions
الإذن
for
بالتقصي
fact-finding
كذلك، وخلصت إلى
and
نتائج متماثلة
granted access to
بشفافية غير
UN
معهودة في
fact-finding
سوريا.
missions.
وأنني أتعهد بتقديم
I
كل من تلطخت
guarantee
يداه بدماء الأبرياء إلى
to
العدالة.
bring to justice
في ذات
everyone
السياق،
accountable and
لم تهدأ
responsible
التهديدات
for
الإسرائيلية
bloodshed.
ضد بلادنا
And
منذ
in
8
this
من
context,
ديسمبر
Israeli
وإلى اليوم،
strikes and attacks
وأن السياسات
against
الإسرائيلية
my
تعمل
country
بشكل يخالف
continue,
الموقف
and
الدولي
Israeli
الداعم
policies
لسوريا
contradict
ولشعبها
the international
في محاولة
supporting
لاستغلال المرحلة
position
الانتقالية
for
مما يعرض
Syria,
المنطقة إلى
which
الدخول بدوامة صراعات جديدة
threatens
لا يعلم
new
أحد أين تنتهي.
crises and struggles in
وإزاء
our
ذلك
region.
تستخدم سوريا
For this
الحوار
purpose
والدبلوماسية
and in face
لتجاوز
of
هذه
this
الأزمة
aggression, Syria is committed to dialogue, and we are committed to the disengagement of forces agreement of 1974, and we call on the international community to stand beside us in the face of these attacks. Ladies and gentlemen,
إننا من لحظة
from
سقوط
the
النظام
very
السابق
moment the
وضعنا
former
سياسة
regime
واضحة
fell, we
الأهداف
set out a clear strategic
حيث أنها
policy
تقوم على
built
عدة
upon
ركائز:
three pillars:
الدبلوماسية المتوازنة
balanced
والاستقرار
diplomacy,
الأمني والتنمية الاقتصادية.
security, stability, and
وقد عملنا على ملء
economic
فراغ
development.
السلطة
We filled the
ودعونا
power
إلى حوار
vacuum,
وطني جامع
called for an
وأعلنا عن
inclusive
حكومة
national
ذات
dialogue, and
كفاءات
announced a
وعززنا
government of
مبدأ التشارك
competence.
وقمنا
We
بتأسيس
strengthened the
هيئة
principle of
وطنية للعدالة
participation and
الانتقالية
established a national
وأخرى
commission for
للمفقودين
transitional justice,
إنصافا
and
وعدلا لمن
another
ظلم.
for the missing, ensuring
وها نحن
justice
ماضون
and
في
fairness.
انتخابات ممثلي
We are
الشعب
now
وعدنا هيكلة المؤسسات المدنية والعسكرية عبر حل جميع التشكيلات السابقة تحت مبدأ حفر السلاح بيد الدولة وبنشاط دبلوماسي مكثف استعادت سوريا علاقاتها الدولية وأنشأت شراكات إقليمية وعالمية وتوجهت برفع معظم العقوبات تدريجيا عن سوريا ونطالب برفعها بشكل كامل حتى لا تكون أداة لتكبيل الشعب السوري ومصادرة حريته من جديد. لقد عدلت قوانين الاستثمار وبدأت كبرى الشركات الإقليمية والدولية بالدخول إلى السوق السورية والمساهمة من خلال الاستثمار إلى إعادة الإعمار. إن سوريا اليوم تعيد بناء نفسها من خلال التأسيس لدولة جديدة عبر بناء المؤسسات والقوانين الناظمة التي تكفل حقوق الجميع دون استثناء. فإن سوريا بلد صاحب حضارة وثقافة تاريخية يليق بها أن تكون دولة القانون الذي يحمي الجميع ويصون الحقوق ويضمن الحريات وتزدهر في ظله الحياة وتطوى في صفحة الماضي البائس لنعيد مجد سوريا وعزتها وكرامتها. واستكمالا للحكاية السورية نعلن اليوم أمامكم انتصار الحق على الباطل وقل جاء الحق وزهق الباطل. ها هي سوريا اليوم تعود إلى موقعها التي تستحق بين العالم. إن هذا الإعلان يمثل صدى لإرادة شعب عظيم صاغ المجد على مر العصور ولطالما نهض من تحت الركام ليستعيد حقوقه وحريته وكرامته. نيابة عن الشعب السوري أتوجه بالشكر والعرفان إلى كل من وقف مع قضية الشعب السوري وأعانه في مأساته واستقبله في بلده وإلى كل دول العالم وشعوبها التي فرحت بانتصار إرادة الشعب السوري وتقف اليوم إلى جانبه في مسيرة السلام والازدهار. وأخص بالشكر كل من تركيا وقطر والمملكة العربية السعودية وكافة الدول العربية والإسلامية والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية والاتحاد الأوروبي. وقبل الختام فإني أود التأكيد بأن الألم الذي عاشته سوريا لا تتمناه لأحد ونحن من أكثر الشعوب التي تشعر بحجم معاناة الحرب والدمار ولذا فإننا ندعم أهل غزة ولذا فإننا ندعم أهل غزة. ولذا فإننا ندعم أهل غزة وأطفالها ونسائها وباقي الشعوب التي تتعرض إلى الانتهاك والاعتداء وندعو لإيقاف الحرب فورا. وفي الختام إن الحكاية السورية لم تنتهي بعد فهي مستمرة في بناء فصل جديد من فصولها عنوانه السلام والازدهار والتنمية. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Syrian Arab Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Zoran Milanovic, President of the Republic of Croatia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. Vice President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, for Croatia, the United Nations has always been a core, essential global institution. During our own struggle for independence, sovereignty, recognition, and territorial integrity, the UN played a decisive role. Our path to admission and early years of membership were about braving the stormy seas rather than smooth sailing, and it was this organization and what it represents, the principles of the Charter of the UN, that served as our safe harbor. I believe this experience proved productive for both Croatia and the UN and has provided many lessons for the future, including on how to successfully end a complex war and conduct peaceful territorial integration and reintegration. Today, the international community faces daunting challenges. Armed conflicts are more numerous than at any time since the Second World War. They are multiplying and intensifying, overwhelming humanitarian systems and eroding trust in our capacity to prevent or resolve crises. In Ukraine, we hope the senseless loss of human lives will end as soon as possible. We welcome recent diplomatic efforts and encourage inclusive dialogue that can restore peace. Beyond Europe, other regions faced devastating crises. In Gaza, tens of thousands of women and children, human beings after all, or before all, have been killed and are being killed. Millions live without safety, food, medicine, and basic human dignity. This is worse than a mere war. It's a carnage, and we urgently call for it to end, for safe delivery of aid, especially to children, and for the release of all hostages. Lasting peace can only come through the universal recognition of the legitimate political aspirations of the Palestinian people, long denied. Time to close the chapter. The suffering is in less visible crisis is no less real. In Sudan, one of the gravest humanitarian catastrophes of the 21st century is unfolding before our eyes. UN peacekeeping must adapt to today's conflicts. Missions must be flexible, realistic, and sequenced towards achievable goals, reasonable goals. This requires the Security Council to focus on political solutions and remain committed to sustaining peace long after missions withdraw. Peace is more than silencing the guns. It requires preventing new wars and breaking the cycles of violence from the past. Lasting peace rests on democracy, legitimate governance, and full respect for the right of each people to freely choose their leaders and representatives. Excellencies, in our region of Southeast Europe, Croatia continues to champion and promote legitimate political processes as the foundation of progress. The EU membership is not a cure-all, but it remains a strong driver of prosperity, as can be witnessed in my country, Croatia. We promote good neighborly relations and urge all countries to refrain from actions that undermine stability in the region. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, we call for full respect of the constitutional order, sovereignty and equality of three constituent peoples. All parties and the international community must uphold the Dayton-Paris Peace Accord. respecting the right of constituent peoples to choose their legitimate political representatives at all levels of government is fundamental prerequisite of lasting stability and progress in European Bosnia and Herzegovina. Lasting peace cannot be imposed. It must be built. And if it's to be sustainable, it must include respect for human rights and development that is inclusive and fair, basic building blocks of any just and prosperous society. The humanitarian system must be reformed to respond with speed, innovation, and stronger partnerships with local actors. Croatia supports the UN's humanitarian reset in order to make responses more agile, effective, and grounded in resilience. Above all, strict respect for international humanitarian law must remain the moral core of multilateralism. In Croatia, decades after the Homeland War, 3 decades, 3.5 decades, families still search for 1,744 missing loved ones. Not bodies, not just numbers, but human souls, fathers, sons, grandchildren still missing, unaccounted for. As co-chair of the Global Alliance for the Missing, Croatia draws on its painful experience to raise global visibility of this issue, share good practices, and strengthen cooperation, survivor-centered justice enshrined in our laws in Croatia, and we encourage the others to follow this path. We also share the Croatian model for searching for the missing. It rests on an effective interdepartmental cooperation and a comprehensive, transparent approach without discrimination, consistent with the highest international standards, of whom some are set by us. With this in mind, Croatia is proud to host later today a high-level side event on missing persons in armed conflict, dedicated to advancing the search for answers. Another legacy of the Homeland War is the issue of landmines. Croatia has been active in promoting the Human Rights Council's first resolution on landmines, adopted by consensus on April 4th, International Mine Action Day. The resolution reaffirms the treaty banning anti-personnel mines and sends a clear message. The needless cruelty of these weapons violates basic human rights, violates the sense of humanity, the notion of humanity. The togetherness which is promoted throughout this debate especially means inclusion of the most vulnerable. Therefore, Croatia is proud to have led the initiative resulting in consensus adoption of an impressive 99 member states co-sponsoring the General Assembly resolution declaring the June 27th as the International Day of Deaf Blindness. Peace and security are inseparable from development and human rights. The founders of the United Nations acknowledged this when they placed these 3 pillars at the heart of the organization. As we marked the 10th anniversary of the General Assembly's resolution on the 2030 agenda, Croatia reaffirms its commitment. No one is left behind. We are grateful to member states for their support in electing Croatia to the UN Economic and Social Council for the 2026-2028 term. Our priorities will include accelerating the 2030 agenda, preparing momentum for the 2027 SDG Summit and the agenda beyond 2030, and strengthening links between humanitarian, development, and peace efforts. At home, in Croatia, sustainable development is fully embedded in Development Strategy 2030 is closely aligned with the SDGs, placing us among leading global performers. We reaffirm our commitment to progress made at SOP meetings, including the landmark SOP 28 agreement to begin phasing out fossil fuels. COP 29 in Baku, Azerbaijan, must deliver a new quantified climate finance goal and COP30 in Belém must raise ambition, advance fossil fuel transition, and scale up climate finance. Croatia supports a credible climate finance roadmap. The triple planetary crisis also threatens global public health. Croatia endorses the One Health approach, recognizing the interdependence of human, animal, and the environmental health. We welcome adoption of the pandemic agreement at the 78th World Health Assembly earlier this year. As a Mediterranean nation, Croatia knows that healthy seas are both a national imperative and a global responsibility. We remain committed to multilateral ocean protection under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas. We welcome the outcome of the third UN Ocean Conference in Nice, France, have ratified the BBNG agreement, and urge others to do so without unnecessary delay. Croatia's contribution to development cooperation and humanitarian aid continue to grow. Since 2011, we have steadily increased our support, reaching record levels in 2023. We share lessons from our own recovery, from democratic transition to mine action and veteran reintegration. In Ukraine, our expertise in humanitarian demining is particularly valued, making us one of the leading contributors relative to GDP. Our support extends far beyond our neighborhood, reaching whole Southeast Europe, the eastern and southern neighborhoods, and Africa. Excellencies, fundamental changes we are witnessing in our world are not mere historical echo, but an all-encompassing global transformation. We are at the defining moment of an era to come. Emerging technologies are reshaping every aspect of society: how we live, how we trade, and how we defend ourselves. Drones are a clear example. They did not only increase the lethality of war, they changed its economics. They showed us that assumptions we held only a decade ago about defense and deterrence are already outdated, total bygones. This disruption brings danger, but also opportunity. New tools can be misused by hostile actors, spreading instability and lowering the threshold for conflict. Strengthen our defenses, improve disaster response, and drive economic growth. Artificial intelligence, cyber capabilities, space technologies, robotics, each can be a threat or a solution. The choice is ours. We need to rethink security, not only nationally but globally. Rules, safeguards, and cooperation must keep pace with innovation. If they do not, we risk instability and peril. But if they do, these technologies can become engines of resilience and stability. The task is urgent. The world must act with clarity, not hesitation. Emerging technologies are not tomorrow's challenge. They are today's reality. And how we choose to guide them will define not just the future of defense, but the future of peace. Reforming the United Nations is an existential necessity. At 80, the UN must adapt to stay relevant and effective. We welcome the Secretary General's UN 80 initiative as an opportunity not only to celebrate achievements, but also to reform and revitalize the organization. Security Council remains essential. Its reform is at the fundamental. The Council must become more inclusive, effective, transparent, and accountable. Croatia supports comprehensive reform, including enlargement in both categories of membership and stronger representation of unrepresented regions, in particular Africa. The financial stability of the UN is also vital. All member states must pay their due, their contributions, in full, on time, and without conditions. Without predictable financing, mandates fail and trust weakens. The upcoming peace-building architecture review offers another chance to turn commitments into action. Croatia will contribute actively, emphasizing prevention, coherence, and strong links between peace, development, and human rights. We welcome the decision to provide assessed contributions for the Peace Building Fund from 2025, but needs still outpace resources. Mr. Vice President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the UN does not exist for itself, but to serve humanity, to save and improve lives, protect dignity and freedoms, and advance peace, security, and sustainable development. On its 80th anniversary, we have a duty to leave to future generations a UN system that is stronger, not weaker. Croatia will continue to defend the principles of the Charter and international law, not rules-based order, to support multilateral solutions, and to build partnerships rooted in respect and responsibility. The world is not short of strategies and grand ideas, reports, or debates. What it lacks is political courage and determination. Let us find that courage together and prove that multilateralism can meet this moment and rise to the challenges of our times. Thank you so much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Croatia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Nikos Christodoulidis, President of the Republic of Cyprus. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, we stand at the brink of a precipice. International order, as we noted, is challenged in an unprecedented manner 80 years since the United Nations emerged out of World War II. Today, we stand before drastic, unpredictable geopolitical shifts, instability that appears to spiral, and an uncharted landscape that seems resistant to the international order and norms as we know them. We are witnessing devastating wars, an unimaginable humanitarian catastrophe, and human suffering. Blatant violations of international law and international humanitarian law that bring our system to its knees. We stand before the rise of use of force against sovereign states that constantly escalate and expand, threatening regional security and stability. Malian actors to destabilize, disrupting critical maritime routes. The use of new means of warfare is rising without even the most basic safeguards in place. Global security is constantly undermined. At the same time, we are faced with the challenge of the uncontrolled expansion of technology and AI, threatening our security and the well-being of our children. And climate change is looming, threatening livelihoods, economies, creating new migration routes, and inequalities are becoming embedded. Our world is changing rapidly. And while there can be no doubt that the United Nations has served a noble cause and that together we have achieved tremendous progress, at this critical moment of inflection, we have a responsibility to recognize the shortcomings, to admit that we have lagged behind, that we have failed along the way, and these admissions need to steer us into action. We must urgently evolve to be fit to effectively address the immense, complex challenges we are faced with. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our moment of responsibility. Collective responsibility and individual state responsibility inextricably linked and mutually reinforcing. The scale and nature of the challenges we face require both. Better together is the theme of this year's Assembly, but beyond better, we are also stronger together, more resilient together. This is the moment to renew our collective commitment and stand firmly and boldly in support of multilateralism and international law. Dialogue and diplomacy are the sole path to lasting stability and security. Dialogue and diplomacy over violence, each and every time. And most importantly, this is the moment to transform pledges into bold action, into change. Ladies and gentlemen, history will look back to this moment in time, and it will be unforgiving. It will judge us all not by the declaratory statements we pronounce, but by the change we enable. We will be judged by the change we become as states, as governments, as leaders that have been elected by our citizens to deliver. Your Excellencies, my country, Cyprus, walks this path of responsibility, and it stands ready to step up further, to assume even more its role as an enabler of security and stability in the Eastern Mediterranean and the greater Middle East, as a driver of cooperation underpinned by a vision of strength through partnership with like-minded countries and a safe harbor in turbulent waters, determined to transform our geography in a complex region into a blessing by building on our long-standing historical ties with our neighbors that are anchored on trust, mutual respect, and cooperation, always part of the solution to the region's challenges as a credible, reliable, responsible partner. We have proven this time and time again. Cyprus will always be a stable, trustworthy, safe harbor. And let me be clear, this is not theoretical. It takes shape and form through concrete initiatives that build on Cyprus' role as a hub of stability and cooperation in a challenging part of the world. Provided the necessary infrastructure and support for the evacuation of foreign nationals from areas of danger or conflict, from Sudan, from Lebanon, from Israel, from Iran. Following the barbaric Hamas terrorist attack of October 7 and the subsequent war that has led to a humanitarian tragedy in Gaza, Cyprus assumed we did so through the development of the Amalthea Maritime Corridor for the delivery of humanitarian assistance to the civilian population in Gaza. The route was reactivated as recently as this past week. We worked with like-minded partners, the United Arab Emirates, the United States, the European Union, the UK, and others, and yes, we deliver. Furthermore, in the face of persecutions in the region towards religious and other minorities, Cyprus couldn't remain idle, proving our long-standing commitment to upholding fundamental rights and freedoms, demonstrating once again responsibility we appointed a special envoy on the protection of religious freedom and the protection of minorities in the Middle East. At the same time, my country has responded to the calls of our neighbors for assistance in the face of fires, sending our brave firefighters as reinforcement, and our neighbors have reciprocated. Also, as a part of our Cyprus and Jordan's proposed initiative for a European firefighting hub in Cyprus covering our region is now in the path of implementation by the European Union. And the aforementioned example, dear friends, are only a snapshot of Cyprus's active, tangible responsibility. And I'm very proud that my country walks this path of responsibility, and we are determined to expand it, always part of the solution and never part of the problem. Your Excellencies, Cyprus stands ready to assume its regional responsibility also in the context of bringing an end to the war in Gaza and, given our proximity, to play a role in its reconstruction. Let me be clear, there are no substitutes for peace. This war must end. A first necessary step is the immediate ceasefire in Gaza, and I really hope that President Trump's initiative has a positive outcome. At the same time, the humanitarian catastrophe must be alleviated. This means unhindered flow of aid in Gaza. The displacement must also end. International humanitarian law must be respected. We also call with the same fervor for the immediate release of all hostages. And, dear friends, as unreachable as it may seem at this moment, we must not lose sight of the path for peace, for a two-state solution in line with the United Nations Security Council resolutions. We have a responsibility to continue our work for a future in which Israel and Palestine live side by side in conditions of lasting security and peace. And we must be clear and unequivocal that Hamas, a terrorist organization, has no place in such a future. Your Excellencies, as part of our responsibility, my country will assume the rotating presidency of the Council of the European Union in January of 2026. The European Union that has evolved into an unprecedented political union embodying the essence of multilateralism anchored on respect for the UN Charter. It is a project of collective responsibility that delivers a unifying force of stability, security, and prosperity. And the European Union presidency is yet another moment of responsibility for Cyprus. Europe's heart will beat for 6 months from the Union's last divided member state under occupation since the 1974 Turkish invasion. We will exercise our responsibility fully aware of what is at stake. An imperative need to deliver stronger multilateralism, more integration and more cooperation between Europe and the world. To deliver a stronger, more secure, more autonomous European Union, committed to supporting partners focusing also on the Eastern Mediterranean and the greater Middle East, supporting and investing in strategic partners that are pillars of stability in the region, such as Egypt and Jordan, working together with our Lebanese partners to ensure long-lasting stability in the country, working to ensure stability in Syria, inclusivity, respect to religious freedoms, and of course protection of minorities, assuming more responsibility as a union for our security, but also for our neighborhood. Ladies and gentlemen, Cyprus will assume another role of responsibility for the first time in its history as a member of the Human Rights Council for the period 2025-27. It is in the same spirit that we also proudly presented our candidature for the presidency of the 81st session of the UN General Assembly. As a member state that embodies and embraces the principles of multilateralism, inclusivity, bridge building, and of course responsibility. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, the Russian aggression against Ukraine in violation of the UN Charter must serve as a wake-up call. As we condemn the use of force against a sovereign nation, the killing of civilians, the forced disappearance of children, the destruction and displacement, we have an obligation to remember. We must collectively act against aggressor, no matter who they are. Appeasing the aggressor never yields results, and history demonstrates this very clearly. Each time we turn a blind eye to violation of territorial integrity and sovereignty of states anywhere in the world, we create space and opportunity for the next aggressor. And this time, it can be bordering your country. In 2022, Russia invaded a sovereign nation, Ukraine, violating the UN Charter. In 1974, Turkey invaded a sovereign nation, Cyprus, violating the UN Charter. The violation is equal: the suffering, the invasion, and the occupation. My country, Cyprus, is under Turkish occupation for 51 years. Tens of thousands displaced, women raped, destruction of cultural and religious heritage, the fenced town of Varosha held hostage by Turkey, awaiting for its lawful inhabitants to return as the relevant UN Security Council resolutions have prescribed for Turkey to allow. A policy of illegal settlements to change the demographic character of the country. Families, 51 years later, waiting for the fate of their life as a young boy in those early years after the invasion. The images of mothers and children weeping for their loved ones have been engraved in my memory. Dear friends, the playbook of occupiers is always the same. Your Excellencies, from this very podium yesterday, Mr. Erdogan preached the word on peace and accountability. He pointed the finger to others for crimes Turkey itself commits every single day. That is selective sensitivity and hypocrisy of the highest form. Illegality cannot yield legality. Illegality stemming from use of force cannot be recognized, no matter who is the perpetrator is, no matter who the victim is. Ladies and gentlemen, politicians are judged not by their words, but by their actions. It is what distinguishes politicians from leaders. Cyprus has proven time and again that it is a reliable, responsible actor. A country that not only talks the talk, but also walks the walk of responsibility. And my call to Mr. Erdogan is to join that path of responsibility, to end the occupation through negotiations for a comprehensive settlement that will reunify Cyprus in a bizonal, bicommunal federation with political equality, always in line with UN Security Council resolutions, European Union law, values, and principles. This is the only way. Therefore, let me repeat, the call for responsibility is the loudest for my own country. I'm ready for this moment of responsibility, ready to deliver on the call of history to reunify Cyprus, to reunify my people, Greek Cypriots, Turkish Cypriots, Maronites, Armenians, and Latins. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, we stand at the brink of a precipice, and while the impulse may be to shrink away from the immense responsibility we inherited from the visionaries who stood here 80 years ago, now is the moment for us to assume our responsibility collectively and individually as states. Rest assured that my country, Cyprus, will continue to do its part by being responsible, by being advocates for responsibility, for the good of humanity, for our peoples. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Cyprus. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Alexander Stubb, President of the Republic of Finland. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in its simplest form, foreign policy is really about three things: about values, interests, and power. I come from a relatively small country, Finland, and our toolkit is mainly about two of those three things. It's about values and interests. Power, hard or soft, is usually the luxury of bigger players. The power of smaller country arises from its capacity to cooperate with others. Smart diplomacy gives smaller player at least relative influence. The UN is, of course, case in point. Big players have power through their permanent membership in the UN Security Council. But we, the smaller players, can influence the ebb and flow of international relations by being active in the corridors of diplomacy. Now, most of the speeches that we've heard here today have highlighted the fact that the world order, balance, and dynamics are changing, much like they did after World War II when the UN was founded. I actually think that the post-Cold War order is over, but we don't know what the new order is going to look like. It will take at least 5 to 10 years for things to settle. And my message to this Assembly today is that regardless of the size, each and every member state of the United Nations has agency, a say in how the new world order will look like. It is important that we all use this power wisely and responsibly. Now, I fully appreciate that our interests differ, depending on our geographical location, history, state of development, or culture. But fundamental values are something we should all share. We have commonly defined some of the most essential of them in the UN Charter. Today, I want to do two things. First, analyze on what we might want to do together. To understand what's currently happening in the world, I'd like to raise three different but yet related developments.
First, it seems to me that there's a growing tension between multilateralism, in other words, an order based on the rule of law, and those that speak the language of multipolarity or transactionalism. So difference between multilateralism and multipolarity. Now, I can understand the temptation and the rationale of the proponents of multipolarity and transactionalism. But can they solve the world's biggest challenges, such as climate change or sustainable development? Today, I see many states, both big and small, pursuing transactional or multivectoral foreign policies. In essence, their aim is to diversify their relations with multiple actors rather than aligning with any one particular bloc. Now, this can be opportunistic, but it may also be justified and reasonable. This depends on political choices. A transactional or multivectoral foreign policy is dominated by interests. Interests drive practical choices of states, and this is entirely legitimate. This kind of foreign policy is based on a realistic understanding of power. Power defines the limits of what is possible for each state. However, values should actually underpin everything we do. Even transactional or multivectoral foreign policy should rest on a score of fundamental values. Without them, foreign policy will ultimately run into a wall. If you set aside values for unhindered pursuit of power and interests, you will eventually find before you the very same problems you wanted to overlook. Second, the balance of power in the New World Order is shifting towards the South and the East. Many countries, especially in Africa, Asia, Latin America, are becoming or have become key players in determining the direction of the New World Order. To put it simply, they have both agency and power. They are not only an expanding economic force, but their demographic growth, a political and cultural force. It will yield them both hard power and soft power, and they will use it to promote their interests as they should. The 193 members of the United Nations do not have to agree on every minute detail of values, but we have to have a common understanding of fundamentals. They include the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states. They include the prohibition of the use of force and the respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms. These values are the building blocks of who we are and what we stand for as the United Nations. The broad international community has overwhelmingly an interest to uphold them. Let me be clear. Russia has no right to continue its aggression on Ukraine. Israel has no right to violate international law in Palestine. States have no right to use Sudanese or Congolese territories to fight proxy wars for their economic or strategic self-interests. I urge us all to heed this message of the international community and act accordingly. War is always a failure of humanity. It is a collective failure of our fundamental values. It is a failure of us as human beings. Thirdly, I would like to say a few words about the state of the United Nations, the institution where we are. The UN was created to maintain and promote peace, stability, development, and friendly relations among nations. In order to achieve this, the balance between the three elements was required. The power at the highest level represented by the UN Security Council. The interests of the wider membership were reconciled here in the General Assembly, and the values were enshrined in the Charter and consolidated as rules of international law. Now, unfortunately today, the UN is struggling to fulfill its central promise of delivering peace and stability. We can always blame each other, but at the end of the day, it's a collective decision. Countries have increasingly taken the liberty to break the rules of international law and to use force against other people's territories and suppress other nations. The United Nations of today does not sufficiently reflect the realities of the balance of power. All too often, it fails to serve as a forum for the coordination of interests, and the values at its core are too often not respected in good faith. We all want to have the freedom to make choices and a possibility to influence the world around us. Today, many countries are seeking answers in multipolarity or transactionalism. If the UN fails to deliver, this trend will accelerate. So, let me sum up in the terms of the three pillars: values, interests, and power. Our values can divide us. Fundamentally, however, they should unite us around the basic principles of humanity, the rule of law, and the prohibition of aggression. Our interests differ, and it's only right that we promote them. However, our choices have consequences. Opportunism will eventually be forced to confront the problems it tried to ignore. Power will constantly seek a new balance. We must adapt to change. Nevertheless, we should not allow the rise of hard power to blind us. The power of legitimacy, integrity, and rules will remain strong. So let me get to my second part, from the situation to possible solutions or things that we could do together. Never before in history has humankind had such means of innovations at its disposal to solve the world's most pressing problems. However, the current direction is wrong in so many ways. There are more wars than at any time since World War II. The world is becoming increasingly divided. And so are our societies, and the measures to deal with climate change and sustainable development are lagging behind. In different parts of the world, we're witnessing immense civilian suffering and blatant disrespect for humanitarian principles. For me as a Finn, Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine not only reminds me of our past, but is directly linked to the security of the part of the world where I live. On the other hand, total disregard for civilian life and an attempt to undermine the fundamental principles on which the international order is based. On the other hand, there's a bastion of freedom that is defending its right to exist and to make its own choices. The battle for what consequences we will draw from this aggression is not yet over. Recently, there's been serious attempts at diplomatic solutions of the war on the initiative of the United States. There are no perfect solutions to wars. At the same time, we know that any decision made in these matters will have far-reaching consequences beyond. There can hardly be a stronger unifying interest among the UN's broad membership than our opposition to the wars of conquest. Aggression must not be rewarded. Accountability for the most serious international crimes must be pursued. In the Middle East, civilians in Gaza are experiencing immense suffering. The deepening humanitarian crisis has reached unbearable levels and represents a failure of the international system. At the same time, Hamas continues to hold the hostages it has taken, and many have already lost their lives. An immediate ceasefire is needed in Gaza. That has been reiterated from this podium many times today and yesterday. Humanitarian aid must be granted safe and unhindered access. The hostages must be released. I commend the efforts led by France and Saudi Arabia to advance the two-state solution. The negotiations must meet the Israeli and Palestinian security needs and Palestinian right to self-determination, its legitimate aspiration for statehood and sovereignty. The occupation that began in 1967 must end, and all permanent status issues must be resolved. Correspondingly, the countries that have not recognized Israel must do so. At the same time, the international community must support and strengthen the Palestinian Authority for it to govern the entire Palestinian territory effectively. This is the only viable option for achieving a two-state solution. A stable Palestine will also significantly benefit the security of Israel. In many parts of the world, conflicts are raging, causing immense suffering locally, instability regionally, and reverberations globally. We've witnessed particularly brutal violence in Sudan, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, in Haiti, Myanmar, and Mali, among others. Civilian populations continue to face famine and displacement at a large scale. And sometimes I feel that we end up looking at conflicts only that are near to us. But I think the job of the UN is with equal determination. I praise all those who, in good faith, continue to work for peace despite the daunting task. In June, a peace agreement was reached for the conflict in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. The true test, like with all peace agreements, lies in its implementation. Does it stick? There's a humanitarian crisis of alarming proportions that compels us, all of us, to respond. Peace processes should not be transactional. They must be guided by international law. All countries and stakeholders in the region must be engaged and committed to achieve sustainable peace. The presence and involvement of the UN is essential. I would also like to stress the crucial work carried out by journalists amid conflicts and in other difficult circumstances. Attacks on members of the media are unacceptable. Media freedom is the basis for democracy. It is a prerequisite for an open society. The ability of the press to carry out its work is important for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, the composition of the UN still largely reflects the world of 1945. As the world has changed drastically, so should the decision-making at the UN. Last year, in this very hall, I argued for a reformed Security Council, a council where currently underrepresented regions would have a stronger voice through permanent seats at the table. The number of permanent members should be increased in the UN Security Council. At least there should be 2 new seats for Asia, 2 for Africa, and 1 for Latin America. I think I'm going to say this every year because it's the only place where I get applause. Veto power. And if a member of the Security Council violates the UN Charter, its voting rights should be suspended. I believe that these changes at the top of the UN are necessary in order to maintain the UN's central. Comprehensive reform of the UN is needed. I commend the Secretary General for his UN 80 initiative, and I encourage him to take bold and ambitious action. So Finland strongly supports the UN and wants it to succeed. Therefore, we stress the need for true reform to enhance the organization's credibility, relevance, and efficiency. This will ensure that the UN can act. The UN needs to focus its efforts on its most important goals: ending and preventing wars, protecting human rights, and acting as a catalyst for sustainable development. And also, we need to get the UN back into peace mediation. I would argue that one of the reasons that we have so many wars right now is that the UN is absent from peace mediation. No other organization can offer the legitimacy comparable to that of the UN. If the UN is absent, conflicts are not resolved without it, which is not in our common interests. The UN is needed as a mediator, and the member states should support it at this endeavor. Finally, Finland is strongly engaged in the work of the UN and will remain so. Therefore, we're also standing for election to the Security Council for the term of 2029 to 2030. Should we be elected, Finland pledges to be a principled and pragmatic partner for peace. We are principled in our commitment to international law with the Charter at its core. We are pragmatic in seeking solutions that truly advance international peace and security. At the outset of my speech, I said that each and every one of us has agency, a say how the new world order will look like. We want to be able to make our own choices and have an impact on the world around us. Nelson Mandela saw truth and reconciliation as the only hope for nations that are bitterly divided. The same applies to relations between states. We should learn from history, but always look to the future, bearing in mind that our decisions will shape it. Thank you very much.
Finland. By His Excellency Julius Maada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
President of the General Assembly, the Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I congratulate Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock on her election as President of the General Assembly to lead this historic 80th session of the General Assembly. I thank her predecessor, His Excellency Filmo Young, for his distinguished leadership during the 79th session. I commend the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, for his steadfast commitment to the ideas of the United Nations during these increasingly turbulent times. Madam President, it's both an honor and a solemn responsibility to address this Assembly on the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. This Assembly is not just ceremonial. It is a call for the world's conscience to act with unity, determination, and vision. Our theme, Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights, both celebrates and summons. It reminds us that cooperation delivers progress. It also demands that we reimagine multilateralism so that peace, dignity, and equality are not promises on paper, but realities in the lives of people. This anniversary is not a time for complacency, but for courageous renewal. Today,
We face deepening inequalities, climate crises, geopolitical fragmentation, technology, and entrenched conflict. No nation can meet these challenges alone. We need bold multilateralism and a united nations that is not only reformed but reinvigorated. The UN must be more than a meeting place. It must be a working place for people, for peace, and for our planet. Madam President, Sierra Leone is a small state that has relied heavily on the United Nations Charter and now helps to uphold it. We speak with independence and conviction because we have lived the cost of its absence. I also serve as chair of ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State and Government and coordinator of the African Union Committee of 10 Heads of State and Government on Security Council Reform, C10. For both myself and the people of Sierra Leone, these roles are not just titles, they are responsibilities. They reflect Sierra Leone's conviction that principled multilateralism is the surest defense of law, equity, and peace. Since 1945, the Charter's promise of sovereign equality, non-aggression, and human dignity have been the bedrock of small states like ours. In 1961, when Sierra Leone first addressed this assembly, our founding Prime Minister, Sir Milton Magai, pledged that our voice would be independent and principled, guided not by bitterness, but by conviction. That pledge remains our compass. We stand for justice and equality. We uphold the right of all people to self-determination. We speak truth. We speak truth to power and act in defense of humanity and the rule of law. Small states are not inherently small. Our sovereignty is equal and our responsibilities are the same. Leadership is not the loudest voice in the room. It is the clearest voice for justice. Madam President, our current term on the UN Security Council has deepened these convictions. Guided by the Charter, we have championed peace through dialogue, upheld international law, and promoted prevention as the first duty of collective security. We have supported efforts to stabilize Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, de-escalated tensions in the Middle East, and supported political transition in Lebanon and Syria for peace and stability. We have also seen the Security Council's limits, its paralysis in the face of grave human suffering. Nowhere has this failure been heart-wrenching than in Gaza. A preventable genocide was not prevented. Mass starvation that could have been avoided was not avoided. A broadly supported two-state solution has been obstructed by division and inaction. We therefore welcome all member states that have recently announced their long overdue recognition of the State of Palestine. Yet, much more remains to be done. We must bring an end to the war and ensure the release of all hostages and prisoners. Sierra Leone has not wavered. We have spoken with independence, voted with principle, and pressed for urgent action to end atrocities and revive hope. We say again, cease fire now in Gaza. Cease fire now in Sudan. Cease fire now in Ukraine. These are not just slogans. They are calls to conscience, calls to action. In fact, they are echoes of the UN's founding pledge to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. A veto should never be a verdict against humanity. Madam President, across the world, the UN's authority and legitimacy are being tested. Selective adherence to international law, disregard for Security Council and General Assembly resolutions, deprivation of funding, attacks on peacekeepers and humanitarian workers, disinformation that corrodes trust, and over-reliance on unilateral action. For countries like Sierra Leone, this is not an abstract debate. We know what a working United Nations means. At our darkest hour, during one of the most brutal civil wars in modern history, the UN stood by our side. The United Nations missions in Sierra Leone, UNAMSI, one of the largest peacekeeping operations of its time, helped disarm over 75,000 combatants, restore civilian governance, support democratic elections. The Special Court for Sierra Leone and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, both backed by the United Nations, ensured justice and reconciliation. When the United Nations Integrated Peacebuilding Office in Sierra Leone closed in 2014, it signaled something rare in our world: a successful transition from war to peace. We saw blue helmets on our streets. We saw ballot papers returned to citizens' hands. We saw our nation breathe again. When the UN works, lives are saved. When it fails, lives are lost. We must ensure the UN delivers for all. And to do so, we must respect and implement UN decisions. Protect those who serve under the United Nations flag. Invest in prevention and peace building. And reform the Security Council so its authority and legitimacy match today's world. The United Nations cannot protect vulnerable people if it cannot protect its own authority. As a nation, Sierra Leone does its part and contributes troops to peacekeeping missions. We serve as elected Security Council member and offer our experience in peace building to the world. Sierra Leone's story is proof that multilateral solidarity works when it is grounded in trust, mutual respect, and genuine investment in national ownership. Madam President, Peace is inseparable from development. Sierra Leone. In Sierra Leone, our medium-term national development aligned with the SDGs and the African Union's Agenda 2063 prioritizes people-centered growth. We are transforming our agricultural sector to ensure food security. We are investing in a digital economy that fosters inclusion and innovation. We are deepening investment in human capital development through free quality education and in healthcare, particularly maternal and child health. We are expanding renewable energy to support industrialization and climate resilience. Climate change is an existential threat to Sierra Leone. Our greenhouse gas emissions are negligible, yet our people and our wide coast bears the cost through erosion, flooding, and pressure on food systems and fisheries. We have mainstreamed climate adaptation and strengthened disaster preparedness. In fulfillment of the commitment made at the Third United Nations Oceans Conference, Sierra Leone has ratified the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Treaty, BBNG. As the 60th state to deposit its instrument of ratification, Sierra Leone is proud of the collective endeavor to trigger the entry into force of the BBNG Treaty, a historic milestone for multilateralism and the collective stewardship of our ocean commons. We urge all countries to do the same, so the high seas and areas are governed by common good. Climate justice is not charity. It is a legal and moral responsibility. If the poorest are left to pay the highest climate price, there is no justice. Developed nations must honor their commitments, $100 billion per year in climate finance, technology transfer, and capacity building. We welcome the International Court of Justice advisory opinion on climate change, affirming states' obligation to prevent environmental harm and to protect future generations. In that spirit, Sierra Leone is proud to present the candidature of Professor Dr. Charles Cherno Jallow to the International Court of Justice, a distinguished jurist and tireless advocate for the rule of law. We respectfully solicit the support of all member states in the November 12 elections this year. Madam President, as chair of the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State and Government, I proudly note our community's 50th anniversary. For 5 decades, ECOWAS has embodied regional integration and collective security, often acting decisively when others hesitated. ECOWAS moved early in Sierra Leone's peace process, before and alongside the UN, to end our civil war. It has done so in Liberia, the Gambia, and elsewhere to defend democracy and stabilize the region. These are African solutions to African challenges, open to global partnerships anchored in regional legitimacy and trust. Partnership with Africa must move from promise to practice. As chair of the ECOWAS Authority, I recently embarked on a regional tour, including a second visit to Burkina Faso in 2 years. This was to demonstrate solidarity and build trust between ECOWAS member states and the Alliance of Sahelian States. I commend the leadership of Burkina Faso for its willingness to engage and I look forward to continued dialogue with the leadership of both Mali and Niger. In my role as chair of the ECOWAS Authority, I have placed emphasis on advancing and safeguarding democratic governance with a strong commitment to upholding constitutional order and reflecting the people's will, countering terrorism and strengthening our regional security architecture, including operationalizing the ECOWAS standby force and implementing counterterrorism strategies, enhancing economic integration by promoting trade, liberalization, developing cross-border infrastructure, and advancing towards a common ECOWAS currency, strengthening the credibility of institutions through reforms that promote transparency, efficiency, and service focused on citizens. We urge the United Nations to deepen its partnership with ECOWAS and other African regional mechanisms in the spirit of Chapter 8 of the United Nations Charter. Africa is not a problem to be solved. Africa is a partner to be empowered. Madam President, during Sierra Leone's tenure as elected member of the Security Council 2024-2025, we have highlighted the urgent security challenges in West Africa and the Sahel, where terrorism and violent extremism transcends borders and destabilize the entire region. However, Africa's lack of permanent representation continues to hinder the Council's ability to act decisively and contextually. We have advocated for a comprehensive approach to counterterrorism in the Sahel, linking security with development, governance reforms, and regional cooperation, and strengthening the UN-AU-ECOWAS partnership. Too often, however, the Council's response has been hindered by narrow geopolitical interests, delaying action that could have saved lives. Our experience confirms a clear truth. Lasting peace requires inclusivity, ownership, and legitimacy. The Council's structural imbalance undermines its credibility and must be addressed to ensure the safeguarding of collective security. Madam President, in my capacity as coordinator of the African Union Committee of 10 on Security Council reforms, I speak on behalf of a continent still excluded from the permanent representation on the Council. Africa in the United Nations still has no permanent seat. This is unjust and untenable. It undermines the credibility of the Council and the legitimacy of its decisions. The common African position expressed in the Eswatini Consensus and SAT Declaration calls for at least 2 permanent seats for Africa with full rights and prerogatives, including the veto, if retained, and 2 additional non-permanent seats. This is not a request. It is a demand for equity. It is a test of UN's commitment to fairness and its own charter. During our Security Council presidency in August last year, we gave this issue unprecedented prominence. As we mark the 80th anniversary of the United Nations and the 20th anniversary of the Ezewini Consensus and SAT Declaration, let this be the moment that the international community answers Africa's call. Let us not pass on to the next generation a Security Council reform that fails to reflect the world as it is today. Madam President, the United Nations at 80 must look forward. Sierra Leone stands ready, committed to principled multilateralism, to speaking with independence and conviction, and to working for justice, solidarity, and the dignity of all peoples. Let this anniversary be a turning point, measured not in the many speeches we make here, but service, not in declarations, but in delivery. Let us build a United Nations more representative, more responsive, and more resilient. The world does not need a louder United Nations. It requires a braver United Nations. Now is the time to make the United Nations work for all. Together, let us forge a future of peace, shared prosperity, and human dignity. For in unity, we are not only better, we are stronger. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. The next plenary meeting to continue with the general debate will begin at 3 p.m. The meeting is adjourned. The 7th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Luis Rodolfo Abinader Corona, President of the Dominican Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Excelentísima señora Annalena Baerbock, Presidenta de la Asamblea General. Excelentísimo señor Antonio Guterres, Secretario General de las Naciones Unidas. Excelencias, distinguidos jefes de Estado y de Gobierno, honorables jefes de delegación, señoras y señores. Hace 80 años, de las cenizas de la guerra, nació esta organización, con el firme compromiso de evitar que la humanidad volviera a naufragar en el odio y la barbarie, y la convicción de que la cooperación y el diálogo debían regir nuestra convivencia. En República Dominicana tenemos plena conciencia de nuestra responsabilidad como nación, miembro de la comunidad internacional y del impacto que las decisiones globales tienen sobre nuestra sociedad. Por eso, exigimos con convicción un orden internacional más justo y donde el desarrollo de uno no signifique el sacrificio de otros. Vivimos un momento de alta complejidad internacional, donde se combinan 5 fuerzas que agitan profundamente el destino de nuestro pueblo: la polarización política, el resurgimiento del proteccionismo comercial, la revolución tecnológica, el cambio climático y la competencia geopolítica. Estos desafíos globales tienen consecuencias muy concretas para países como el nuestro. Las recientes y persistentes guerras han generado disrupciones en los mercados, creando volatilidad e incertidumbre en los precios de las commodities. Los recientes aranceles introducen un nuevo factor de imprevisibilidad para el comercio internacional. Los huracanes y el afloramiento descontrolado del sargazo nos recuerdan nuestra vulnerabilidad climática. Y la desinformación amplificada en entornos digitales erosiona la confianza ciudadana. Son desafíos que convergen y ponen a prueba los principios de la Carta de San Francisco. La clave para asumirlos fue enunciada por Franklin Delano Roosevelt. La verdadera salvaguardia de la paz solo puede encontrarse en la cooperación basada en la justicia económica y social. Ante este panorama, República Dominicana reafirma su fe en el mandato fundacional de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas, en sus principios y valores, no como opciones secundarias, sino como las únicas vías para preservar la paz y la dignidad humana. Celebramos el lema que hoy nos convoca: mejor juntos, 80 años y más por la paz, el desarrollo y los derechos humanos. Lo asumimos como mandato histórico y como clamor legítimo de nuestro pueblo. Señora Presidenta, el multilateralismo atraviesa desafíos profundos, agravados por la crisis financiera que afecta a esta organización y por la creciente dificultad para alcanzar consensos que detengan los conflictos. En este contexto, necesitamos con urgencia espacios de diálogo más francos, más eficaces y orientados a resultados en todos los niveles. Debemos escucharnos con mayor apertura y disposición genuina al entendimiento mutuo. Si no transformamos las Naciones Unidas, corremos el riesgo de que caiga en la irrelevancia, y esto sería una catástrofe que no debemos permitir. La iniciativa ONU 80 nos ofrece una oportunidad histórica para revitalizar mandatos, renovar estructuras y devolver eficacia y credibilidad a este techo común de las naciones. República Dominicana respalda firmemente este proceso. En los próximos meses
In the
debe
coming
elegirse
months,
un nuevo
a
secretario
new
general.
Secretary General must be chosen.
Corresponde ahora a Latinoamérica
It
y
now
al
falls to
Caribe
Latin America and the
ofrecer un
Caribbean
liderazgo
to
renovado
offer
con
renewed
visión,
leadership
independencia
with
y
the vision,
compromiso
independence,
que los
and
tiempos exigen.
commitment demanded by our
Nuestra
times.
región tiene la
Our region
diversidad,
possesses the
capacidad y
diversity,
experiencia
capacity, and
para levantar
experience
una
to
voz
be
firme
able
en
to
favor de
raise
la
a
paz,
strong voice
la
for
justicia
peace,
climática,
climate
los
justice,
derechos
human
humanos y el
rights, and
desarrollo
sustainable
sostenible.
development.
Estoy plenamente
I am
convencido
fully
de que ha
convinced
llegado el
that the
momento de
time
que
has
una
come
mujer
for a woman
ocupe la
to
Secretaría
take
General.
up the post of Secretary General.
Colegas,
Colleagues,
apenas 5 años nos separan
we stand
del
barely 5
2030.
years from
Los
2030,
objetivos de
and yet
desarrollo
the Sustainable
sostenible
Development
siguen
Goals
rezagados.
remain behind
El
schedule.
principal obstáculo
The
es una
principal
arquitectura
obstacle is an
financiera
international financial
internacional que no
architecture that does
responde a las
not reflect
realidades
the
de los países
realities
en
of
desarrollo.
developing countries.
Los compromisos
The
asumidos durante la
commitments
reciente
undertaken at the
conferencia
recent
sobre
conference on
financiamiento para el
financing for
desarrollo en
development in
Sevilla
Seville
son un paso
are
positivo,
a positive
pero
step,
insuficiente.
but insufficient.
Necesitamos una transformación
We
real,
need to see genuine
un nuevo pacto
transformation, a
financiero
new
internacional
international
con
financial
acceso a
compact
financiamiento
with access to
concesional,
concessional
alivio de deuda,
finance, debt
mecanismos
relief, innovative
innovadores
mechanisms,
y
and
mayor cooperación
enhanced
técnica.
technical cooperation.
El compromiso dominicano es
The
sólido.
Dominican Republic's
A pesar de
commitment
los
is
desafíos, hemos
strong.
logrado
Despite the
avances
challenges,
tangibles
we
en la
have achieved
implementación de la
tangible
Agenda
progress
2030.
in implementing the 2030
Destacamos en
agenda.
particular el
In
progreso
particular, we
sostenido
stress the
en los dos
sustained
primeros
advances in the first
ODS,
two SDGs,
reducción de la pobreza y
poverty
hambre cero.
reduction and zero
Como
hunger.
resultado de nuestras
As a
políticas de
result of our
protección
social
social,
protection
del impulso a la
policies,
producción agropecuaria y del
boosting our
incremento del
agricultural
salario
production
mínimo,
and
logramos
increasing the
reducir
minimum
la
wage,
pobreza moderada de
we managed to
25.8
reduce
en 2019 a
moderate levels of poverty
18.05
from
en el primer trimestre del
25.8% in 2019 to
y la
18.05% in the first quarter of
descendió de
2025.
8.6
At the
en
same time,
2018
undernourishment fell from
3.6 en el
8.6% in 2018 to
Señoras y
3.6% in 2025.
Con
Ladies and
responsabilidad
gentlemen,
y coherencia, he sostenido ante
I
esta
have
Asamblea
responsibly and
y en
consistently
todos los
stated
foros
before this Assembly
internacionales
and in
relevantes
every
que
relevant
la crisis
international forum that the
multidimensional de Haití
multidimensional crisis
representa
in
una grave
Haiti
amenaza a la paz
represents
y la
a
seguridad
serious
para la
threat to peace
República
and
Dominicana
security
y para toda la
for the
región.
Dominican Republic and the region.
Desde el 2021
Since
hemos sostenido
2021,
con
we have
claridad
clearly stated
la única
that the
salida para
only
Haití
solution
es
for
una acción
Haiti is
internacional coherente y
consistent
sostenida
and
que
sustained
garantice
international
condiciones
action
mínimas de
ensuring minimum
seguridad y
conditions
abra
of
paso al más
security and
amplio
opening the
acuerdo
way to the
democrático y
broadest
soberano entre los
democratic and
propios
sovereign
haitianos.
agreement among Haitians
Ese
themselves.
vecino país vive una tragedia humana sin
This neighboring
precedentes,
country is
violencia
experiencing an
extrema,
unprecedented
colapso
human
institucional
tragedy,
y
extreme
control
violence,
territorial
institutional
de
collapse,
numerosas
and
bandas
territorial
criminales que
control by
aterrorizan
numerous
a la
criminal
población.
gangs terrorizing its
Grupos
population.
que los gobiernos
These are groups
dominicanos
that the
y
Dominican and United
estadounidenses han
States governments
clasificado
have
como
designated as
organizaciones
terrorist
terroristas y
organizations
con los cuales
and
no puede
with
haber
which
negociación
no
alguna.
negotiation is possible.
Frente a esta realidad,
In light of this
República
reality, the
Dominicana ha
Dominican
desplegado una
Republic
continua
has
ofensiva
mounted a
diplomática con el
sustained
objetivo de
diplomatic
lograr
offensive
una
to
respuesta
achieve an
internacional
effective
efectiva.
international response.
En este tenor, el
In this
Consejo de
vein,
Seguridad aprobó
the
una
Security
misión
Council
multinacional
approved
de
a
apoyo a la
multinational
seguridad
security support
MSS
mission, the
junto a
MSS,
un embargo de armas y un
together
régimen
with
de
an arms
sanciones para las
embargo
personas e
and a
instituciones
sanctions
que
regime for
fomentan
those
a esas
individuals and
organizaciones
institutions supporting such criminal
Agradecemos el liderazgo
organizations.
de Kenia,
We're
Jamaica,
grateful for the
Belice,
leadership of
Bahamas,
Kenya,
Guatemala y El
Jamaica,
Salvador,
Belize, the
y
Bahamas,
el apoyo
Guatemala, and El
financiero de Estados
Salvador, and for the
Unidos,
financial
Canadá y
support
otros
provided by the
países
United
que han
States,
hecho
Canada, and other
posible el
countries,
despliegue
which
inicial.
enabled the initial deployment.
Pero la misión aún no ha
Yet the
alcanzado
mission
la
has still
escala
not
necesaria,
attained the necessary
número de
scale,
efectivos y el
personnel
financiamiento
strength,
adecuado,
and
por lo
adequate
que no ha
financing,
alcanzado
and
sus
has
objetivos.
therefore not yet met its
Por eso,
goals.
respaldamos
For this reason,
firmemente
we
el proyecto de
strongly
resolución
support the
presentado
draft
por Panamá y
resolution
Estados Unidos
tabled by
ante el
Panama and the
Consejo de
United
Seguridad,
States to the
basado
Security
en la
Council
propuesta del
based on the
secretario
proposal
general
of
Guterres
Secretary
para
General
transformar la
Guterres to
MSS en una
transform the
fuerza que
MSS
logre
into
imponer
a force
orden
capable
y
of
restablecer
imposing
la
order
paz
and
con una
restoring
estructura
peace
de mando
with a
reforzada,
reinforced command
metas
structure,
claras y
clear and
evaluables y
measurable
y el
goals
apoyo
and
logístico
the
y
logistical and
operativo de una
operational
oficina bajo el
backing of
mando
an
de Naciones
office
Unidas.
under UN command.
Esta propuesta
This
establece
proposal
una
would
presencia
establish
más
a more
robusta,
robust
con mayor
presence with greater
coordinación,
coordination,
supervisión y
oversight,
estándares
and
de rendición de
accountability
cuentas,
standards
tanto en
in
derechos
both
humanos como
human
en
rights
desempeño
and
operativo.
operational performance.
Hacemos un llamado urgente
We issue an
a los
urgent
miembros del
appeal to the
Consejo de
members of the
Seguridad,
Security Council,
en especial a los 5
especially the 5
permanentes,
permanent
a
members,
adoptar esta
to adopt this
resolución sin
resolution
demora.
without delay.
Debemos estar conscientes de
We
que el
must bear in
mandato de
mind
la
that the
MSS
MSS's
expira el 2 de
mandate
octubre.
expires on the 2nd of
Estamos frente
October.
a un periodo de
We
transición
are
delicado
at a delicate transitional stage that calls for legitimacy for the mission's entire current contingent. The Dominican Republic calls for support for this request. We do so as we stand on the very brink of Haiti's collapse. We also appeal for political, financial, and operational backing from Latin America and the Caribbean for the mission in Haiti. This is a country in our region, one that demands shared responsibility as neighbors. It's important to make clear that the Dominican Republic will continue to protect its territorial integrity and to enforce its national migration regime. No state can be blamed for defending its borders nor for guaranteeing the security of its citizens. We cannot, nor we must not bear alone the burden of a crisis that exceeds any national capacity. It is neither sustainable nor safe for anyone. Every day of inaction pushes the solution to the crisis further away. We must act now. Friends,
Para los pequeños estados
for
insulares en
small
desarrollo,
island developing
la
states,
triple
the
crisis
triple planetary
planetaria,
crisis,
el cambio
that
climático,
is climate
la
change,
pérdida de biodiversidad
biodiversity
y la
loss,
contaminación
and
ambiental
environmental
es una
pollution
amenaza
is an
existencial.
existential threat.
Esta crisis en el Caribe
In the
tiene un rostro
Caribbean,
concreto,
this crisis
el
can
sargazo,
be specifically
un
seen
fenómeno
through the
devastador
presence of
que
sargassum,
afecta
a
nuestras
devastating
costas, nuestra
phenomenon
salud
affecting our
pública y los medios de
coasts,
vida.
our public health and
Exigimos
livelihoods.
solidaridad y
We
justicia
demand
climática,
solidarity and climate
que se
justice,
traduzca en financiamiento
translating into
accesible,
accessible
transferencia
finance,
tecnológica
technology
y acciones
transfer, and
urgentes
urgent
para
action to
proteger
protect
nuestros
our
océanos.
oceans.
República
The
Dominicana
Dominican Republic
avanza hacia
is
la
moving
ratificación
towards the
del Tratado
ratification of the
BBNJ,
BBNJ
convencida de
Treaty,
que la
convinced that the
protección de la
protection
biodiversidad
of
marina
marine
es un deber
biodiversity is
compartido.
a shared duty.
Los mares son fuente de vida
The
y
seas are a
cuidarlos es
source
cuidar
of
nuestro
life.
futuro.
Caring for them means caring for our
Distinguidos delegados.
future. Distinguished delegates,
Este 80º aniversario
this 80th
no
anniversary
debe ser un
should
ritual de
not stand as a
nostalgia,
ritual of
sino un
nostalgia,
llamado vibrante
rather
a
a
renovar la
resounding
alianza de la
call to
humanidad
renew
consigo misma.
humanity's covenant with itself.
Aunque no enfrentamos una
Although
guerra
we're not
mundial,
facing a
el
world
mundo
war,
sangra
the
por
world
múltiples
is
frentes y
hurting
la
on multiple
incertidumbre se
fronts, and
extiende como
uncertainty
sombra.
is spreading like a shadow.
No es este el porvenir que soñaron nuestros
This is
antecesores,
neither the
ni el
future our
presente que
predecessors
merece nuestro
envisioned,
pueblo.
nor the present that
La
our
ONU
peoples deserve.
no debe
The
limitarse a
UN
registrar
cannot
crisis. Debe ser brújula en
limit
la
itself to merely
tormenta y
recording
un faro en la
crises. It
noche.
must be a compass in the storm and a
Esperamos que no
beacon
se
in the
apague la
night.
fe en el diálogo y
We
en el
must ensure that
consenso,
faith in
en el
dialogue and
poder del
consensus, in the
multilateralismo,
power of
en la dignidad
multilateralism and
humana y
human
en un
dignity,
progreso que
and
no
in
excluya a
progress that
nadie.
excludes no one, not
El poder
fate.
sin justicia
Power without
y el
justice and
progreso sin
progress
equidad
without equity
son espejismo.
are nothing
El
more than
mundo no
mirages.
puede seguir siendo
The
un
world
plano
cannot
trazado por un
remain a
puñado de
plan
arquitectos
drawn by a
habitados por
handful of
millones de
architects
inquilinos.
and inhabited by
Un
millions of
mundo
tenants.
diseñado para unos
A world
pocos
designed for a
sería un
few
castigo.
would be a
Uno
punishment.
diseñado por
One
y para
designed
todos
by
sería
and
un
for
horizonte de
all
prosperidad
would
compartida.
represent a horizon of
República
shared
Dominicana
prosperity.
alza su
The Dominican
voz para
Republic
encender la
raises its voice
esperanza y
to
convocar a la acción.
ensure hope
Que la
and
paz
to summon
no sea
action.
un
Let
anhelo,
peace not be
sino
a
una
mere
decisión de
aspiration,
todos.
but rather a
Ese
collective
es nuestro
decision.
clamor.
That is
Ese
our
es
cry.
nuestro
That
sueño.
is our
Ese
dream.
debe ser
That must
nuestro
be
pacto
our
común.
common pact.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Dominican Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Anura Kumara Desanayake, Head of State and President of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
सभापतिमेनि गौरवनीय आराधितेनि संभावनीय नियोजितेनि Mr. General Secretary,
ලෝකේ
honored
ජාතීන් අතර
invitees,
සාධාරණ හා
distinguished
කල්පවතුන
delegates,
සාමයක් ස්ථාපිත කිරීම සහ
allow me,
පවත්වාගෙන යාමේ
Madam
උදාර අරමුණු පෙරදරි
Annalena
කරමින්
Baerbock,
බිහි කරමේ සුවිශේෂී
representing
සංවිධානයේ
the
80 වෙනි
beautiful country
සැසිවාරයේ
of Germany,
සභාපතිනියන් ලෙස
to begin my
තේරීපත් වූ
speech by
යුරෝපයේ
offering my
හදවතේ පිහිටි
warmest
අපූර්ව
congratulations to
ජර්මනී
you
අතිගරු
on being
අන්නලේනා
elected
බෙයබොක්
the president of the
නැතිනීට
80th
මම
session
උණුසුම්
of this
සුභාශිංසන කරනවා.
organization, formed with the
ඒ
noble
වගේම
aim of
ලෝකයේම
bringing about
මවිතයට පත්
a
කරන
just and
භූගෝලීය
lasting
සංස්කෘතික
peace
විවිධත්වයක්
among
ඇති
the nations of the
කැමරෝනයේ
world.
අතිගරු
I would also
ෆිලෝමා
like to
නියෑන්
use this
හිටපු
opportunity
සභාපතිතුමා
to
ලබා
express
දුන්
my
නායකත්වය
country's
ශ්‍රී
appreciation
ලංකාව
to His
සිය
Excellency
ප්‍රශංසාව
Philemon
පිරිනැමීමට
Yang
මේ
for
අවස්ථාව
the
කරගන්නවා.
exceptional leadership he
සාමීන්
provided during the
ප්‍රජාතන්ත්‍රවාදයෙන් පිරුණු
79th
ලස්සන
session.
ලෝකයක්
We are gathered
වෙනුවෙන්
here
දශක
today
අටක්
to
පුරා
plan
කැප
the
වූ
future
සංවිධානයකි.
path of this
බහුපාර්ශ්වික
organization,
ගමන් මඟ සහ
which has
ඉදිරි
worked
අනාගතය පිළිබඳ
tirelessly for 8
සැලසුම්
decades
සකස් කරන මෙම
to bring
සුවිශේෂී
about
අවස්ථාවේදී
a world of
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ
peace.
ජනාධිපතිවරයා ලෙස
It is my honor
පළමු
to
වරට
address this
මෙම
august
ගෞරවනීය
assembly for the
සභාව
first
ඇමතීමට
time as the
ලැබීම
President
පිළිබඳ
of Sri
මහත්
Lanka.
සතුටට පත් වෙනවා. ඔබ අප සෑම
As
දෙනාම මේ ලෝකයේ
representatives
විවිධ
of
රටවල්
nations,
නියෝජනය කරමින්
we all
පැමිණි
bear the
ඒ
responsibility
රටවල
to
ජනතාවගේ
work
නියෝජිතයින්
towards
වෙනවා.
fulfilling the
මගේ රටවල ශ්‍රී
aspirations
ලංකාව
of
මෙන්ම
our people.
අනෙක් සෑම
The
රටකම
decisions we make
ජනතාව අප
now
වෙත පවරා
will
දුන්න
impact
ඓතිහාසික වගකීමක්
people across the
අප
world
සියලු දෙනාගේම
and play
උරහිස්
a
මත පැවරී
decisive
තිබෙනවා.
role in the future
අප
of
ගනු
this
ලබන සෑම
planet,
තීන්දුවක්
our common home.
මේ ලෝකයේ කොතනක හෝ ජීවත් වෙන සෑම දෙනාටම බලපානවා. ඒ
Distinguished
සියලු
delegates,
තීන්දුව සහ තීරණ ලෝකයේ
our
අනාගත පැවැත්ම
decisions
වෙනුවෙන්
will have a
තීරණාත්මක
very
මැදිහත් වීමක් කරනවා.
important impact on
මිනිස්
our
ශිෂ්ටාචාරය ආරම්භ
future.
වූ දා සිට මේ දක්වා මුහුණ දෙන අතිශයින්
Poverty, a
බරපතල
tragedy as
ඛේදවාචකයක්
old
ලෙස
as human
දුප්පත්කම
civilization,
හඳුන්වා දෙන්න පුළුවන්.
has accompanied
ඒ මහා ව්‍යසනයේ
humankind
හේතු
on
කොටගෙන
its journey
නිර්මාණය වූ
through
තවත්
time.
බරපතල ගැටලු
For
කිහිපයක්
centuries,
අප ඉදිරියේ
countries across
අන්ධකාර
the world
පීඩාවක්
have
නිර්මාණය කොට
faced this
තිබෙනවා.
painful and
ඒ පිළිබඳ
relentless
මේ
struggle.
විශේෂ සමුළුවේ අවධානය යොමු
Poverty
කිරීම
and problems
කළ යුතුම
stemming from
බවට
it are
මගේ
also
හෘද සාක්ෂි
casting
හඬනගා
an
තියෙනවා.
oppressive
බොහෝ විට
shadow
මේ සියල්ල
on our
ඔබේ හෘද
future.
සාක්ෂියටත්
This assembly
අඩු
must
වැඩි වශයෙන්
pay
බලපෑම් කරනු
special
ඇතැයි මා
attention to
සිතනවා.
eradicate
සම්භාවනීය
extreme
නියෝජිතයින්
poverty. I
ලෝකේ
believe
බහුතර
our conscience
ලෝකේ
dictates us to
බහුතරයක්
do
රටවල්
so.
සියවස් ගණනාවක් තිස්සේ
Distinguished delegates,
අත්විඳින
for
නොනවතින සහ
centuries,
අතිශය
many
වේදනාබර
countries in the
අරගලය
world
ලෙස
are struggling
දුප්පත්කම හඳුන්වා දෙන්නට පුළුවන්කම
against
තිබෙනවා.
poverty.
ඒ විවිධ මුහුණුවරින්
Poverty
එන
is a
බිහිසුණු
terrible
සතුරෙක් වන අතර
enemy with many
අප මේ
faces.
සමුළුව රැස්ව සිටින මොහොතේ
Even as we
මා
gather
දැතුළු
here
මේ සෑම
in the
නියෝජිතයෙකුම
countries we
රටවල් වල
represent,
අඩු වැඩි
including in
වශයෙන්
my
සැලකිත
own,
දරුවන් පිරිසක්
children are
කුසගින්නේ
suffering
සිටිනවා.
from hunger.
සියලුම දරුවන්ට අධ්‍යාපන
A
ලැබීමේ
child's
අයිතිය
right to education
ජාත්‍යන්තර මානව
is
හිමිකම්
an
නීතිය මගින්
internationally
සහතික කර ඇති
accepted fundamental right.
ආණ්ඩුක්‍රම
This
ව්‍යවස්ථාව
right
තුළ
is
පිළිගත්
enshrined
මූලික
in
මානව
the
අයිතියක් වෙනවා.
constitutions
නමුත්
of most of our
නැතිබරිකම
nations.
දුප්පත්කම
Yet,
නිසා
across the
මේ
world,
අයිතිය උල්ලංඝනය
poverty
වන
has
ලක්ෂ
denied
සංඛ්‍යාත
this
දරුවන්
right to hundreds
ලෝකයේ
of
පුරා සිටිනවා.
thousands of children.
තාක්ෂණයෙන්
In a
පිරිපුන්
world
යැයි
which boasts
උදම් මනන
of its
ලෝකයක්
technological advances,
පාසල් අහිමි
how
දරුවන්
can
සිටීම
there be
මොනතරම්
children
අවසනාවන්ත
without
තත්ත්වයක්ද?
access to education?
අධ්‍යාපනය යනු සෑම
Education
ශ්‍රේෂ්ඨ
is the
ජාතියක්ම
foundation
ගොඩනගන
of every great
අත්තිවාරම
nation.
වෙනවා.
It
අනාගත
is the
ලෝකයේ
most vital factor
පැවැත්ම තීරණය කරන
deciding
ප්‍රධානම සාධකය
one's
වෙනවා.
future. We
අධ්‍යාපනය සඳහා
firmly
කරන
believe
ආයෝජනය
that
ලෝකයේ
investment in
ප්‍රගතිය උදෙසා
education
කරන
is an investment
ආයෝජනයක් ලෙස
in
අපි සලකනවා.
global progress.
බොහෝ සංවර්ධන වීම පවතින
Many
රටවල්
developing countries are
දුප්පත්කමට මුහුණ
constrained
දීමේ
in
ප්‍රගතියට
their struggle against
ණයබර
poverty
අඛණ්ඩව බාධා
by
කරනවා.
indebtedness.
සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අඩු ආදායම්
Low-income
ලාභී
countries
රටවල්
allocate
සෞඛ්‍ය
twice
අධ්‍යාපන
as
සේවා
much on debt
සඳහා
servicing
ගෙවීමට වඩා
than on
දෙගුණයකටත් වඩා වැඩි
education
අරමුදල්
or healthcare.
සුද්ධ පොලී ගෙවීම සඳහා වෙන් කරනවා.
Our
පුරවැසියන්
people
වශයෙන්
and
මෙන්
our countries
රටවල් වශයෙන්
are caught
ණය උගුල් වල
in
හිරවී
debt
සිටිනවා.
traps.
මේ
The
තත්ත්වයේ සාධනීය
2030
විසඳුමක්
agenda
අවශ්‍ය
for
වෙනවා.
sustainable
තිරසාර
development
සංවර්ධනය
pledges
සඳහා වූ
to leave no one
2000 න්‍යාය
behind
පත්‍රයේ කිසිවෙකු
and to reach
අතහැර නොයන
the
බවට
last first.
පළමුවෙන්ම පිටුපසින් සිටින අය වෙත
The
ළඟා වීමට
agenda
පොරොන්දු වී තිබෙනවා.
acknowledges the
අද
most
ලෝකේ පුරා
critical challenge
මුහුණ
before the world is the challenge to end poverty. I would also like to recall the decisions taken at the Global Summit for Social Development in Copenhagen in 1995. However, wars and political upheavals and the COVID pandemic have obstructed the fulfillment of these hopeful agendas. I propose to you that the time has come for us to accept inequality and poverty are a global catastrophe.
and we should act accordingly. Madam President, esteemed guests, drugs and organized crimes linked to drugs have become a serious concern to this world.
සංවිධානාත්මක අපරාධ කණ්ඩායම් හඳුනා ගන්නට පුළුවන්කම තිබෙනවා.
This has been
ඒ බව එක්සත් ජාතීන්ගේ මත්ද්‍රව්‍ය අපරාධ පිළිබඳ කාර්යාලය
2025 published by the United Nations Office on Drugs and
පොලියෝ
Crime.
මත්ද්‍රව්‍ය ගැටලුව ලෝක පුරා
The drug problem is
මිලියන
a
සංඛ්‍යාත
complex
ජනතාවට
issue
බලපාන
affecting
සංකීර්ණ
millions of
අභියෝගයක් වී තිබෙනවා.
people globally.
දිනෙන් දින
The
මත්කුඩු
market
සහ
for drugs
ඒ ආශ්‍රිත
and the
නිෂ්පාදන
related criminal
පොලිය වෙළඳපොළ වාර්තාගත ලෙස
organizations are
ආක්‍රමණය කොට
creating
තිබෙනවා.
issues globally.
මත්ද්‍රව්‍ය වෙළඳාම
Drug
සහ ඒ
cartels
හරහාම
are turning entire
ක්‍රියාත්මක
states
සංවිධානාත්මක
into
අපරාධ
their hunting
ලෝක
grounds.
අර්බුද රැසකට
They
මාර්ගය
pose
විවෘත
a
කොට
major
තිබෙනවා.
threat to global
මේවාට
health
සම්බන්ධ
and global
කණ්ඩායම්
politics and eventually
රාජ්‍යයන් ගොදුරු
global
බිම් බවට පත්
well-being
කරමින් සිටිනවා.
as well.
මේ ව්‍යසනය ලෝක
While
සෞඛ්‍යයට
Sri Lanka
ලෝක
is
ප්‍රජාතන්ත්‍රවාදයට
taking
ලෝක දේශපාලනයට සේම
effective steps
අවසන් වශයෙන්
to address
ලෝකයේ
this challenge,
යහ පැවැත්මට එරෙහි මහා ප්‍රවාහයක්
I
බවට පත් වී තිබෙනවා.
respectfully request
මේ මා ව්‍යසනය තුරන්
all
කිරීම
of
වෙනුවෙන්
you to
ශ්‍රී
join
ලංකාවේ අප
in the effort
සාධනීය
to
වැඩපිළිවෙලක් ක්‍රියාත්මක
implement the
කරමින් සිටින
global
අතර
agenda
මේ උවදුර
on
පිටු දෙමින්
drugs
දැකීම
and crime.
ලෝක න්‍යාය පත්‍රය සක්‍රිය කිරීමට මා ඔබට ගෞරවයෙන් ආරාධනා කරනවා. මේ ජාවාරම්කරුවන්ට එරෙහිව
I bring to
නීතිය
your
තදින්
notice
ක්‍රියාත්මක
the
කිරීම
need to implement the law
එවැනි
strictly
ජාවාරම්කරුවන්ට
against these drug
තම තමන්ගේ
traffickers
රටවල් වලට
and
සංක්‍රමණය
prevent
වීම
drug
ඉඩ ප්‍රස්ථා
traffickers from
අවුරුවාලීම
taking refuge
මේවට
in
ඇබ්බැහි
our
වූවන්
countries
පුනරුත්ථාපනය කරනු
and
ලබන
also
මධ්‍යස්ථාන
to
බිහි
set up
කිරීම වෙනුවෙන්
rehabilitation
කරුණු මේ මොහොතේ
centers for
මම ඔබගේ අවධානයට
rehabilitation
යොමු කරනවා.
purposes.
ගරු සභාපතිතුමනි,
Madam President,
ගෞරවනීය අමුත්තනි,
honored guests,
දූෂණය
we regard
සමාජයේ පුළුල්
corruption
පරාසික
as an
විනාශයට සහ
epidemic
ඛේදවාචකයට
causing
හේතු වන
widespread harm
දොහොයි
to
වසංගතයක්
broad
විදිහට අපි විශ්වාස
swathes
කරනවා.
of society.
දූෂණය
We
සංවර්ධනයට
believe
බාධාවක්.
corruption to be an
ප්‍රජාතන්ත්‍රවාදය සහ
obstruction
ලෝකයේ
for
යහපැවැත්මට
development,
තීරණාත්මක
a
තර්ජනයක්
decisive threat to
සහ
democracy and
දුප්පත්කමට
global
හේතුවක් වන බව
well-being, and
අප
also
ස්ථාවර
a
වෙනවා.
cause for poverty.
දූෂණයට එරෙහි සටන
Let me
භයානකයි.
remind you that
නමුත්
fighting corruption
දූෂණයට එරෙහි
is
සටන් නොකර
dangerous,
සිටීම
but not
ඊටත් වඩා
fighting
භයානකයි යන්න
corruption is
මම ඔබට
even
ඉතාමත්
more
ගෞරවයෙන් සිහිපත්
dangerous.
කරනවා.
The
1948
Universal
දී
Declaration of
මානව
Human
හිමිකම්
Rights
පිළිබඳ
of
විශ්ව ප්‍රකාශනය
1948
ලෝකයේ
was a
මිනිස්
remarkable
ප්‍රජාවට විශාල
victory
ජයග්‍රහණයක්
for the
ගෙනාවා.
people of the
මානව
world.
ශිෂ්ටාචාරයේ විවිධ
Civilizational
ජයග්‍රහණ
achievements
එක්
were
රැයකින්
never
ලැබී නැහැ.
accomplished
ඒ සියල්ල
overnight.
අප්‍රමාණ
They
කැපකිරීම
were
සහ
all results of
නොපසුබට උත්සාහයේ
unwavering
ප්‍රතිඵල.
efforts and
දූෂණයට එරෙහි
sacrifices.
සටනත් අසිරු පියවරක්.
And the
එහෙත් අපි ඒ
struggle
පියවර
against
තැබිය යුතුයි.
corruption is also a
අප තබන පළමු
difficult
පියවර
one. We must
අසිරු විය
take
හැකියි.
the necessary
නමුත්
steps here. The
අප
first
නිර්භීතව තබන පියවර නිවැරදි
may
නම්
be difficult,
ඒ පියවර පිටුපස
but
තවත්
if
පියවර
the
දහස්
courageous
ගණනක්
first
අප
step
සමග
we
ඒවියයි
take
මා
is
විශ්වාස
correct,
කරනවා.
1,000
ගරු
steps will
සභාපතිතුමනි,
follow.
නියෝජිතවරුනි,
That is what I believe.
නිර්භීත වන්න.
Madam President,
ඉතුරු සියල්ල ඉබේම
delegates,
වේ යයි
be
ජවහර්ලාල්
brave.
නේරුතුමනි
All
කළ
the rest
ප්‍රකාශය
will follow.
මේ මොහොතේ මා
Sri
සිහිපත් කරනවා.
Jawaharlal
මම නියෝජනය
Nehru
කරන්නේ
has
මිලියන
once
22කට
stated so.
ආසන
I
ජනගහනයක්
represent a
ජීවත් වන
small
පුංචි
island of nearly 22
දීප්තිමත්
million
දූපතක්.
people.
ශ්‍රී
Sri
ලංකාවේ
Lanka's
ජනගහනය ආසන
population
වශයෙන්
is about
මුළු ලෝක ජනගහනයෙන් 0.3% පමණ වෙනවා.
0.30 of the global
අපේ රටේ
population.
වගේම රටේ
It
සිට
is
ජන
true
සංඛ්‍යාව
that we are
ප්‍රමාණාත්මක
small
සහ
in size
සංඛ්‍යාත්මක කුඩා බව
and in
ඇත්ත.
numbers.
නමුත්
Yet we
අපේ
have
රටේ
begun the
ලෝකයේ මතු
struggle
පරපුර වෙනුවෙන්
against corruption
දූෂණයට එරෙහි
for the
සටන අපි
future
ආරම්භ කර
generations
තිබෙනවා.
of our country
දූෂණයට එරෙහි
and
සටන සෑම
the
රටකම
world. I propose that
කොටසක්
corruption
වී යුතුයි කියා
should
මා
become
යෝජනා කරනවා.
an
ගරු
integral
සභාපතිතුමනි,
part of the
ගෞරවනීය
culture of
අමුත්තනි,
all UN
ඔබ
member
කුමන රාජ්‍ය නියෝජනය
countries, the
කළත්
struggle
මේ
against
සෑම
corruption.
නියෝජකයෙක්ම යුද්ධය
Madam
ප්‍රතික්ෂේප
President,
කිරීමට
I feel
මා සමග
confident that
එක්වන
all
බව
of
මට
you will
විශ්වාසයි.
join me in
යුද්ධයක්
condemning
ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරන
war.
ජාතියක්
There is no
ලෝක නැහැ.
nation in the world
කොතන
that
වූ
desires a war.
කෙසේ
The
යුද්ධයක්
result of a war is a
ගැටුමක් ඇති වුණත්
tragedy
ඒ හරහා
wherever it
සිදුවන්නේ
happens.
ඛේදවාචකයක් බව අපි දන්නවා.
We all know
මේ
that.
මොහොතේ පවා ඒ
Even now,
ඛේදවාචකයේ
many
වේදනාව
countries of the
ලෝකයේ
world
බොහෝ
are
තැන්වල
experiencing the
අත්විඳින්න
pain
ඉන්නවා.
of that
දශක
tragedy.
3කට වඩා
As a
වැඩි කාලයක්
country
යුද්ධයේ
that lived through
කටුක
a
අත්දැකීම් ලැබූ රටක්
3-decade
ලෙස
war,
ඒ
we know
විනාශකාරී බව
well the futility
ගැන
of
අපි ඉතා
war.
හොඳින් දන්නවා.
No
යුද්ධය
one
නිසා
who
මියගිය
sees
දහස්
the
ගණන්
pain
සමරු
and the
මිස්මාරකසට
suffering
පැමිණි
of parents,
ඔවුන්ගේ දෙමව්පියන් දූ දරුවන්
spouses,
බිරිඳ
and children of the
දෑත් එක්
victims of
කරගෙන නගන
war
වේදනාබර
would
ආයතනය දකින ඕනෑම
never
කෙනෙක්
dream of
යුද්ධයක සීනයක්
the war. We have witnessed these painful sights with our own eyes. Even as suffering caused by conflict has reached unprecedented levels, the international community has become reduced to bystanders. Opportunistic power politics has turned the lives of children and innocent civilians into a game. No one has the right to inflict pain and suffering on another to enhance one's own power. The duty of a ruler is not to destroy lives, but to protect them. We are deeply distressed by the ongoing catastrophe in the Gaza Strip. Gaza has been turned into an open prison full of pain and suffering, echoing with the cries of children and the innocent civilians. The United Nations Organization and all related parties must work towards an immediate ceasefire, enable adequate humanitarian aid to these areas, and to ensure the release of hostages of all parties. We recognize the Palestinian people's
පලස්තීන ජනතාවට රාජ්‍ය සඳහා ඇති අහිමි කළ නොහැකි අයිතිය අපි පිළිගන්නවා. ඒ වගේම ඊශ්‍රායල සහ පලස්තීන ජනතාව ජන දෙපිරිසකගේ නීත්‍යානුකූල ආරක්ෂක මානව ආරක්ෂක මානව ගැටලු හඳුනාගත යුතු තිබෙනවා. 1967 දේශ සීමා මත පදනම්ව රාජ්‍යන් දෙකක් එකිනෙකට යාබද පැවතීම පදනම සපයන එක්සත් ජාතීන්ගේ යෝජනාවලට අනුකූලව සාධාරණ ස්ථිර විසඳුමක් වෙනුවෙන් එක්විය යුතු තිබෙනවා. නිරර්ථක යුද්ධයක් හේතුවෙන් මිලියන ගණනක් ලෝකවාසීන්ගේ දුක් වේදනා ඉදිරිපිට හුදු නරඹන්නක බවට පත් වී සිටීම අවසන් කළ යුතු තීරණාත්මක මොහොතකට අප එළඹ තිබෙනවා. මිනිස් සංහතිය තුළ ලෝකයේ පීඩාවට පත්වන යුද ගැටුම් වලට මුතු ආගමික අන්තවාදයට සහ ජාතිවාදයට බරපතල ලෙස හේතු වී තිබෙනවා. වහල්භාවයේ අහෝසි කර සියවසක් ඉක්ම ගොස් ඇතත් වර්ගවාදයේ විස තවමත් තැන තැන තිබෙන බව නැවත නැවත සිහිපත් කළ යුතුයි. අන්තවාදී සහ ජාතිවාදී අදහස් මාරාන්තික වසංගත රෝග තරමටම සාහසික වී තිබෙනවා. හාස්‍ය සහ විමතියට කරුණවන්නේ මෙතරම් ඉදිරිගාමී ලෝකයක් තුළ පවා මේ ජාතිවාදී වර්ගවාදී ගෝසාවන් තවදුරටත් අලියට ගිනි පුපුරමින් ඉතිරිව තිබීමයි. එහි බීසුණු තත්ත්වය වන්නේ ඉතාමත් තීරණාත්මක ලෙස විශ්වයේ යහ පැවැත්මට එරෙහිව අවස්ථාවාදී ලෙස ගිනි පුපුර විටින් විට මහා ගිනි ජාලාව බවට පත් කිරීමයි. ආයුධ මදින් ප්‍රශ්න විසඳ ගන්නවා වෙනුවට මානව ශිෂ්ටත්වයේ වටිනාකමින් ප්‍රශ්න විසඳා ගැනීමේ හැකියාව වෙත අපි අවතීර්ණ වී යුතු තිබෙනවා. මිලියන ගණනක් දරුවන් කුසගින්නේ මියන ලෝකයක අපි බිලියන ගණනින් ආයුධ වෙනුවෙන් වියදම් කරනවා. නිසි සෞඛ්‍ය පාසුකම් නොමැති කෝටි ගණන් ජනතාව මරණය මවත තෝරා ගන්නා නිරන්තර යුද්ධය වෙනුවෙන් ප්‍රකෝටි ගණන් වියදම් කරනවා. අධ්‍යාපන නැමැති පියාපත් ලබන්න බැරි ලක්ෂ ගණන් දරුවන් භූමියන් ආක්‍රමණය කරන්නට මිලියන ගණන් වියදම් කරනවා. ඇත්ත වශයෙන්ම මේ ලෝකයේ සෑම බිම්මඟලක්ම සාමයේ ජනාවාස බවට පත් කළ හැකියි. ඒ ලෝකයේ ආශ්චර්යමත් ලෝකයක් බවට පත් වෙන බව ඒකාන්තයෙන්ම විශ්වාස කරනවා. මේ සමුළුවට එක්ව අපි සියලු දෙනා ලෝක සාම ජනාවාස බිහි කරන උදාර සාම වන්දනා කරුවන් බවට පත් වීම කියා මා යෝජනා කරනවා. ගෞරවනීය ආරාධනා මුක්තිනි. ඓතිහාසික මැතිවරණ ශ්‍රී ලාංකික ජනතාව සියවස් ගණනක් දුක් සිහිනයක් වෙනුවෙන් තීන්දුවක් ගත් බව මම ඔබට සිහිපත් කරනවා. එයින් විවිධාස්ථාදායක විවිධත්වයකින් සහ විචිත්‍රත්වයකින් යුක්ත වුණා. එක් අතකින් රටේ සමස්ත ජනතාව ආණ්ඩුව පිළිබඳ දැවැන්ත විශ්වාසයක් තිබුවා. තව අතකින් දුෂ්‍යාබාධ පාර්ලිමේන්තු මන්ත්‍රීවරු ඇතුළු
I would like to remind you that at the last election, people of Sri Lanka decided in favor of a centuries-old dream. A legislature has been established according to that decision, reflecting the ethnic and religious diversity of the country. Parliament has been established with women and other marginalized communities in representation. We believe that the duty of legislators is to develop the country and the people, not to develop themselves. And we have established that idea. Madam President, distinguished guests, our people have chosen light over darkness. They have given their approval to realize the vision of a thriving nation. We have focused on establishing non-corrupt administration, poverty eradication and digitalization, and we have also placed great emphasis on education, health as well. We are moving towards these goals step by step. Digital democracy is one of our aims, ensuring that every person and every country can enjoy the opportunities of the digital age is a global challenge. If we succeed in our task, we will be able to open doors to technology, accelerate development, and to strengthen governance. If we fail, technology will turn into one more force, worsening inequality, insecurity, and injustice. The digital gap between states that can and cannot establish access to digital tools is clear. An even greater gap is being created in relation to artificial intelligence. Sri Lanka and many other developing nations in Asia and also many other nations are facing challenges in using AI as a development tool due to the inadequate infrastructure facilities. Madam President, distinguished delegates, I ask the international community to work together, and we have to develop a dignified society, a dignified world. I present this August Assembly a proposal to set up a neutral sovereign artificial intelligence zone. We must build a new and better world, a world which represents the dignity of humankind. You as members of this assembly must be the architects of that better world. As President Harry Truman stated on the occasion of founding the United Nations, in your hands rests our future. We must not act in fear or under compulsion, but with hope for a better and more secure world. Today we must commit ourselves not to lead the world to another disaster, but to make it a better place for the next generation. I have dreams and expectations for my country. Similarly, you have dreams and expectations for your countries. My dream is to ensure that my people are rich and they have happiness. I believe that you too have such dreams. We must try to achieve these dreams not in competition with each other, but by walking arm in arm. Peace, dignity, and equality on a healthy planet. That is the motto of the United Nations Organization. Therefore, let us become the true healers of the world. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Head of State and President of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Cesar Bernardo Arevalo de Leon, President of the Republic of Guatemala. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Señora Presidenta,
Madam President of the General Assembly,
Annalena Baerbock, Señor Secretario General
Mr.
de la Organización de Estados Unidos, Antonio Guterres, jefes de Estado, distinguidos delegados y delegadas, damas y caballeros,
ladies and gentlemen,
muy buenas tardes.
A very good afternoon to you.
Ninkam Chakhun Resilal, Tuktuk Ilal, Ut Sail Cholejil, Chok Reheb Litenamit, Sara Uchichoch, Sa Ishkabaeb, Likaib Chi Tenamit Re Guatemala. Traigo un mensaje de paz y armonía a los pueblos del mundo en nombre de los cuatro pueblos de Guatemala. Estas palabras vienen desde el centro de América, desde los territorios que durante siglos ha habitado el pueblo quechí en el norte de Guatemala. Les saludo con el idioma que se habla en la región de la Vera Paz, de la paz verdadera. Esa región que solo pudo ser incorporada al gobierno colonial español por medios pacíficos tras 20 años de digna resistencia. Traigo conmigo esas palabras para llamar a la paz verdadera que hoy parece tan lejana. En el calendario ancestral de los pueblos mayas, los periodos de 20 años se llaman catunes. Por eso podemos decir que en 2025 se cumplen 4 catunes desde que se fundó la Organización de las Naciones Unidas. Eso implica que estamos cerrando un ciclo e iniciando. Se abre ante nosotros una oportunidad para buscar el bienestar, para reflexionar y reparar, para hacer justicia, para empezar de nuevo. Hace 80 años los pueblos y los gobiernos del mundo decidimos fundar una nueva manera de relacionarnos. De los escombros de una guerra que conmovió las convicciones más profundas de la humanidad en todos los rincones del planeta, emergió la certeza del diálogo y la cooperación como herramientas centrales para construir un mundo nuevo, para convertir el miedo, la consternación y la vergüenza en esperanza, responsabilidad y compromiso firme con la paz. Hoy, las sombras de la guerra aparecen de nuevo en el horizonte y los abusos militares cometidos contra comunidades vulnerables ofenden a la humanidad entera. La crisis actual es un golpe de realidad, pues está claro que no hemos hecho lo suficiente para alcanzar el ideal de un mundo donde la vida y la dignidad de todas las personas se respete de forma incuestionable. Debemos recordar el impulso transformador de 1945 y la valentía de aquellos líderes que se atrevieron a pensar que un mundo de paz, justicia, solidaridad y armonía era posible y comenzaron a trabajar para construirlo. Quienes nos antecedieron imaginaron, construyeron y nos heredaron un foro permanente de diálogo y conocimiento mutuo, basado en el convencimiento de que el destino de cada nación es también el destino de la humanidad, donde las voces de todos los países serían escuchadas independientemente del tamaño de su territorio, de su economía o de su ejército. Un foro multilateral guiado por el principio de igualdad soberana, orientado hacia la paz y comprometido con la no repetición del sufrimiento del pasado y con la vigencia plena de los derechos humanos. Esta organización se construyó sobre el principio de que ninguna nación puede garantizar por sí sola la seguridad mundial. Debió habernos quedado claro que el poderío sin controles efectivos tiene el potencial de producir rupturas irreparables en el tejido de la humanidad. Debimos haber aprendido que los avances en la ciencia y la tecnología pueden producir catástrofes inimaginables si los dejamos en manos de un poder sin freno. Debimos haber aprendido que cualquier mecanismo internacional necesita incluir acuerdos fuertes, vinculantes y ejecutables para ser eficaces. Señoras y señores delegados, ¿cuánto ha cambiado el mundo desde 1945? Esta organización contribuyó significativamente a los procesos de descolonización y ha contribuido a la finalización y estabilización de conflictos armados en todo el mundo, incluyendo mi país, Guatemala. Los distintos órganos de las Naciones Unidas han buscado activamente el bienestar en todos los rincones de la tierra, logrando avances importantísimos a través de la cooperación y el apoyo mutuo en ámbitos como la salud pública, la protección del medio ambiente, el combate a la pobreza y la promoción de la igualdad de género. Guatemala ha experimentado de primera mano el parteaguas que supuso Guatemala saw firsthand the watershed represented by the founding of the UN in terms of how it established universal multilateral diplomacy as a way of addressing conflict. Our country attended the San Francisco conference with the drive and transformative enthusiasm of the democratic revolution of the 20th of October 1944. This was a revolution that today remains a fundamental touchstone for continental aspirations of sovereignty, dignity, and genuine independence. However,
a partir de 1960
onwards,
los guatemaltecos nos enfrentamos en una de las guerras internas
más largas y sangrientas de nuestro continente,
que costó la vida de cientos de miles de
This war
personas,
claimed the lives of hundreds of thousands of people, entailed countless human rights violations, and opened a deep wound in the collective soul of Guatemalan society.
Ese largo capítulo de intolerancia y violencia política llegó a su fin en 1996. Desde entonces, nuestros gobiernos adoptaron los acuerdos de paz como marco para asegurar la vigencia de los derechos humanos y la no repetición del horror que dejamos atrás. El respaldo de la misión de verificación de Naciones Unidas para Guatemala fue determinante
was decisive in giving the country's diverse sectors the certainty that peace was possible.
Pero esta es una lucha que no cesa y continúa planteando retos importantes para nuestra sociedad. La democracia guatemalteca
Guatemala's democracy was supported by the United Nations and other multilateral bodies such as the Organization of American States. In recent decades, we have received support to strengthen our judicial institutions and to combat corruption and impunity.
Esto ha contribuido a que el pueblo de Guatemala fortalezca su lucha por garantizar un gobierno efectivo, un sistema de justicia independiente, elecciones limpias y transparentes, y un futuro de progreso y bienestar. Después de un largo siglo de desmantelamiento institucional en que la corrupción era la forma convencional para que el sistema funcionara, Guatemala está retomando el camino de la recuperación democrática. Estamos convencidos de que sanear las instituciones es una vía indispensable para consolidar la democracia. A pesar de las dificultades que implica el acoso constante que recibimos por parte de actores antidemocráticos
suffer from anti-democratic actors entrenched within our justice system.
En un contexto hostil,
in a hostile context, we have acted to combat corruption and impunity and to promote transparency and accountability.
Mi administración defiende, promueve y
protege los derechos humanos con firmeza y mantiene su compromiso de resguardar las libertades consagradas firmly, we remain committed to safeguarding the freedoms enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. After more than 7 years, we have reopened our doors to the monitoring mechanisms of the United Nations Human Rights Protection System. We have received 7 official visits, including that of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, the visit of the Special Rapporteur on the independence of judges and lawyers, and of the Special Rapporteur on adequate housing.
Sin embargo,
However, the results that we've achieved so far are not enough.
El proceso de cambio que actualmente atravesamos
the process of change that we're undergoing requires improving how we take collective decisions. In a country where exclusion and discrimination were everyday features of our public administration, my government is breaking down historical barriers and is working hand in hand with the ancestral authorities of indigenous peoples, with civil society and with various business sectors, so that together we can foster development throughout the country. We know that there can be no democracy without social justice, nor social justice without democracy. We are engaged in a decisive struggle against corrupt and authoritarian forces who seek at all costs to keep institutions in their control and to perpetuate impunity. In their determination to pervert justice, they criminalize and persecute indigenous leaders who defended democracy, such as Luis Pacheco, journalists who denounce corruption, such as José Rubén Zamora, judges such as Virginia La Parra, and anyone else who opposes their designs of corruption and impunity, driving them into exile or imprisoning them arbitrarily.
El año 2026 será crucial para Guatemala, pues corresponde elegir nuevas autoridades en órganos clave de control y justicia. Es indispensable que estos procesos de elección se desarrollen con transparencia, imparcialidad y apego a la ley, por lo que hemos solicitado formalmente el acompañamiento técnico y político de nuestros socios estratégicos para asegurar que se cumplan con los más altos estándares de legitimación, preservar nuestra democracia y la posibilidad de construir un verdadero Estado de Derecho en Guatemala dependen de ello. Invito a la comunidad internacional a seguir respaldando estos esfuerzos mediante el seguimiento técnico, el apoyo institucional y la vigilancia cooperativa. Señora Presidenta,
Madam President,
señoras y señores delegados,
distinguished delegates,
además de nuestros esfuerzos domésticos,
beyond our
Guatemala ha
domestic
asumido
efforts,
sus compromisos
Guatemala
con sus
strives to
vecinos y con el
meet
mundo.
its commitments to its neighbors and
Estamos
to the world.
fortaleciendo
We are
nuestra
strengthening
capacidad para
our
atender a los
capacity
miles
to
de
be able to
migrantes
address the
que
needs of the
transitan por
thousands
nuestro
of migrants who
territorio,
transit our
asegurando para
territory,
ellos el trato digno que
ensuring
exigimos
that they
para las y
receive
los
dignified
guatemaltecos que se
treatment, the
encuentran
same dignified
fuera de
treatment
nuestro
that we demand for Guatemalans
En
abroad.
paralelo,
At the same
estamos
time,
abordando
we are
decididamente las causas
tackling the
estructurales de la pobreza
root causes of
que obliga a
poverty that
tantos
have forced so many
guatemaltecos a migrar.
Guatemalans to
Y
migrate.
estamos reforzando
And we
la
are
atención que brindamos a
stepping
nuestros
up the
ciudadanos
assistance that we
en
provide
Estados
to our
Unidos y
citizens
México.
in the United States and in Mexico.
Junto a nuestros vecinos estamos impulsando
Together with our
iniciativas
neighbors, we are promoting
importantes
major
para
initiatives
combatir
to
el
combat
crimen organizado
transnational
transnacional
organized
y el
crime and
narcotráfico.
drug trafficking.
Participamos activamente
We
en
participate
7 misiones de
actively in 7
mantenimiento de la paz
peacekeeping missions
y contribuimos
and
también con
contribute
150 efectivos
150
a la
personnel
misión
to the
multinacional de apoyo
multinational
a la
security
seguridad
support mission
en Haití.
in Haiti.
Apoyamos la propuesta
We
del secretario
support the
general
Secretary General's
para que dicha
proposal
misión se transforme en una misión
transform that
híbrida,
mission into a
respaldada por la
hybrid
organización
mission backed by
y
the
financiada
organization
con
and
fondos de las contribuciones
financed from the
permanentes para el
assessed
mantenimiento de la
peacekeeping
paz.
contributions.
Reafirmamos nuestro apoyo a
We
Haití
reaffirm our
y sus
support for
esfuerzos
Haiti
por alcanzar
and its
la
efforts to achieve
estabilidad
stability
con el respaldo
with the backing
de la
of the
comunidad
international community.
internacional. Señoras y señores delegados,
Distinguished delegates,
el cambio climático
climate
es la
change
mayor
is the greatest
amenaza existencial que
threat
enfrenta la humanidad.
facing humanity.
Y solamente podremos abordarla a través de la
It can
acción
only be
conjunta de los
addressed
pueblos
through
y de
joint
los gobiernos
action by
del
the
mundo.
peoples and governments of the
Una
world.
muestra de ello es la colaboración que hemos
One example
establecido
of this is
con
the
nuestros vecinos de
collaboration that
México y
we've
Belice
established with our neighbors
para
in
asegurar
Mexico
la
and
protección del
Belize
corredor
to protect the
biocultural de la Gran
biocultural
Selva Maya,
corridor of the
que es
Great
uno de los
Maya
principales
Forest, which
pulmones
is one
del
of the
continente.
continent's main lungs.
Pese a que Guatemala es un
Although
responsable,
Guatemala is
es responsable de una mínima
for
fracción de las
only a
emisiones
tiny
globales,
fraction of global
somos uno de
emissions,
los países
we are one of the
más
countries that is
vulnerables
most
a sus
vulnerable
efectos.
to their effects.
Por eso hemos reactivado
That's
y
why we have
fortalecido el Consejo
reactivated
Nacional
and
de Cambio
strengthened
Climático,
our National Climate
encargado de
Change
revisar
Council.
planes,
This is
estrategias
tasked
y
with
metas
reviewing
nacionales
national plans,
que aportan
strategies and
a la
targets
búsqueda de
that
soluciones
contribute
comunes.
to the quest for common solutions.
Guatemala reconoce que muchos
Guatemala
países
recognizes that many
necesitamos
countries
acceso
need
efectivo
effective
a
access to
financiamiento
climate
climático,
finance,
transferencia de
to technology
tecnología
transfer
y
and capacity
fortalecimiento de
building.
capacidades, por lo que instamos
We
a todos los
therefore urge all
países
states
a cumplir sus
to
compromisos
honor their
de
climate
financiación
finance
climática
pledges
y acelerar
and
la
to accelerate the
implementación del
implementation
Acuerdo
of
de París,
the Paris
cooperando
Agreement.
con nuestros
By
vecinos
cooperating with our
para
neighbors
proteger a
to
las personas que
protect
migran,
migrants,
tomando las medidas
by
necesarias
taking
para
the
recuperar nuestro medio
measures
ambiente,
necessary to restore our
participando
environment,
activamente
by
en las
participating
operaciones de
actively in
mantenimiento de
peacekeeping
la paz,
operations,
ofreciendo nuestra
by offering
experiencia
our
y nuestro
experience and
conocimiento
our
en donde se
knowledge where they're
necesite.
needed.
Así es
This
como Guatemala
is how
hace su
Guatemala
parte en este gran
participates in
mosaico
this
de las
great
Naciones
mosaic
Unidas.
of the United Nations.
Señora Presidenta, La futura resolución de la Corte Internacional de Justicia pondrá fin al diferendo territorial, insular y marítimo con nuestro vecino Belice. Concluida ya la fase escrita y a la espera de las audiencias orales para el próximo año y una eventual sentencia, estamos ante una oportunidad histórica para abrir una nueva etapa en la relación entre ambos países. Resolver esta controversia por la vía pacífica es un ejemplo de cómo incluso los diferendos más complejos pueden conducir a la paz y la cooperación. Guatemala reitera su compromiso con fortalecer nuestras relaciones bilaterales con Belice sobre la base del respeto mutuo, la cooperación pacífica y la observancia del derecho internacional. Distinguidos delegados y delegadas, nos encontramos ante una encrucijada. En tiempos donde el diálogo y la búsqueda de consenso son vistos como signos de debilidad, en tiempos donde la sombra del autoritarismo crece en muchos lugares del planeta, en tiempos donde la desinformación lleva a muchas personas a desear soluciones rápidas, aunque eso signifique sacrificar las libertades, tenemos la obligación de reafirmar los valores y principios solidarios que durante 80 años han guiado el espíritu de esta organización. Mi país hace un llamado urgente a recordar que el multilateralismo es un asunto de humanidad entendida como el conjunto de seres humanos que habitamos este planeta y que aspiramos a la igualdad, la felicidad y el bienestar, pero también de humanidad entendida como la cualidad que tenemos los seres humanos de sentir empatía, de sentir compasión, de sentirnos profundamente ofendidos por cualquier tipo de injusticia cometido. Que poder la aspiración universal de un mundo sin guerra y el anhelo de una paz sostenible pasa necesariamente por asegurar procesos legítimos, naturales. Esta búsqueda de legitimidad no debe ser un freno ni una excusa para retrasar las acciones necesarias. Las Naciones Unidas mandato de actuar cuando un aparato militar arrasa con individuos, familias, comunidades y poblaciones en nombre de la seguridad y la soberanía, como sucede ahorita mismo en Ucrania, en Sudán y en Gaza. Debemos detener a todos los territorios en guerra. Debemos poner un alto a la invasión de Ucrania, un alto a la guerra en Sudán, un alto total al sufrimiento y a la muerte de población civil en Gaza. Y llamamos también a la liberación inmediata y sin condiciones de los rehenes. Guatemala, de manera consistente con la posición que mantiene desde 1947, hace un llamado a retomar la búsqueda de una solución pacífica al conflicto entre Israel y Palestina que garantice la existencia de un Estado para el pueblo palestino y que le permita coexistir pacíficamente con el Estado de Israel. Nunca debimos haber llegado a este punto. Nos corresponde aprender de este doloroso momento y actuar en consecuencia, como lo hicieron otros durante los últimos 80 años en este mismo lugar. Por ello, es necesario discutir e impulsar reformas al sistema de Naciones Unidas que hagan de nuestro trabajo algo más eficiente y cercano a los pueblos del mundo. Debemos fortalecer el impacto de las Naciones Unidas en sus tres pilares fundamentales: la paz y seguridad internacionales, el desarrollo sostenible y los derechos humanos. Reiteramos la necesidad urgente de reformar el Consejo de Seguridad de las Naciones Unidas. Este órgano, llamado a velar por la paz y la seguridad internacionales, debe reflejar las realidades del siglo XXI y no las estructuras geopolíticas del pasado. Por eso, respaldamos una estructura más representativa y democrática que elimine las complicaciones que implica el poder de veto y refleje la realidad geopolítica actual. En este sentido,
In this regard,
quiero hacer propia la frase de un anterior
I wish to make
secretario
my
general
own the words
de
of
las
a former
Naciones
UN
Unidas,
Secretary General,
Dag
Hammarskjöld,
que dijo,
when he said,
esta organización no fue
organization was
creada
not
para llevar
created to
a la
take
humanidad al
humanity to
cielo,
heaven,
sino para
but
salvar
to save
a la humanidad
humanity
del infierno.
from hell.
Pueblos del mundo, hoy
Peoples of the
el
world,
multilateralismo está en crisis.
today multilateralism is
Su
in crisis.
supervivencia
Its
como acción
survival
conjunta de naciones libres
as
que
joint
da
action
sentido,
by free
orientación y
nations
vida a
giving
esta
meaning,
organización
orientation and life to this
depende de que
organization
tengamos la
depends on our
capacidad de
ability to
reformarlo
reform it
profundamente.
and at the
No
root.
podemos perder más tiempo.
We cannot afford to
Debemos
waste any more
luchar
time.
porque las Naciones
We
Unidas
must
sean una
strive
comunidad
to
de
ensure
seres
that the
humanos
United
unidos
Nations becomes
que
a
cuidan la
community
vida
of united
en
human
todas sus
beings
formas
caring for
y en
life
todo
in
lugar.
all of its forms
Solo esto
and everywhere.
nos
Only this will
garantizará
guarantee
la paz verdadera,
true peace,
la
vera paz.
paz. Bantiosh, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je remercie le président du Guatemala. L'Assemblée va maintenant entendre l'allocution de son Excellence M. Azali Assoumani, président de l'Union des Comores. J'ai pris le protocole de bien vouloir accompagner son Excellence et j'invite à prendre la parole devant l'Assemblée.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellence, Madame la Présidente de l'Assemblée générale, Excellences, Monsieur le Secrétaire général de l'Organisation des Nations Unies, Majesté, Altesse, Excellences, Monsieur le chef d'État et de gouvernement, chef de délégation, honorable assistance, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Permettez-moi tout d'abord d'adresser aux autorités américaines, au nom de la délégation comorienne, nos sincères remerciements pour l'accueil chaleureux, les excellentes dispositions prises à l'occasion de cette 80e session de notre Assemblée. Et je voudrais ensuite féliciter Son Excellence, Madame Alena Berko, pour son élection à la présidence de cette Assemblée et lui souhaiter bonne réussite dans sa noble mission. Et par la même occasion, rendre un hommage à Son Excellence M. Philomyan pour la sagesse et la rigueur avec lesquelles il a conduit les travaux précédents. Je salue enfin le leadership éclairé de Son Excellence M. Antonio Guterres, secrétaire général des Nations Unies, dont l'engagement sans faille en faveur de la paix et du développement incarne fidèlement les idéaux de notre charte, alors que l'ordre international traverse malheureusement de profondes turbulences. Madame la Présidente, le thème de cette 80e session, Mieux ensemble, plus de 80 ans au service de la paix, du développement et des droits humains, prend toute sa pertinence et son urgence dans le contexte mondial actuel. Il y a 10 ans, ici même, nous avons fixé l'ambition d'un monde meilleur à l'horizon 2030. Les objectifs de développement durable devaient éradiquer la pauvreté, protéger la planète et offrir à tous la prospérité et la paix. Or, à 5 ans de cette échéance, force est de constater que le monde n'est ni plus juste, ni plus apaisé, ni plus équitable. Au contraire, les inégalités s'accentuent, les conflits se multiplient
conflicts
et
multiply,
l'humanité s'éloigne
and humanity is
de la vision
moving further
qui
and
nous anime.
further away from the vision
C'est le
that
cas en
once
Europe
drove us.
avec le conflit
This is the
ukrainien,
case in Europe with the
en
conflict in
Afrique avec
Ukraine,
la
in
situation au
Africa,
Sahel
the situation in the
et la
Sahel,
crise des Grands Lacs.
and the crisis in the Great
La
Lakes
tragédie
region.
palestinienne
The
en
Palestinian
est le
tragedy
témoignage
is
le
perhaps the
plus
most
accablant.
shocking demonstration of this.
Depuis plus de 70 ans,
For more than 70 years
et aujourd'hui
now,
encore
and
plus
today
qu'hier,
even more so
le
than
peuple
before,
palestinien
the Palestinian
endure
people have been
la spoliation de
suffering
sa
the
terre,
pillaging of their
l'exil,
ancestral lands,
la
suffering
torture
exile,
et
torture,
l'humiliation.
and humiliation.
Son histoire récente n'est qu'une
Their
succession de
recent
pages
history is
écrites dans le
simply a
sang,
succession of pages
l'indifférence
written in
et le
blood,
mépris.
indifference, and scorn.
Face à ce drame,
When faced with this tragedy,
qualifié à juste titre de
rightly
d'autres génocides
qualified as a
par
genocide
nombre
by many
d'experts,
experts,
la communauté
the international
internationale
community
se limite
is all
trop
far
souvent
too
à des
often
condamnations verbales
simply verbally
sans action
condemning
concrète.
this
Nous avons
without
condamné à
any
juste
concrete
titre
action.
des actes
We
barbares
rightly
commis le 7
condemned the
octobre
barbaric
2023 en
acts
Israël.
committed on the 7th of
Mais
October
la
in Israel,
riposte
but the
disproportionnée
disproportionate
qui se déroule à
response
Gaza
that has been
depuis
unleashed in Gaza
relève
since
bien
then
d'un génocide
is indeed
dont
a
les victimes
genocide.
sont à
80% of the
80% des
victims
enfants,
are
des
children,
personnes âgées,
older persons,
des malades,
or the ill.
tués par des
They have been
bombardements
killed by
qui n'épargnent
shelling,
ni
which
les
does not
hôpitaux,
spare
ni les
hospitals,
écoles,
aid
ni les
distribution
centres de
centers,
distribution d'aide,
schools,
ni les personnes de l'ONU,
UN staff,
ni les
or
journalistes.
journalists.
Les crimes perpétrés
The
contre
crimes
la Palestine
perpetrated against
révèlent
Palestine
une contradiction insoutenable.
stem from
En
an
effet,
untenable
comment un
contradiction.
gouvernement
Indeed, how
issu d'un
can a
peuple
government
qui a
elected
été
by a
victime de
people who are
l'Holocauste
victim of the
peut-il commettre
Holocaust,
un génocide
how can they
au vu
commit
aussi
a
du monde
genocide
entier
before the very eyes of the
et imposer
entire
aujourd'hui
world
à d'autres
and
des
inflict
traumatismes
similar
semblables
trauma on
de la
others
guerre,
today,
de l'exil
war,
et de
exile,
l'oppression?
and oppression?
Comment Israël
How can Israel,
peut-il de surcroît
in
s'en
addition,
prendre à
take out
tous
on
et être en
everyone
conflit meurtrier
else,
avec tous ses voisins?
entering into deadly
Comme le
conflict with
rappelle
all of
le
its
adage,
neighbors?
on
As
ne
the old
choisit
adage
pas son
goes, we
voisin,
don't choose our
mais on
neighbors,
doit vivre
but we
en
have
paix,
to
en
live
sécurité
in peace and
avec eux.
security with them.
Ainsi,
Thus,
nous ne pouvons que saluer
we
le
must
courage
welcome
et l'humanisme
and the courage and
des
the
frères
humanity
israéliens,
of
des
the
amis israéliens,
Israelis,
qui élèvent leur
friends from
voix
Israel
contre
who are
cette
raising their
barbarie.
voices against this
Bravo
barbarity.
et merci
Bravo
à vous, chers
and
amis.
thank you to you, dear
Et
friends.
comme l'histoire nous
And
rappelle,
as history reminds us,
devant la tragédie de
when we look at the
l'Holocauste,
tragedy of the
les
Holocaust,
pays arabes,
Arab,
africains et
African
musulmans
and Muslim
n'ont jamais
countries
été
have
du
never
côté
been on the
des
side
génocidaires.
of
Au
the
contraire,
perpetrators of
nos
genocide. On
aïeux
the
et nos
contrary, our
ancêtres
forefathers and our
ont,
ancestors
au
were
péril de leur vie,
risking their
combattu aux
lives.
côtés
They
des alliés
fought
pour
alongside
défendre
the Allies
le
to
peuple
defend
juif
the Jewish people
et les accueillir
and host
et les
them,
rescapés dans leur pays.
welcome the survivors of
Madame
their
la Présidente,
countries.
l'Union des Comores,
President of the
fidèle à
Union
ses
of the
principes,
Comoros,
en
loyal as it is
respect
to
du
its
droit
principles,
international, réaffirme son
respecting
soutien
international law,
indéfectible
reaffirms
à la
its tireless
solution à deux États
support to a two-state
vivant
solution,
côte à côte
living side by
avec
side,
Jérusalem-Est
with East
comme
Jerusalem
capitale
as
de
the
l'État de
capital of the
Palestine,
state of Palestine,
seule solution pour
which
la
is the
paix et la
only
sécurité
solution for
pour
peace and
Israël
security
et
for
pour toute
Israel
la
and for the
région du
entire
Proche et du
Near
Moyen-Orient.
and Middle East region.
Contrairement à l'argumentaire
Unlike the
selon
argument put
lequel
forward,
reconnaître l'État de
whereby
Palestine,
recognizing the state of
c'est faire un cadeau à Hamas,
is a gift to
avoir un
Hamas.
État palestinien
Having
reconnu
a Palestine state that is
permettra
recognized
aux
would
Palestiniens
allow
de se
Palestinian
conformer,
people
d'accomplir
to
leurs devoirs
accomplish
aux
their
obligations et aux
duties
droits
and
internationaux.
obligations under
Cela
international
constitue
law. This
un meilleur gage de
is the
paix
best gauge
plutôt
of
que d'avoir
establishing peace,
des
rather
groupes
than
comme
having
interlocuteurs.
groups as
Nous
interlocutors
saluons
and
ainsi
negotiators.
la
Thus,
décision
we
historique de
welcome the
la
historic
France
decision taken by
et nous
France.
rendons
We
hommage
pay
au
tribute
président
here to
Macron,
President Macron,
aux dirigeants
and
de
also to
nombreux
the leaders
pays
of many
qui ont
other
reconnu
countries,
lundi 23
who,
septembre
on Monday the
dernier l'État de
23rd of
Palestine
September, recognized the
depuis
state of
cette tribune de
Palestine
l'ONU.
at this UN
Nous nous
rostrum.
réjouissons de cette heureuse initiative
We welcome
qui this positive initiative, which comes following the New York Declaration, which was adopted also in September by the General Assembly. In a continuation of this international conference organized in August by France and Saudi Arabia under the aegis of the United Nations. We call on this assembly to put the future of the Palestinian state once and for all
on our common agenda. It is our moral responsibility to act, because with every day that goes by without action being taken, thousands of innocent people, women and children, die. No one will be able to say anymore, I didn't know. History will be our judge. It will not forgive silence nor inaction. Let us think of the future generations, so that tomorrow they could be proud of what we did. President, peace and development cannot be built without justice and inclusion. That is why, 65 years after a wave of independence, Africa is a continent of more than 2 billion people. Now Africa must finally obtain its legitimate rightful place within the Security Council of the United Nations. The vision of the African Union, a united, prosperous, peaceful Africa that is master of its own fate, fully echoes the spirit of this session. During my presidency of the African Union, I prioritized conflict resolution and mediation to, once and for all, silence the guns. This is a flagship initiative of the African Union as part of the 2063 agenda, the Africa we want, and it is in line with the norms and principles and protocols relative à la réaction du Conseil de paix et de sécurité de l'Union africaine. Cet engagement est la clé de la mise en œuvre effective de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine, pilier d'une Afrique forte dans le Conseil des Nations. For a strong Africa within the concert of nations. President, distinguished guests, in the same vein, I wish to recall that the declaration adopted by the General Assembly at its 26th session declared the Indian Ocean a zone of peace, free from nuclear weapons and military bases. However, still today, competing ambitions are threatening this stability. Thus, I strongly condemn and denounce any project to install a military base in Mayotte, a Comorian island which, unfortunately, is still under French administration. The Union of the Comoros, who just celebrated 50 years of independence and accession to the United Nations, we remain committed to the full entirety of our national territory, Anjouan, Grand Comore, Moélie and Mayotte, all of it. I wish to reiterate the gratitude of the people and the government of the Comoros to all of those who, as we mark this half-century anniversary, have congratulated us and sent their best wishes. In this context, from this rostrum, I cannot also ignore the question of Mayotte, a Comorian island which is still under French occupation, despite clear and repeated resolutions of the UN, of the African Union, and from other bodies too. The dialogue that has begun with France, what the late President Mitterrand called an unfortunate dispute, must reach a successful conclusion, because this dispute has gone on far too long, and every year it costs the lives of thousands of our compatriots in the stretch of sea that separates Mayotte and its sister islands. This week, very serious facts were unveiled by an investigation from the French newspaper Le Monde, which reported on deliberate manoeuvres on the part of the police operating in Mayotte, carrying out regularly sinking boats which cost the lives of several Comorian citizens. Thus, the Union of the Comoros calls on the French state, the occupying power, to stop these operations, to launch the appropriate investigations and to punish the perpetrators of this barbarity, so that justice be served and so that the dignity of human lives be respected. On our side, the Union of the Comoros will tirelessly continue its diplomatic and legal action, so that justice can be served and so that a just solution can be found to the question of the Comorian island of Mayotte, which is one of the last open wounds of decolonization in Africa. We thus regret that some brotherly countries in Africa who've always defended international law and the Comorian cause are today prevaricating and undertaking and thought such initiatives with France to establish relations with Mayotte, in spite of international law and our national sovereignty. We call on the African Union to act to recall the duty and necessity for the respect of international law and the respect for unity of our archipelago. President, distinguished guests, as many, much like many small island developing states, Comoros are on the front line of climate change and we remain a vulnerable but determined country. Rising seas, coastal erosion, and the increased frequency of cyclones are posing a threat to our villages, our ecosystems and our lives. We call for equitable and simplified access to climate financing. We call for increased solidarity too, so that our people can not only survive but prosper. In recent years, the Union of the Comoros has launched an emerging Comoros plan, which seeks to transform our economy, strengthen our infrastructure, modernise our education system, and improve our people's health. Our country has vast potential in terms of renewable energy, including geothermal energy. We invite our bilateral and multilateral partners and the private sector to join this promising development project. It is based on 3 pillars: inclusive growth, the energy and digital transition, the blue economy, one of the great riches which is the Indian Ocean. The security across our region depends on the stability of each and every one of its states, and thus we condemn strongly all forms of terrorism and transnational crime. We advocate for strong and just multilateralism and solidarity based on the UN Charter and the respect for sovereign equality of states. We must reaffirm also our commitment to a fairer world order, where small states have a voice and can fully participate in global governance, and to turn back the tide of protectionism and stop people looking inward. We would advocate for reform of the international financial architecture. Following the COVID-19 pandemic, the climate crisis and the increasing debt of developing countries, it is crucial to adapt the global financial system to the economic, geopolitical and social realities. 50 years after its independence, the Comorian nation is still a young one, but it is buoyed by its experience and by its dreams. The Comorian people is proud of its history and confident in its future, and they remain committed to this assembly, which embodies our common aspirations for peace, justice and development, which must be consistently consolidated. I therefore solemnly appeal to the international community and our development partners to support our efforts, so that we can have a world that really is for peace, development and human rights. Thank you for your kind attention.
Au nom de l'Assemblée, je remercie le président de l'Union des Comores. L'Assemblée va maintenant entendre l'allocution de Son Excellence Madame Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, présidente de la République de Namibie. J'ai pris le protocole de bien vouloir accompagner Son Excellence. Je l'invite à prendre la parole devant l'Assemblée.
Thank you, Madam President. When the founders of the UN convened 8 years ago, they did so to establish an organization, among others, to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, to reaffirm faith in fundamental human rights, dignity of human person, and equal rights of men and women, and of nations, large and small, and to lay the groundwork for a durable system that promotes justice and respect for the obligations arising from treaties and international laws. While over the following decades, we have become closer to the brink of war, the United Nations has stood the test of time, from decolonization to promoting the right to self-determination, from conflict prevention and securing peace to the provision of humanitarian assistance. The UN has continued to fulfill its founding mandate under very difficult circumstances. Therefore, the international community must honor the brave men and women who, under the blue flag, have been at the forefront in the securing of world peace. Namibia's journey to independence is one of the UN's most successful stories. It was through this very organization that our forebears tirelessly petitioned for the end of apartheid, colonial rule in Namibia, for freedom and independence of our country. At this point, I want to thank the UN family for having held a special session in remembrance of our founding president, Comrade Sam Safishuna Nujoma, when he passed on. Madam President, my personal journey with the United Nations begins in 1974, where I have had the privilege to serve my country and Africa in various capacities within the halls of this distinguished global organ. Today, I am deeply honored and humbled to stand before you as the 5th President of the Republic of Namibia with a mandate to deliver services and to ensure justice of all inhabitants of our country. As a woman, I encourage every girl and woman by affirming that your voice matters, your vision is needed, as it will pave you a way to the helm of whatever institution you are serving. Madam President, Namibia's 8th administration is built on the strong foundation and legacy of our predecessors. Under the theme, Unity in Diversity, Natural Resources Beneficiation, and Youth Empowerment for Sustainable Development. That theme aims to shape and transform the Namibian economy through value addition and other economic activities. Hence, we have identified agriculture, sports, youth empowerment, education and training, creative industry, health services, land and housing as critical sectors supported by mining, energy, water, tourism, infrastructure development, transport, logistics, to sustain our economic development through our long-term development blueprint, Vision 2030. This vision is being implemented through a series of national development plans, NDPs. Recently, we launched the 6th NDP with its fundamental pillars clearly aligned to the global agenda, such as the SADC Regional Inductive Strategic Development Plan, the African Union Agenda 2063, and the UN Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development. Some of our achievements include the launch and the operationalization of the National Youth Fund, which is to assist young entrepreneurs in their economic activities. In the area of education, we will abolish registration and tuition fees in all public institutions of higher learning and vocational training centers to ensure skill development. On energy, Namibia is diversifying her energy mix using all our natural resources. In addition, Namibia presented her energy compact at the African Energy Forum, thus enabling us to access concessional funding for national energy initiatives. Madam President, climate change is scorching our lands and drying up our rivers. Global instability is impacting our economies, our markets, and jeopardizing our livelihood. These are interconnected symptoms of deeper fragility in our shared system. They require our collective action rooted in apathy and shared responsibility. In this regard, I am glad to announce Namibia's bid to host the Africa Regional Hub of the Green Climate Fund. Furthermore, severe droughts, floods, and other climatics brought about by climate change cannot be overemphasized. Namibia calls for the implementation of the provision of the Namib Declaration on a strong United Nations Convention to combat desertification for a land degradation and neutral world. Namibia acknowledges the technological advance in all fields, but ethical boundaries must be respected. However, artificial intelligence must not be a substitute for human judgment or responsibility. We therefore call for a global standard that ensures that the usage of artificial intelligence remains transparent, fair for humanity. Youth unemployment, increased economic inequality, lack of adequate housing, quality energy, and data distress are among the common challenges that no one country can address alone. Through multilateral cooperation, our collective action must ensure that we all forge ahead to make the world a better place and to work together on those challenges in line with our theme, Better Together. Madam President, 30 years since the adoption of the Beijing Declaration and Platform of Action, we have made much to celebrate and to ponder on. Namibia continues to make progress in the area of women participation in politics and decision-making. Currently, Namibia's cabinet has 57% of women. As we gear up to commemorate the 25th anniversary of the adoption of the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security, adopted during Namibia's presidency of the UN Security Council, Namibia will host 2 high-level events in Windhoek and New York. I look forward to the participation of all member states in those events to collectively reaffirm commitment to women, peace, and security agenda. And through the Namibia International Women Peace Center, we will continue to advocate for the universal implementation of the Women, Peace, and Security agenda. Madam President, we note to the ongoing efforts of the UN to ensure that we remain fit for purpose, including the UN 8 initiative. We need an agile United Nations that is inclusive, respect of the UN Charter, and its purpose and principles must be our guiding star for our future endeavors. Madam President, we are meeting against a backdrop of profound global tension. The world is fractured by conflict displacement, and economic instability, instabilities, straining multilateral cooperation, and a serious issue for us to reach consensus. A global liquidity crisis threatened to plunge millions of people into poverty and insecurity. For Namibia, those crises are real. They impact our communities, test the resilience of our ecosystem, thus need urgent attention. In this context, the Southern Africa Development Community is committed to promoting peace, security, and stability in the Eastern DRC. Namibia welcomes the ongoing efforts by the AU, SADC, and AC to align the Rwanda and Nairobi peace process and encourage the continued strengthening of political and security aspects of the challenges faced in our region. We further call upon UN Security Council and Good Office of the UN Secretary General to strengthen negotiation and peacekeeping initiatives towards resolutions of all conflict, including those in different parts of Africa. The impasse in the UN security over the question of Western Sahara is an injustice. More than 34 years after the adoption of the Resolution 690 of 1991, the time for the holding of the UN referendum on the right to self-determination for the people of Western Sahara is now. This year marks the 20th anniversary of the Ezuwine Consensus and the Sirte Declaration, which jointly constitute the common African position on the reform of the UN Security Council. We acknowledge the support from all interested groups for the common African position, which culminated in the recognition of Africa as a priority and a special case in the reform process, as reflected in the outcome document of relevant United Nations process, including the Pact for the Future. We can no longer delay the urgent call to redress the historical injustice to Africa and address our call for equitable and balanced representation on the Security Council. Madam President, the Charter of the United Nations has laid the foundation for conditions necessary for peaceful coexistence and harmony among nations. Therefore, unilateral cohesive measures should not be used as a tool to undermine sovereign state, for this violates the Charter and the principle of the United Nations. In this regard, we call for an end to the continued illegal economic, financial, and commercial embargo imposed on the friendly people of Cuba and removing her from the list of states sponsoring terrorism. We call for an end to the illegal sanctions on Zimbabwe. We are also gravely concerned about the emerging threats against Venezuela and call for the removal of sanctions and the threats against that country. Madam President, the UN Commission of Inquiry on the occupied Palestine territory, including Israel, Eastern Jerusalem, has just released its findings that indeed a genocide is being committed against the Palestine people. Despite the clear provision of the Security Council and General Assembly resolutions and advisory opinion rendered by the International Community of Justice, the humanitarian situation in Gaza is worsening, and access to humanitarian aid is severely limited. A failure to address the crisis in Gaza could become the moral failure that defines this era. We call on the UN Security Council to find consensus and help put an end to the lasting conflict between Israel and Palestine. Madam President, I call for a meaningful reform of the United Nations. Has a call for the meaningful reform of the United Nations has never been more urgent. This reform necessitated democratizing global governance, amplifying marginalized voices, and ensuring international law is not a tool but a shield for most vulnerable. As I conclude, I wish to reaffirm Namibia's commitment to the international obligation and the multilateral order. Respect for international law is not just a legal duty, it's a moral imperative. We must reaffirm our commitment to the principle that unite us, mutual respect, and peaceful resolution of dispute, and solidarity in the face of common challenge. Let us remember that even the smallest nation have a voice. When those voices are heard and heeded, durable peace and justice will prevail. We have an obligation to make this our moment, not to disappear, but renewal. We have the opportunity to restore hope, to build a future defined not only by division, but by unity and preservation of human dignity. I thank you for your kind attention.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je tiens à remercier la présidente de la République de Namibie. L'Assemblée va maintenant entendre l'allocution de son Excellence M. Mohamed Irfan Ali, président de la République coopérative du Guyana. Le protocole de bien vouloir accompagner son Excellence que j'invite maintenant à prendre la parole.
President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, friends, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to Madam President on her election as President of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I also record my profound appreciation for His Excellency Philemon Yang of Cameroon, whose distinguished stewardship and steady hand guided the 79th session. Today, as we mark the 80th anniversary of the entry into force of the United Nations Charter, we find ourselves at a crossroads. This organization, our organization, has delivered. From creating international law, promoting development and human rights, to resolving disputes, providing humanitarian aid, and advancing self-determination and independence. The fact remains, over these 8 decades, we have worked together for the greater good. From 51 member states in 1945 to 193 today, the UN has established itself as the premier organization for multilateralism. In fact, it is difficult to imagine our world without the United Nations. However, as it is with anniversaries, we must reflect honestly and candidly, where are we at 80? Conflicts are raging as geopolitical tensions intensify. Food insecurity is worsening. Displacement is growing. human rights are being ignored, and climate change is threatening lives and livelihoods. Our Sustainable Development Goals are imperiled by shrinking development and budget support. Spending on peacekeeping budgets is diminishing, and humanitarian costs are soaring. Meanwhile, global military spending in 2024 saw its steepest annual increase since the Cold War. President, the United Nations Noble Mission to maintain international peace and security will ring hollow if it allows power to triumph over principle and might to override right. In remaining faithful to its charter, the United Nations must ensure that the survival and progress of humanity are not mortgaged to the ambitions of the powerful. The collective will of our membership must be reflected in the institutions and governance structure of the United Nations, including the Security Council. On this note, as we prepare to leave the Security Council at the end of this year, I want to thank our permanent representative and a team from Guyana for their exceptional work at the Security Council and their leadership. It is precisely when the ideals of the United Nations are tested by horrific realities that the collective must act in defense of the UN Charter and international law. At present, a dark shadow looms over the 80th session of the General Assembly. Genocide in Palestine, annexation of Ukrainian territory, persecution of women in Afghanistan, humanitarian catastrophe in Sudan, brutal gang violence in Haiti, increased transnational organized crime, trafficking, and illegal immigration. All this as new challenges are emerging: cybercrime, cyberterrorism, and the pandemic of misinformation and disinformation, alongside the abuse of social media. President, whilst we reiterate our condemnation of the attacks by Hamas on Israel on October 7, 2023, and again call for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages, Israel's actions have long shattered any pretense of legitimate self-defense. What we are witnessing is not warfare, but mass extermination, a systematic slaughter and displacement of Palestinian men, women, and children. Those who escape the bombs and bullets are condemned to die slowly, starve of food, water, and hope. This is a war crime. The international community must not remain paralyzed while an entire people is annihilated. Impunity must never triumph over justice. We must take urgent action to halt the genocide, return the hostages, and accelerate our efforts towards the two-state solution. We urge Qatar, Egypt, and the United States to continue their efforts in this regard. Further, the situation in Ukraine remains of utmost concern. Guyana reiterates its call for an urgent end to the Russia-Ukraine war and reaffirms its support for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Equally, the international community must act decisively in Haiti, where gang violence, displacement, and shortages of food and medicine have pushed the nation into deepening despair. Restoring security is the foremost priority, requiring strict enforcement of the arms embargo and robust support for a UN-authorized mission. I emphasize that without urgent humanitarian funding and a Haitian-led and owned political process, stability will remain elusive. We must address the root causes of Haiti's continuing troubles, including its historical debt burdens, which stymies its development, prospects, and upliftment of its people. As President Macron acknowledged, making Haiti pay for its independence was unjust. This is a welcome step. President, turning to my own country, Guyana, a small and peaceful state, we have endured repeated threats and aggression from the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. The territorial controversy between our states is now before the International Court of Justice, which has twice reaffirmed its jurisdiction and which in 2023 issued provisional measures ordering Venezuela to refrain from altering the status quo. Yet, Venezuela persists with unilateral laws and threats of annexation, flagrantly violating international law, the UN Charter, and the very principles that sustain global order. If the rights of a small state can be trampled upon and legally binding orders ignored, what protection remains for any nation under international law? Yet, Guyana continues to repose confidence in international law. For us, the principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and non-interference are non-negotiable. We will not cower to coercion, intimidation, or unilateral action. We thank our international partners and allies for their solidarity. President, at 80, the time has come for a frank conversation on Cuba, one that would lead to the prosperity of its people, optimizing the full potential Cuba offers to its people and the rest of the world. Central to this dialogue is the lifting of the embargo on Cuba and its removal from the list as a state sponsor of terrorism. Also important to our region is our collective effort against drug trafficking, human trafficking, and illegal migration. We support efforts by the international community to addressing these crimes that are destroying the lives of our people, especially young people. The region must continue to champion efforts to enhance democracy, promote good governance, and respect the will of the people in determining governments of their choice through free and fair elections. President, this year marks the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. The Declaration remains a blueprint for achieving gender equality, which, despite transformative strides, remains significantly unrealized in most parts of the world. In Guyana, the dividends of strategic investments in leadership and capacity building for women and girls are evident. More women have assumed leadership roles in government, in parliament, and in public and private sectors. We have achieved gender parity in education at all levels and advanced the socio-economic empowerment of women through land and home ownership and diverse job opportunities in traditional and emerging sectors. To enable women to participate equally and competitively in the workforce, government is offering child care support, which will include day and night care centers for children. President, survival of our people, our economies, and our planet depends on accelerating action on the Sustainable Development Goals. It requires a people-centered approach that prioritizes ending poverty and hunger, ensuring protection of children, support for persons with disabilities, and empowerment of young people. Peace, stability, and sustainable development cannot exist in isolation from the urgent need to address climate change, which poses an existential threat to the most vulnerable and to our shared future. Guyana repeats the call for accelerated, unified global action to limit global warming. We continue to match our words with actions, protecting our forests, investing in sea and river defenses, improving drainage and irrigation, and restoring mangrove ecosystems to protect our people, our land, our livelihoods, and our planet. Our Low-Carbon Development Strategy 2030 demonstrates that economic growth and environmental stewardship can advance hand in hand. As the first country certified under the REDD+ Environmental Excellence Standard and a successful seller of carbon credits, we are demonstrating that nature has tangible value and that innovation and responsibility can and must be rewarded. We call on the international community to deliver predictable, accessible climate finance, to support adaptation and resilience, and to embrace nature-based solutions. We once again commend Prime Minister Motley and the Bridgetown Initiative as the path towards sustainable financing for climate action. President, this year marks the 10th anniversary of the Sustainable Development Goals. Yet, the slow pace of implementation and regression in many areas sound a stark warning that the promise of 2030 is at risk. Guyana calls for renewed global commitment to financing for development, including fulfilling official development assistance pledges, mobilizing domestic resources, and addressing the crippling debt burdens that hinder progress in many developing nations. Addressing these development challenges requires recognizing that the health of our ecosystems is inseparable from achieving the SDGs. Guyana proudly convened the inaugural Global Biodiversity Alliance Summit in Georgetown in July 2025, uniting over 140 countries, organizations, community groups, indigenous leaders, scientists, and financial institutions. The Georgetown Declaration, endorsed by this broad coalition of stakeholders, sends a clear and urgent message that biodiversity is a global public good and its protection must be woven into national development plans, climate strategies, and financial frameworks. Building on the global pledge to double protected areas by 2025 and achieve the 30 by 30 goal by 2030, the summit underscored the urgent need for innovative financing mechanisms, including biodiversity credit, green bonds, debt for nature swaps to fund nature's protection. Guyana is actively exploring biodiversity credits to create sustainable income streams for forest communities, building on our carbon credit success. We have signed a memorandum of understanding with the Yale Center for Biodiversity and Global Change to co-develop a national biodiversity information system, a digital backbone for data-driven conversation. Guyana is demonstrating that economic development and environmental stewardship can advance together by using natural gas as a bridge away from heavy fuel oil and investing in hydropower, solar, wind, and other renewables. We aim to lower electricity costs for our citizens and businesses while ensuring universal access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy. Guyana is pursuing an ambitious energy infrastructure and investment plan. While climate change is an existential threat, the reality is that the world still requires energy, an energy source from petroleum, to power growth and development for which there is growing demand. This is essential for the survival of our economies. AI and digitization are accelerating this demand at an extraordinary pace. As you're aware, Guyana is quickly becoming one of the world's largest energy producers per capita, carefully balancing its green footprint with energy production. We'll use our vast gas reserves through a transformational gas-to-energy project. We'll use this resource, taking advantage of our strategic geographic location, to establish an AI hyperscale data center. Large AI data centers are rarely found in similar-sized territories. As such, implementing a project of this scale is of immense pride for Guyana. This investment will improve the competitiveness of our region, accelerate digitization, build out a fintech ecosystem, modernize the service delivery platform of government, and accelerate private investment, bringing new job opportunities. We recognize the indispensable nature of AI in our collective future. However, while there are immense benefits, there is no clarity on equity, access, and applicability. Regulations, ethical standards, and governance mechanisms are urgently needed. In this regard, we welcome the recent UN General Assembly decision to establish 2 global AI governance mechanisms. President, I now turn to food security. Guyana is actively leading efforts to advance the CARICOM Agri-Food Systems Agenda through Vision 2030, aiming to boost food production, end hunger, and ensure food security across the Caribbean region. Our experience demonstrates that strategic investment and political will can transform national and regional food systems. Guyana calls for the transformation of global food systems to be more resilient, sustainable, and equitable by strengthening local production and reducing dependence on volatile markets. Guyana stands ready to share its experience and partner with others to ensure nutritious food for all. As the United Nations commemorates its 80th anniversary, let us recall that this organization was conceived not in comfort, but in crisis, forged from the ashes of war to serve as the conscience and compass of humanity. 8 decades later, that duty has not dimmed. It has only grown more urgent. If the UN is to remain humanity's best hope, it must stand firm against aggression and remain fully engaged with the great question of our time. We must be bold in recognizing the necessity for institutional adjustments that will advance the organization's success. Our generation will be judged not by the eloquence of our declaration, but by the substance of our deeds. From the ruins of Gaza to the streets of Haiti, from Kiev to the drowning coasts of small island states, the peoples of the world cry out for more than words. To honor 80 years of promise is to act with courage, to match principle with action, and to bind ourselves once more to the dream of a world united, not by fear or force, but by the shared destiny and enduring hope. I thank you, and may God bless all of our nations and all of our people. Thank you.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je tiens à remercier le président de la République coopérative du Guyana. L'Assemblée va maintenant entendre une allocution de son Excellence M. Tanetti Mamao, président
President and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Immigration of the Republic of Kiribati. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President of the General Assembly, Head of States and Governments, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. In His holy name and on behalf of the government and the people of Kiribati, I extend our warm greetings to you all. I am honored to warmly congratulate you, Madam President, on your election to preside over this historic 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, and I wish you every success as you guide these important deliberations. Madam President, we commend your theme, Better Together, 80 years and more for peace and development and human rights, reminding us of the enduring importance of multilateral cooperation in addressing global challenges. For Kiribati, it underscores the value of working collectively to advance peace, safeguard human rights, and promote sustainable development. Your Excellencies, Kiribati welcomes the initiative of the Secretary General to reform the United Nations for the challenges and realities of the 21st century in order for it to respond more effectively to member needs, especially small island developing states or SIDS, and the least developed countries, LDS. These countries are faced with unique and special circumstances that require targeted assistance and support from the UN. The Secretary General's UN 80 initiative is a crucial step toward a more effective UN. In this context, we encourage reforms that remove duplication, improve efficiency, and ensure that mandates most vital to vulnerable nations, such as climate action, sustainable development, and resilience, are protected and enhanced. Kiribati is proud. Since joining the UN, we have been contributing in our way to its mandates and its initiatives. On the international level, especially peace and security, Kiribati has actively supported the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, particularly in the implementation of Articles 6 and 7, efforts which we jointly coordinate with Kazakhstan. We fully support the United Nations push for a world free of nuclear weapons and are committed to addressing man-made disasters like dumping of nuclear waste
radioactivity wastewater discharges, and traversing of nuclear-powered submarines, and testing that pose grave risk to our oceans' fragile health. Advocating for a nuclear-free ocean and a world should be backed by our commitment to peace and security. Kiribati has strengthened governance in the capital and is now working with the outer highlands to improve accountability, develop relevant initiatives, manage assets, and enhance customer service. These efforts are very essential for peace and security. Aligned with our KV20 roadmap to transform Kiribati into a healthy, wealthy, and peaceful nation, we sent our police officers to support the UN peacekeeping missions. Kiribati also actively engages in social and cultural initiatives for peaceful living. Gospel Day, now celebrated across Kiribati, unites all faith-based organizations to worship together, fostering respect, unity, and peace. We hope this approach promotes religious tolerance worldwide, making it a better place to live. Peace, security, and respect for the UN Charter are essential for sustainable development. Kiribati is committed to SDGs, emphasizing SIDS, or Small Island Developing States, unique circumstances. Along with the other SIDS in the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS, ABES, we aim for resilient prosperity through technological and digital solutions. These innovations are vital to overcoming challenges from geographical isolation and limited economies of scale. While Kiribati has technological constraints, we see digital solutions as key to enhancing public services, education, commerce, and climate resilience. Kiribati faces climate challenges, but it remains resilient. While some narratives claim our islands are sinking, we have traditional and modern strategies to adapt and thrive. Our efforts, aligned with international climate goals, focus on building resilience, protecting livelihoods, and preserving our culture. We urge global action to limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius and support frontline states through the Loss and Damage Fund. We welcome and commend the International Court of Justice in its landmark decision, giving its firm hope and assurance that Kiribati and other vulnerable countries will continue to exist in light of climate. What the Blue Pacific can successfully achieve collectively, and that is to secure the full legal certainty and permanence of our maritime zones, irrespective of the impact of climate change. The Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, the MVI, is particularly important for Kiribati as it captures the combined effects of economic, social, and environmental vulnerabilities that are not fully reflected in the income-based measures alone. By incorporating the MVI into development planning and international supports, countries like Kiribati can better access resources, build resilience, and implement effective strategies to achieve sustainable development despite our structural limitations. Kiriba's ocean is vital for its identity, economy, and food security. Protecting marine life, fighting illegal fishing, and supporting the BBNJ agreements are key to sustaining livelihoods and ecosystems. IUU fishing causes over US $600 million annual loss, a moral and economic injustice that could fund universal child care. Guided by the 2050 Strategy for the Blue Pacific and recent UN Ocean Conference outcomes, Kiribati believes these issues can be addressed through strong multilateral ocean governance based on the UN principles. Your Excellencies, as part of Kiribati's efforts to support the global ocean commitments to protect and sustainably manage the marine resources, we have committed to increase the value of our tuna and maximize economic returns, and at the same time ensure that this resource is protected for our future generations to the parties of the Nauru Agreement or the PNA. Access to sustainable and renewable energy is fundamental to advancing development and resilience in Kiribati. Small island states and Pacific Islands Forum family at large access to sustainable development and renewable energy is fundamental to advancing development and resilience in Kiribati, as well as small island states and Pacific Islands Forum family at large. Kiribati is investing in clean energy technologies, such as solar lights at household levels, to reduce our dependence on imported fossil fuels. We call for the enhanced international cooperation and financing to accelerate the transition to sustainable energy systems that are accessible, affordable, and climate resilient. Your Excellencies, the role of education, youth, and women in building resilient communities is vital. Investing in quality education, promoting gender equality, and empowering young people are key to sustainable development, innovation, and social cohesion. We support initiatives that foster youth leadership and women's full participation in the economic, political, and social spheres. Sports, culture, and traditional knowledge further boost community resilience, health, and belonging, supporting peaceful and sustainable societies. Healthcare in Kiribati faces challenges from the dispersed nature of the islands. To improve, the government will introduce sea ambulances and advance medical services to enhance capacity and reduce the need for overseas referrals. Your Excellencies, equitable and predictable development financing is vital for Kiribati's future. Reforming the international financial system, improving access to concessional finance, data, sustainability, and bridging the digital divide are key to enabling states to meet their development goals. The Blue Pacific recognizes the challenge of accessing climate financing and supports the establishment of the Pacific Resilience Facility, led and known by members, with $162 million pledged to fund it. Kiribati highlights the importance of the Doha Programme of Action for least developed countries, which mobilizes international support for the most vulnerable. We await the UN financing for development conference, hoping it would provide concrete solutions to improve access to finance for those in need. These efforts are crucial for less developing countries like Kiribati to build resilience and promote sustainable development. Kiribati reaffirms its belief in the fundamental principle of multilateralism as the cornerstone for addressing global challenges collectively. By embracing cooperation, solidarity, and multilateral engagement, we can shape a future in which all nations, particularly the vulnerable, can thrive and prosper. In this endeavor, we draw inspirations from the wisdom of our forefathers, who taught us that by working hard in resilience and peace, we can secure enough to prosper. This enduring principle guides Kiribati's approach to sustainable development, resilience, and multilateral engagement, reminding us that collective efforts and peaceful collaborations are the foundation of lasting progress. Allow me to close by bestowing upon the United Nations and all its members and all its staff our traditional blessings of the Maori, the Roi, the Tabamoa, meaning abundant health, peace, and prosperity. I thank you, Ambassador.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je tiens à remercier
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Immigration of the Republic of Kiribati.
L'Assemblée va entendre
the Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Mr. Bassirou Diomaye Diakhar Faye, President of the Republic of Senegal. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
President of the General Assembly, colleagues, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. President, on behalf of Senegal, I wish to thank your predecessor and also extend to you our warmest wishes for success in your presidency of this, the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I would like to reiterate to the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, our constant support in the exercise of his noble mission to benefit member states. We are meeting today in this symbolic place of universal dialogue, aware that we carry the burden of history and the urgent nature of the tasks before us today. The theme of this session, Better Together, 80 years and more, for peace, development and human rights, reminds us, indeed, the founding pact of the United Nations. It is a pact of peaceful coexistence, collective security, and an international order based on the law. On this foundation, the United Nations has made undeniable progress in cooperation and solidarity to prevent conflict, promote international peace and security, and to settle disputes. Equally, significant progress has also been made in the codification of universal norms for the protection of human rights and to create a safer and more peaceful international order. But 80 years after the following the creation of the United Nations, the world is teetering again, as if we had been caught in the same currents that dragged humanity into two major disasters in the space of one generation. We are in Living in turbulent times, there are new challenges and multiple uncertainties. The spread of terrorism, old and new conflicts, climate change, far-reaching economic crises, falling international solidarity, and a higher risk of the collapse of multilateralism. Not forgetting either the resumption of the arms race, including in cyberspace. The most concerning, of course, is the appalling dehumanization, a world that feels selectively according to geopolitical interests and states. There can be no justice based on law when what is taken to be the international order is governed by double standards, by the right of the mighty and a spirit of us versus them. In this worrying context, Africa remains confronted with armed conflict, terrorism, particularly in the Sahel, cross-border crime and political instability. When faced with so many challenges, our approach should be an integrated one that combines prevention with resilience and a targeted response. Peace and security have a price. Let's give ourselves the resources to afford them with predictable and sustainable funding of African peace support operations, with suitable equipment and robust mandates and rules of engagement. That's the only way of tackling the scourge of terrorism and building a minimum level of security and stability in the areas affected. Here I wish to reiterate Senegal's solidarity towards our brotherly countries who are working day in, day out to fight terrorism. In the Middle East, the Palestinian people continue to live through the worst of tragedies, now indescribable. Under the daily shower of bombs, all lines have now been crossed. We cannot stay silent nor look away, because Gaza is no longer alive. Gaza, the land of blood, sweat and tears, has become hell for thousands of souls of all ages trapped in an open-air prison. Men, women and children are in agony every day, deprived of food, water and health care. Senegal reiterates its strong condemnation of this tragedy that nothing can justify. En sa qualité de président du comité pour l'exercice des droits inaliénables du peuple palestinien, le Sénégal considère que seule la création d'un État palestinien indépendant et viable apportera une paix durable pour toutes les parties, chacune à l'intérieur de frontières sûres et internationalement reconnues. Mesdames, Messieurs, il y a 80 ans, les pères fondateurs s'engageaient à travers la création de l'ONU à préserver les générations futures du fléau de la guerre, qui par deux fois, en l'espace d'un quart de siècle, avait causé des millions de morts et d'indicibles souffrances. Au nom du Sénégal, je rends hommage aux pionniers et à tous ceux qui ont incarné les valeurs universelles de l'organisation, parfois au péril de leur vie. Dans ce monde en crise, les principes et les actes doivent rester les mêmes. La paix plutôt que les conflits, la justice plutôt que l'indifférence, le partenariat plutôt que les rapports de force. Mais cela n'est possible que par un multilatéralisme fort et revitalisé, pour en faire un cadre unique d'action, pour la paix, la stabilité, par le dialogue, la concertation et la résolution pacifique des différends. La survie du multilatéralisme exige qu'il retrouve ses principes fondamentaux. La responsabilité partagée et une solidarité active, le respect du droit international et une justice universelle conformément au statut de la Cour internationale de justice et de la Cour pénale internationale. In addition,
nous ne pouvons occulter l'impératif de réforme de la gouvernance politique, économique et financière mondiale. L'ONU, par sa vocation universelle, doit agir en pionnière.
Must take
Des
the lead
délibérations et des
on the
décisions plus
deliberation,
démocratiques,
make
plus
deliberations
légitimes
and
et plus
decisions more
représentatives de ses
democratic,
États membres,
legitimate and better
qui sont passés
representative
de
of its member
51
states.
à
In
1945
1945,
à
there were 51 of them,
193 aujourd'hui.
and today there are 193.
Je renouvelle le
Here,
soutien du Sénégal
I wish to
au
reiterate the support of
consensus des Ouliouini
Senegal for the
pour
Zuluini
une représentation plus juste et
for
plus équitable de
fairer
l'Afrique
and more equitable
au Conseil
representation
de
of
sécurité.
African countries at the Security
Il est temps
Council.
d'instaurer une gouvernance économique
It is high time
et financière
that
mondiale plus juste et plus
global
inclusive
economic and
pour
financial
répondre
governance
aux
is
besoins
more
de
just and
financement
more
du développement
inclusive.
durable.
For it to meet the
Nous
real
savons
needs of
tous
funding sustainable
que l'aide
development,
publique
we know full
n'est
well
pas la
that
solution.
public aid is not the solution.
D'autres leviers existent,
Other tools exist,
notamment un
for
cadre
example,
fiscal mondial équitable,
an equitable
afin que l'impôt
global
soit
fiscal
payé là
framework
où la
so
richesse
that
est produite.
taxes are paid there where
L'accès
wealth
au
is in a
crédit
place
dans
where
des
wealth is
conditions
produced.
soutenables, afin
Access
que
to
la
credit
gestion du fardeau
on
de la
sustainable
dette
terms so
n'entrave
that
pas
debt
les efforts
burdens
de
don't
développement de nos
hinder
pays.
development efforts
Enfin,
in our countries.
la mise en
Finally,
œuvre effective de l'engagement de Séville,
effective implementation
du
of the civil
pacte pour
commitment,
l'avenir
the pact for the
et des
future,
objectifs
and
de
the
développement
sustainable
durable,
goals.
pour un
To
accès
ensure
élargi à la
better
santé,
access
à
to
l'eau, à la
healthcare,
nourriture, à
water,
l'éducation,
food,
à l'énergie
education,
et au
energy,
numérique.
and the digital technologies.
Le réchauffement climatique mérite
Global
aussi
heating
notre
also
attention.
deserves our attention.
Il n'est pas seulement une menace,
It's not simply a
mais une
threat,
question
but it is
existentielle.
an existential
Une réalité qui frappe
question.
plus durement ceux qui y contribuent le
Reality
moins,
that hits
comme l'Afrique, avec
those
moins
who
de 4%
contributed
des
to
émissions
at
mondiales.
least the hardest.
Et pourtant,
Africa only contributes 4% of global emissions.
Érosion côtière,
And however,
insécurité alimentaire
drought, flooding, coastal
rythment
erosion, food
désormais
insecurity
la vie de nos
are
populations.
part and parcel now of the lives of our
C'est une double
peoples.
peine devenue
This is a double
insoutenable.
burden that has become
Le Sénégal
untenable.
renouvelle son
Senegal
attachement
would
à l'accord de
reiterate
Paris sur le
its
climat
commitment to the Paris
et
Climate
appelle à une
Agreement and
transition
calls
climatique juste
for a
et
just and
équitable
fair climate
par
transition
l'exploitation de nos ressources
through the
disponibles
use
pour
of
l'accès
available
universel à
resources to
l'électricité
ensure
et
universal
l'amorce
access to
d'une
electricity
industrialisation
and
compétitive.
launch competitive industrial
La lutte
development.
contre le réchauffement
The
climatique
fight against climate
se
change
fera
will,
indubitablement avec des
of course,
financements
be done,
conséquents
need
pour l'adaptation, la
significant
simplification
funding
et
for
l'accès aux
adaptation,
fonds climatiques ainsi que la
improved access
garantie
to
de
climate
transfert
funds
de
and also
technologie.
guarantees
Le
for
Sénégal
technology
salue
transfer.
la création du
Senegal
fonds pour
welcomes the
répondre aux
creation of a
pertes et
loss and
dommages
damage fund
et appelle à la
and calls
mobilisation de la
for
solidarité
greater solidarity
internationale
on an
pour la
international level
constitution de ces
to
ressources
replenish the fund
afin de
so
financer les
that
opérations sur
operations
le
in the
terrain.
field can be financed.
Excellences, Mesdames et
Excellencies,
Messieurs,
ladies and gentlemen,
face aux urgences et aux défis nombreux et
faced
complexes,
with the
nous ne sommes
emergency
pas
and urgent
démunis.
challenges and numerous
Le
challenges
monde
before
dispose
us,
des
we are
moyens
not
nécessaires
helpless. The world
pour
does
nourrir ceux
have the
qui ont
necessary
faim,
means to feed the
éduquer nos
hungry, to
enfants,
raise our children,
soigner les
to
malades
heal the
et
sick,
faire taire les
and to
armes.
silence the guns.
Le véritable
The
obstacle
real
n'est ni
obstacle
financier,
isn't a
ni technique, ni
financial or
matériel.
a technical
Il
or
est dans la
material
volonté
one.
politique
It's a
de
question
faire
of
du
political will.
multilatéralisme un instrument de
The will to
solidarité
make
collective,
multilateralism a
de
tool for
coopération
collective
plutôt que de
solidarity,
confrontation,
for
pour un
cooperation
avenir où
over
la dignité
confrontation,
humaine sera au cœur de
the
nos
will
décisions.
to build a future where human
Alors,
dignity is at the heart of every decision
Faisons
we
de ce
take.
80e anniversaire des
So,
Nations Unies
At
non
this, the
pas le
80th
constat
anniversary of the
d'un
United
ordre
Nations,
épuisé,
let's not just
mais le
state
point de
that the world
départ
order
d'un
is
nouvel
tired,
espoir,
but let's
celui d'une
springboard for
organisation
new
rénovée
hope,
et plus efficace
a hope
au
for a
service des
more
peuples
effective
qu'elle incarne.
organization to benefit
Le
the people it
Sénégal reste
represents.
fidèle à son
Senegal
engagement
remains
de travailler dans ce
committed
sens
to
avec
work
tous les
to
membres
this end
de
with all members of the
l'organisation,
organisation.
prêts à jeter les
We are
ponts,
ready to
prêts
build
à
bridges,
porter les
to
réformes,
enact
prêts à
reforms,
poursuivre
and to
notre œuvre
continue
commune pour un
our
monde
common
de paix,
endeavour
de
to
justice
build a
et de
world of
solidarité.
peace, justice and solidarity.
Je souhaite plein succès
I
aux
wish every
travaux
success
de la
for the
80e
work of the
session de
80th
l'Assemblée
session of
générale.
the UN
Et
General
vous
Assembly, Assembly, and I thank you for your kind attention.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je tiens à remercier le président de la République du Sénégal. L'Assemblée va entendre l'allocution de son Excellence Monsieur Peter Pellegrini,
President of the Slovak Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to address this Assembly to mark the 80th anniversary of the United Nations on behalf of Slovakia. Indeed, it was Slovak Jan Papanek who was one of the 14 co-authors of the UN Charter. It proves that also a small nation can be part of big things and to contribute to international peace order. This milestone invites us to reflect on the reality of the world that deeply concern all of us, including my country. 80 years ago, humanity emerged from the darkest conflict in history. It claimed millions of lives, left entire regions in ruins. My country witnessed the Holocaust, but also the courage to stand up to evil. A few days ago, I visited the Hiroshima Memorial, and it was a deeply moving experience and a painful reminder of the destruction in a single brief moment. All this teaches us important lessons of the past. Hiroshima and Nagasaki must be the last places where nuclear bombs were used. It obliges us to denounce any threats of nuclear destruction. It obliges us to work each day on keeping the world safe and peace. Peace has become the UN's defining mission, alongside the protection of human rights, sustainable development, and international law. To quote Slovak diplomat Jan Papanek, "The success of the UN was my life's goal because peace means progress for my nation and security for my homeland." This is the ambition that we, humanity, agreed to accomplish. The authors of the UN Charter saw the danger of unchecked hatred and extreme ideologies. They understood that the world needed a framework to ensure it wouldn't slip into chaos again. The rules protected sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity, as well as the resolution of conflicts by peaceful means, and the prohibition of the use of force. Those were the foundations of a stable and just world. 80 years ago, 51 founding states signed the Charter, including my own. Roughly 80% of the world's population and others followed. I take now the liberty to ask esteemed leaders, how many would have the courage to sign the same Charter today? How many would truly live up to its rules and obligations? Would we be even able to write the Charter in current post-truth societies? And what's worse, the Charter is openly questioned. The rule of the powerful and the use of the military force are returning as tools of policy. International law is being dismantled piece by piece, norm by norm. We see the mass proliferation of violations and their violators. But let us ask, where is this leading us? What will be the result? What will hold up the more unpredictable world? As a small country in Slovakia, we believe that small countries must be smart, and not only in times of confrontation. UN Charter and the rules must prevail always, the guardrails against the false notion of the right of might and the illusion of spheres of influence where external powers dictate the lives of other nations. I sincerely believe that both in the global north or south, it is in the majority interest to uphold the world with the sovereign equality of nations, equal sovereignty for all. A world where the UN Charter, the rules and obligations remain the highest moral grounds and standards against which the action of states are judged. Esteemed leaders, peace is the defining mission of the UN, to which we committed 8 years ago, with dozens of armed conflicts recorded last year. Today, the world is becoming a more dangerous place than it was before. Innocent people, elderly, children and women suffer because of war. It is not an anomaly, it is a structural shift. This is the reality, ladies and gentlemen. The Security Council, to which we have entrusted the greatest powers and special responsibility for maintaining peace, cannot pretend that it's succeeding. It's failing. The war in Ukraine reminds us daily how fragile peace is when the UN Charter is disregarded and international law is ignored. As its neighbor, Slovakia witnesses the immense cost of this war. Sadly, despite all efforts towards a peaceful settlement, Ukraine must defend itself against Russia. This is despite the groundwork for diplomatic talks being set at the US-Russia summit in Alaska, despite the clear agreement that negotiations would soon continue with Ukraine being included. Ladies and gentlemen, instead, 2 weeks ago, the airspace of Poland, our neighbor and ally, was seriously violated by Russian drones, a flagrant violation of sovereignty, international law, and direct threat to shared Euro-Atlantic security, equally as we saw it also in Estonia and Romania. I want to express my firm support and solidarity with our allies. The door open to negotiations should never be mistaken for weakness or an invitation to further violence. My country calls for too early peace. We call on commitment and concrete steps in line with the result of summit in Alaska. We continue to be ready to contribute to it and to support the guarantees ensuring the future peace that stands the test of time. In the Middle East, after the horrific act of terrorism, Israel has the right to defend itself. Hostages must return home. In Gaza, children and families do not feel safe anywhere, neither in hospitals nor in their temporary shelters. Esteemed leaders, the thin line between legitimate defense and unacceptable suffering is being painfully tested. We must allow access to humanitarian aid for those who need it. We hear the quest by Palestinians to have their own state. And I am proud that Slovakia does not need to make big gestures today, because for more than 3 decades, or 3 decades ago, we have recognized the right of Palestinian people to decide upon their fate. In Bratislava, we already have the embassy of the Palestine, and we believe in two-state solution. But this is achievable only at the table by diplomatic means based on the will to live side by side as Palestine and Israel. Ladies and gentlemen, the world is changing at unprecedented speed. The triple planetary crisis and quick progress in artificial intelligence are moving far faster than we are able to react. Slovakia has been an active voice in both global climate debates and discussions on the artificial intelligence. I don't want to sound doom and gloom. In fact, we must get ready for the new era, the unstoppable revolution. We need a responsible approach from all international institutions, the private sector, and also the governments. My country wants to contribute and to steer the debates and find solutions by hosting all the actors at the Summit on Education and AI in Bratislava, in our capital, in November this year. Finally, at the UN's 80, I want to return to the matter of how to make it fit for the next decades. To be diplomatic yet frank, in recent years, it has not always been in the best condition to meet its tasks. Its credibility has been reducing. Yet it would be unfair and incorrect to say it is irrelevant or incapable. Over the past 8 decades, the UN has provided us a space to speak on equal footing and to be listened to. Enemies can meet here eye to eye. It has succeeded in a wide range of areas. There have been groundbreaking agreements in many fields, including human rights, disarmament, climate, and health. G7, G20, BRICS, and other regional organizations with their own goals will never be able to fully substitute UN. However, the UN's health cannot be a justification for disengagement. On the contrary, in its strength. It lies in our hands, member states, more than in the executive powers of the Secretary General. UN reforms is desirable and, in light of the current financial situation, also indispensable. Reform of the Security Council is long overdue, with representation of nations that better reflects the reality of the changed world. Slovakia welcomes the UN 80 initiative. It will be a difficult task, but we have a common goal. The UN must emerge from this as efficient and capable of having impact where it matters most, in the field. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been called upon by our citizens to fulfill our duties in very difficult times. We can no longer sweep issues under the rug or pass the buck. We must respond. Our steps will be measured and we will be judged against it. Slovakia is ready to do its share, also as a candidate for non-permanent seat in the Security Council. Slovakia, a peaceful nation in Central Europe with multilateralism deeply in its DNA, we will always support international cooperation, a world based on rules with a strong UN in its heart. No child should be punished for being born in the wrong part of the world. Each child has the right to live in peace. Each child has the right for a decent life. It is our duty to make this real. Slovakia will do its part together with the nations that believe in peace and cooperation. We give this promise to the United Nations, and we give this promise to the future generations. Thank you very much.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je tiens à remercier le président de la République slovaque. L'Assemblée va maintenant entendre l'allocution de son Excellence Madame Hilda Heine, présidente de la République des îles Marshall. Je prie le protocole de bien vouloir accompagner son Excellence et je l'invite à prendre la parole devant l'Assemblée générale.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, the Republic of the Marshall Islands has a unique legacy with the United Nations, which reaches back to the creation of this organization 80 years ago. As a strategic UN trusteeship, it was the UN flag which flew first over our islands, and it inspired us to define our nation and speak up when we saw injustice. The UN was founded on a commitment to never again tolerate aggression, to avoid the very kind of geopolitical tension or even future open conflict between superpowers now openly foretold today in my own Pacific Islands region and far beyond. At a time when international cooperation is in dire need, the very foundations of global order are now more uncertain than ever. My low-lying atoll nation bears witness to the sharpest edge of climate change, which the Pacific Islands Forum leaders have consistently defined as the region's #1 security threat. The scale of impact and the future of our youngest generations depends on whether global powers are working together. If I could find a louder alarm for the Pacific Islands than my words today, I would sound it. There is still time for action, but only urgent action at scale can reduce vulnerability across all key sectors and to strengthen the free and democratic nations which define our island region. We need the world to better understand that our security is linked to our fragility, cutting across key indicators. We worry our institutions will not easily withstand future threats, whether if by rising seas or geopolitical competition. Madam President, during our decades as a UN strategic trusteeship administered by the United States, the UN Trusteeship Council remained an early and important platform for our voices and to tell the world where right lay from wrong. But it fell short of its mandate. Today, our nation bears the legacy of 67 atmospheric nuclear tests between 1946 and 1958, which posed profound contemporary challenges. And while we acknowledge important actions by the former administering authority, the U.S., significant disagreements remain, including ultimate responsibility for what remains today. Our communities seek justice, a clean environment, and safe return to their homes. Our Marshallese pleas to the Trusteeship Council to stop nuclear testing were disregarded with assurances of our well-being, with 2 resolutions assuring our well-being in 1954 and 1956, remain the only instance in which a UN organ has ever so explicitly allowed nuclear detonations. And the eventual result was a legacy burden of nuclear risk and exposure, which has persisted for generations of human rights, environmental, and health challenges, as addressed by UN Human Rights Council Resolution 57/26 and reported on by the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights and Special Rapporteurs on toxic and internally displaced persons. Today, the difficult lessons of our past should help drive international efforts to curb and end nuclear threats through any effective means. Rising global tension has only heightened nuclear risk. The Marshall Islands has recently become a signatory to the Rarotonga South Pacific Nuclear Free Zone Treaty, and we also look forward to completing timely ratification. It does not escape attention that the Trusteeship Council is due to meet this December. 79 years after the first nuclear test was conducted in my country in 1946, the UN should now be capable of delivering a contemporary acknowledgement and apology for what took place in its name and under its flag, and for not hearing the voice of our people when we told this body to stop. Perhaps after 34 years since our admission as a member of this body in 1991, the appropriate UN organs can help to bring healing and closure over decisions which never should have been made. Madam President, the positive momentum for this year's 3rd UN Oceans meeting in Nice will be needed to demand a reordering of short-term blunder against longer-term benefit. The Marshall Islands stands firmly committed to safeguarding the health of our oceans, which are central to the livelihoods of our people. As a small island and large ocean nation, we are acutely aware of the threats posed by overfishing, unsustainable marine resource exploitation, and the escalating impacts of climate change. Our efforts are grounded in a vision of a healthy, resilient ocean ecosystem which supports both ecological integrity and economic prosperity. As stewards of the Pacific Ocean, we urge the international community to take bold action to scale up efforts in addressing marine pollution, ocean acidification, and supporting small island developing states in strengthening our management capacity. The Marshall Islands joins 37 other nations who have already expressed their support for a moratorium on seabed mining in the high seas until there is a code with adequate safeguards and until we have a close understanding of impacts and biodiversity at stake. More political will is needed to break through a mentality of drill first, ask later, before even assessing what is at stake, including the impacts on fisheries and marine food chains. We have enacted our own national ban on deep seabed mining permits, and as we move to document and manage seamount biodiversity within our EEZ, to our immediate north, high seas mining exploration threatens to expand into exploitation. As important an opportunity as seabed mining may become, it cannot be at the irreversible expense of our Pacific waters and vast fisheries. The Marshall Islands welcomes this week's achievement of entry into force of the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Agreement early next year and looks forward to building a robust early architecture. Madam President, this year is the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement and the creation of the High Ambition Coalition, which helped deliver the agreement's 1.5 degree Celsius warming limit. A decade on, we stand on the verge of that threshold. The International Court of Justice has confirmed that international law demands actions from all nations, whether signatories to the Paris Agreement or not. Its ruling was clear. There are binding obligations to prevent exactly the type of significant harm that we see today, and that will only worsen as temperature rise. The vast majority of countries are failing to meet their obligations. The International Court of Justice has now stated that international law demands action and stringent due diligence from all, that there are binding obligations to prevent exactly the type of significant harm which we face. The ICJ also confirmed what the Pacific has always said. Once established, our maritime zones are fixed, and that our statehood will persist even as sea levels rise. Every country should have submitted its new climate target by February so that by now we would have a clear picture of what we must do to keep 1.5 degrees Celsius alive. Only 15 countries, including the Marshall Islands, did so by February, and only 32 have done so now. These plans must set out how countries will end the reliance on fossil fuels that holds our future hostage and replace them with the renewables that are better for our health, our economies, and our future. To thrive, we need billions in climate finance, particularly for adaptation and loss and damage. We've heard the promises, but promises don't reclaim land in atolls nations like mine. They don't develop mangrove defenses, shore up our hospitals and schools against rising seas, or preserve cultures deeply tied to land that is slipping under waves. Those things require money. It is past time for the rich world to meet its obligations and get money to where it's needed most. As we approach COP30, we need all nations to deliver on promises to respond to the climate catastrophe. We must close the $1 trillion climate finance gap, particularly for adaptation. We must deliver stronger plans which show how we'll end fossil fuels and halve global emissions in this decade. Excellencies, our sharp challenges are far-ranging. Together with Pacific Island neighbors, we face one of the world's highest burdens of non-communicable diseases. Diabetes, heart disease, and other NCDs are now leading causes of premature death, straining our health systems and undermining economic resilience. This crisis reflects both global inequities and local challenges, and it underscores the need for island-driven partnership at scale so that our people can achieve basic human rights to dignity and health care. Madam President, as a small nation, events half a world away are increasingly relevant upon our own shores. Starting with the 2014 occupation of Crimea, Russian aggression in Ukraine has lacked any basis in international law and has pushed the world deeper into global tension. Accountability must be applied to all, and while strong leadership is needed to help fairly resolve and address this difficult crisis, it must also closely and directly involve Ukraine itself. And while the Pacific Islands are halfway across the world, we should have a very direct interest in how small and vulnerable democracies are treated in the footsteps of larger powers. Madam President, a more effective UN Security Council is needed to meet modern challenges. The Marshall Islands considers Japan and India, among others, to meet objective consideration as permanent members of the UN Security Council. Madam President, the island nation of Taiwan has been repeatedly excluded from important international engagements throughout the UN system, despite its role as an important partner to the Marshall Islands and the world in the SDGs, in technical cooperation, and in promoting regional peace. UNCA Resolution 2758 has been repeatedly and falsely portrayed as a consensus on a One China UN law. Never has there been such gaslighting in this institution. While this resolution does address who sits behind a nameplate at the UN, it does not confer or justify any basis for coercion or seizing sovereign control of an independent democratic nation. The UN Secretariat should further end discriminatory practices against Taiwanese passport holders, including journalists, and all member states should understand that these and other politically influenced practices where Resolution 2758 is misrepresented will never be justification under international law for military invasion or coercive acts against Taiwan. Madam President, in 1961, United States President John F. Kennedy addressed this hall and said of the UN that, quote, either it will grow to meet the challenges of our age, or it will be gone with the wind, without influence, without force, and without respect, unquote. It described the UN as two forces. One is composed of those who are trying to build the kind of world described in Articles 1 and 2 of the Charter. The other, seeking a far different world, would undermine this organization in the process. Madam President, the threat of nuclear war that confronted the world in 1961 remains today, though now at an even greater scale. When President Kennedy spoke in 1961, climate change wasn't as widely understood. Today, we are confronted with a range of deep risks, any one of which does not bode well for the future of this world, let alone taken together. The hope for our youngest and future generations is in the profound vision of nations committed to peace and multilateralism. I thank you all. Comoltada.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je tiens à remercier la présidente de la République des îles Marshall. L'Assemblée va maintenant entendre l'allocution de son Excellence Mr.
Faustin Archange Touadéra,
chef de l'État de la
Head of State
République
of the Central African Republic.
Je prie le protocole
I
de bien
request
vouloir
protocol
accompagner son
to
Excellence
escort His Excellency
de prendre la
and
parole
invite him
devant
to
l'Assemblée.
address the Assembly.
Madame la Présidente de
Madam
l'Assemblée
President of the
Générale,
General Assembly,
Majesté,
Majesties,
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les
Excellencies,
chefs
Heads of
d'État
State and
et de
Government,
gouvernement, Monsieur le Secrétaire général des Nations Unies,
Mr.
distingués
United
délégués,
Nations Secretary General,
Mesdames et Messieurs,
distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen,
c'est avec un profond
it is with a
sentiment de
profound sense of
responsabilité
responsibility
que je prends la
that I
parole
take the floor
au nom du peuple
on behalf
centrafricain,
of the people of the Central African
alors que
Republic,
notre
as our
organisation célèbre
organization marks
ses 80 ans
its 80th anniversary.
d'existence. Cet anniversaire nous rappelle
This
une
anniversary
vérité
reminds
simple.
us of a simple
Nos
truth.
destins sont liés.
Our destinies are intertwined.
L'humanité est une et indivisible.
Humanity is one and
Nos
indivisible.
peuples ne peuvent prospérer
Our peoples
que
can
si la
only
paix est
prosper
assurée,
if peace is secured,
si le développement
if
est
development
partagé
is shared,
et si la
and
dignité
if
humaine
human
est
dignity
garantie
is
pour
guaranteed for all.
tous. 80 ans après la fondation de l'ONU,
80 years after the founding
le
of the
monde fait
UN,
face à une accumulation de
the world
menaces,
is confronted by an
inédites.
unprecedented accumulation
guerres
of threats,
persistantes,
protracted wars,
rivalités géopolitiques,
geopolitical
montée
rivalries,
du terrorisme,
rising terrorism and
organisé,
organized crime,
crise climatique, humanitaire et
climate
alimentaire sans
crisis,
précédent.
humanitarian relief and food
Jamais,
security crises that
depuis
are
la guerre
unprecedented.
Nous avons
Not
vu une telle
since
fragilité.
the Cold War have we witnessed
En
such
Europe,
fragility.
La guerre en Ukraine
In
continue de
Europe,
causer
the war in
d'immenses
Ukraine
souffrances
continues
humaines
to cause immense human
et de
suffering
fragiliser la
and
stabilité
to
mondiale.
undermine global stability.
Au Moyen-Orient,
In the Middle
les
East,
violences
the
persistantes entre
persistent
Israël
violence
et la
between
Palestine
Israel and Palestine
plongent des générations
plunges
entières dans
entire
la douleur
generations
et
into
compromettent les
grief
espoirs
and
de
undermines the
coexistence
prospects
pacifique.
for peaceful coexistence.
En Afrique,
In Africa,
les crises au Soudan,
the crises in
à l'est de la
Sudan,
République
in the
démocratique
east of the
du Congo,
Democratic Republic of the
au
Congo,
Sahel
in the
et dans
Sahel,
la Corne de
and
l'Afrique
in the Horn of Africa,
rappellent la fragilité
recall
des
the
équilibres
fragility of
et l'urgence
the equilibrium
d'un
that
soutien
we
accru
have struck
à la
and the
prévention
urgency
et à la
for
résolution
enhanced
pacifique
support
des
for
différends.
prevention and the peaceful settlement of disputes.
Face à ces situations
Faced
dramatiques,
with these tragic
la
situations,
République
the
centrafricaine
Central African
propose
Republic
le
proposes
renforcement des
the
mécanismes
strengthening
de la
of the
diplomatie
United
préventive de
Nations
l'ONU
mechanisms for
en
preventive
créant un fonds
diplomacy
mondial
through
de
the
prévention
creation
des
of a
conflits
global conflict
alimenté
prevention
par les grandes
fund
puissances
financed by the
et
major
géré de
powers
façon transparente.
and administered
Ce
transparently.
fonds devrait permettre de
Such a
financer
fund should make it
dès les
possible
premiers signaux de crise
at the earliest
des
warning
missions de
signs of
bons
a
offices,
crisis to finance good
médiations
officers
internationales
missions, international
et le
mediation,
déploiement de
and the
forces de maintien de la
deployment
paix
of rapid
rapides
intervention,
et crédibles.
credible peacekeeping
De
forces.
même,
Likewise,
il nous faut
we
systématiser la
must
création de
systematize the
coalitions
creation
régionales
of
de
regional
médiateurs
coalitions of
capables
mediators
d'agir
able to
en
act
complément
alongside
des
the
Nations
United
Unies
Nations
pour éviter que les différends locaux.
prevent local
ne se
disputes
transforment
from
en guerre
degenerating
ouverte.
into open warfare.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam President,
si nous voulons mesurer la gravité du
if we
moment,
wish to grasp the gravity of the
regardons
moment, let
particulièrement
us
l'Afrique.
look particularly at Africa. In 2025, more than 40% of the world's armed conflicts are taking place on the African continent. The Sahel alone accounts for thousands of victims every year and millions of displaced people. One single figure is enough to summarize the urgency here. In certain African regions, 1 child in 2 lives in a conflict-affected area. How can we speak of the future when half of a generation is threatened by war? From the Central African Republic, we know that our own stability affects that of the whole of Central Africa. We also know that peace is never permanent, but always to be forged with patience and solidarity. To mitigate the harmful effects of climate change, we call for an integrated African mechanism for food and climate security, supported by the United Nations, to break the link between resource scarcity and conflict. We call for structural, sustainable financing of peace operations in Africa, based on mandatory contributions rather than voluntary ones. We affirm that peace must be inclusive. It must guarantee the participation of women and young people. Without security, there can be neither prosperity nor the effective enjoyment of human rights. Faced with the conflicts and humanitarian crises that have sorely tested our world, we must collectively recall the normative force of the United Nations Charter, this founding text which, in 1945, embodied the hope of a world free of the scourge of war. Yet today, 80 years later, the question arises, is the UN still capable of fulfilling that mission? The proliferation of conflicts, the fragmentation of the world into antagonistic blocs, the overuse of the veto and the paralysis of the Security Council give the impression of an organization that is running out of steam. Yet it isn't the UN that is weary, it is the member states which, through a lack of political will, obstruct its action. Yes, Madam President, the UN can still carry weight in the concert of nations, but on one condition. That is, that we, its members, choose consensus over division, unity over deadlock. I commend and encourage the sustained efforts of the international community to promote peaceful outcomes to the various conflicts. For each day that passes prolongs the agony of the innocent and weakens global peace. In Africa, particularly in Sudan, unresolved conflicts are tearing apart a sister people and risk transforming our continent into a mosaic of fragmented states, unable to ensure stability or meet the needs of their citizens. This prospect is unacceptable. Africa calls for urgent mobilization, not to further militarize our land, but to invest in peace, mediation, and inclusive dialogue. It's for this reason that my country supports the Quad Declaration initiated by Egypt, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and the United States of America concerning the restoration of peace and security in Sudan. In my own country, the Central African Republic, we've chosen the path of dialogue.
La politique de la main tendue a permis, à travers la réconciliation et la confiance restaurée, l'autodissolution de la quasi-totalité des groupes armés. Ce choix n'a pas été le plus facile,
disbandment of almost all the armed groups. This choice was not an easy one. It would have been simpler to give in to the logic of weapons, but we preferred the boldness of forgiveness, patience, dialogue, and the force of consensus. Our experience shows that it is possible to substitute a dynamic of sustainable peace to a cycle of hatred. The Central African Republic, which was once considered as a place of violence, today is an example that it is possible to bring about a return of peace instead of war. Thanks to restored peace, we are today preparing for general elections in December 2025 that we want to be democratic, inclusive, and transparent, to consolidate the democratic consolidation of the country that was began in 2016. We think that this model can be studied and strengthened as an example of African good practices in the framework of the United Nations and the African Union. This example of good practice requires courageous political action, reforming the UN, reforming the world financial architecture, establishing a global prevention fund, strengthening the role of regional organizations, mobilizing major powers, not to divide but to unite. The Central African Republic, based on this valuable experience, is ready to share its experience in building a world order based on justice, human dignity, and respect for international law. But peace cannot suffice without development. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development remains our roadmap. We are working to reduce poverty, to strengthen food security, to promote education and health care as levers to bolster dignity, to implement reforms for an inclusive growth that creates jobs and respects the environment. The Central African Republic today has come here to affirm our simple conviction that sustainable development and international cooperation are essential for world peace. In a world where crises follow each other and are and seem to replace one after the other, no country can take up the challenges of the century alone. We need active solidarity. We need truly shared prosperity. We need true upsurge in humanity. For this upsurge in humanity, Madam President, allow me to deliver three simple but essential messages. First of all, inclusive development is a weapon of prevention. Wherever there's exclusion, poverty, and injustice, anger takes root, resentment accumulates, and conflicts break out. But wherever we invest in education, healthcare, and employment, it is in fact the seeds of peace that are planted. An open school is not merely school desks behind which there are students, but rather it's a society that chooses the future instead of violence. A job that's created is not simply an income, it is a dignity of an entire family that is preserved, that once again believes in peace. Secondly, international cooperation is essential. Our challenges disregard borders, climate, pandemics, migrations, markets. All this exceeds the capacity of a single isolated state. No wall, no closed door, no barriers can lastingly protect against the storm, a virus, or the despair of those who migrate. The only protection is collective action. It is multilateralism. Thirdly, sustainable development is also a moral debt that we have towards our children. Will we leave them a planet that that is in an environmental that is environmentally unsustainable? Will we condemn them to this as they begin their life as adults, or will we leave them a world that is more just, more green, more dignified? This is the choice that awaits us, Madam President. For a world that is more just, the Central African Republic would like to chart a path of hope by sharing three suggestions that are not simply technical proposals, but rather an entire choice of civilization. First of all, we need to imagine a global initiative for the rebuilding of the most fragile states in a world that leaves some of its members shattered. We cannot claim to seek universal peace. Nations broken by conflicts must not be left alone to heal their wounds. They need the international community to help them get back on their feet, to support them, to restore their trust. Investing in institutional reconstruction means refusing the endless cycle of war and despair. Now, rebuilding of institutions must be followed by a powerful commitment to our planet. This is why we call for a UN pact for the protection of critical ecosystems, a pact that links climate, biodiversity, and human rights. Destroying cutting down trees, it means erasing cultures, it means threatening lives and paving the way for future crises. Protecting nature is protecting peace. Lastly, the time has come for ambitious dreams for Africa. That is the idea behind a green corridor, a development corridor in Central Africa, which brings together modern infrastructure, clean energies, and regional integration. From Bangui to Kinshasa, from Douala to Libreville, this corridor would be a bridge between our peoples and a promise of the future for all of humankind, because Africa is not a continent that needs simply help, but it's a continent that is awaiting courageous partnerships. The role of Africa in the community of nations must be respected. Sovereignty rather than subordination. Partnership rather than exploitation. It is unacceptable that poverty is worsening in Africa while wealth is accumulating in the northern countries. It's time for the injustices caused Africa to be repaired. That is why the Central African Republic supports the Pan-African Initiative on Reparations, as well as the efforts of the continent aimed at establishing a respectful and equitable dialogue with partners. Along these lines, my country supports the initiative for global governance launched on the 1st of September of this year by China, and that is the continuation of global initiatives for development, security, and civilization, stressing the need for the development of a more just and more equitable system of international governance. Madam President, we all agree on the principle of sustainable development. However, two obstacles stand in that way: financing and the distribution of responsibilities between the North and the South. On these 2 points, it's time for us to speak the truth. Each one should bear the burden based on their historic responsibilities, because solidarity is not a moral option, it is a political obligation. That political obligation implies that sustainable development is the very condition of our of our common future. The Central African Republic, in spite of its modest means, but strong with its unshakable political determination, is ready to take its place in this collective combat. We know that we're vulnerable. However, we also know that our vulnerability gives us a single voice, a voice that reminds the world that peace, justice, and solidarity are not mere far-off promises, but rather urgent choices to be made here and today. On this 80th anniversary, the Central African Republic reaffirms its unshakable attachment to the values embodied by the United Nations. However, we would like to underscore that these values cannot be ensured without a profound reform of the multilateral system, and in particular of the United Nations Security Council. Its current composition has become obsolete and even illegitimate. 80 years ago, when the United Nations was born, Africa was not free. Most of our countries still were living under colonial control. Our voice did not count at the time. Today, Africa is 1,400,000,000 inhabitants. In 30 years, there'll be 2,500,000,000. One human being in 4 will be African. Africa will be the youngest continent, and the one that will play a decisive role in throughout the century. And yet, not a single permanent seat in the Security Council belongs to Africa, not a single one. How can we speak of international justice and security when the continent of tomorrow is treated as though it was the continent of the past? The Central African Republic brings to you the voice of Africa to say, enough. Africa must have 2 permanent seats with the right to veto, not as a favor to it, but as a measure of justice, not as a privilege, but as a need. We propose also the establishment of a global charter for digital governance and ethical artificial intelligence so that human rights are protected in the digital sphere. We call on the establishment of a global index of equity and democratic resilience, in addition to GDP, to measure dignity, to measure justice and inclusion. My country is already acting within its means. We have validated our 3rd National Report on Resolution 1325, Women, Peace and Security. We have updated our follow-up plan of Beijing Plus 30. We're strengthening national accountability mechanisms to put women, young people, and the most vulnerable at the heart of public policies. On this 80th anniversary of the UN, let us recall the vision of its founders,